Hey everybody, thank you so much for joining me. I wanted to get the team together to talk about what we can do to take the LEC to the next level. As you know, Valorant came out, it's putting up some insane viewership numbers, and we're reaching the end of the spring split, we're coming to finals. Dracos, is that you? Are you okay?
Yeah. I just think we should look at going along with new trends like TikTok. Maybe that would help boost our viewership a little bit.
TikTok. All right. Does anyone else have any other ideas or?
You guys don't buy.
Vedius, okay, first of all, don't whisper in a conference call. And secondly, what does Nico have to do with anything?
I was just saying that I have this sweet Nico cosplay, which means that we don't need to buy one. We don't need to buy one because I've already got it.
Right.
We're all good.
Right. I'm not going to lie. I don't super understand this TikTok Nico super plan.
Phoenix, lit 87.
Okay, is it me or is something wrong with you guys today? Like, why is communication so hard?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Trev, but Ender was just saying that it would be really, really cool if we did a performance of Phoenix, like fly, Phoenix, fly.
Okay.
Yeah, like the part that goes, there's a guy back of sight, so please look to your right. Fly, Phoenix, fly.
Dracos,
you know how it goes.
That is not part of the song. That is not the lyrics.
Okay, Trev, Shock's are trying to clutch right now.
Well, what he means is Clutch Gaming had Vebovin playing.
Guys, I need you to be quiet. This is important.
Wait. Are you guys in a Valorant game right now? This is unbelievable. We are supposed to be working. We've got the most prestigious show in esports. We're coming up to the spring finals, and you're not even focusing or preparing.
Trevor, just shut up, dude. Come on.
So what? Is this some important clutch? What game is this?
Yes, Trevor, please be quiet. It's 12-12 in the final round. We can talk about this after.
Okay, and she's probably planting in A, trying to cover from long. That's what this is about?
No, Trevor, she's trying to plant and hold from tower, but it doesn't matter right now. Just let her focus. Just let her focus.
God,
good try, Shocks.
No, I messed
it was a good effort, Shocks. Good effort.
Yeah. Who the hell is Quick Boom Boom anyway?
You guys are the worst.
They turned it around! G2 are losing! G2 are losing! Yanko's not 100% on the same page! Sniped by Cod! Looking at Mickey. Look at the color humanoid! No, Cat! He bounces! They almost got the kill! It's not enough, Mad Lions! Shadow, still not down. He's going to go to work with. They've done it. They've done it! It's the Mad Lions! They have unseated the champions! They have killed the kings! The rookies have risen up!
He instantly gets shredded through, and there's Finn. All that gold pan off. Massive fight in favor of Rogue. Oh, they've just gotten into the meat grinder. Rogue has set it up so beautifully. Just let him die! And here we go! Rogue looking to end this series and face Origin next week.
Get the last breath. The Corvus Forge coming out as well, but Nemesis puts up the wind wall. He's surviving. Nukta has to flash away. Nukta caught underneath the tower. Nemesis alive, and Fnatic 2-0 after kill. Wow. Xerxes flashes forward, and the explosive cast find its mark, and now Upset can unleash hell. Oh, a great hook from Destiny stops Upset from getting caught out. Now he's able to flash, but Whippo able to land the final Darking Blade, and now this is an awful fight for Origin. Another good hook comes out from Destiny.
This does mean that Rogue will face off against Origin, two teams that I think have a very similar stylistic play. That should be a very interesting match.
I can hear the thunder from afar.
everyone thought that G2 was going to 3-0.
The question is this iteration of G2 better than 2019?
Out of the 4 teams we've seen over the last 2 days, I think Fnatic stand head and shoulders above everyone else right now.
They will get to go up against Mad Lions. That's definitely not what everyone was expecting.
Oh, Mad Fnatic is going to be a really fun one. I do still think it is going to be Fnatic-sided.
Mad are doing it. Mad are in the lead. They are playing the game right. Bauer comes out, spit back, punch him in the face.
Ripper joins the fray, caught of the force shot, lands onto Nuke. He's almost dead, but he manages to head into the bus for the second. Ripper takes him, Xerxes still alive, upset, caught up in the last and rest of Fnatic, and now turning this fight around.
It is taking out B-Boy. Misfits, they're falling apart. They've got nothing left in the tank.
This has turned from a playoffs of almost certainty that we'd have the same champion into a wide open playoff bracket. Every single team should take a long, hard look at themselves and see what kind of an opportunity they have here.
But man, you clean up better than anybody in esports. Right into the turtleneck, right into the afternoon, looking fresh. And what a day, folks. Because last week, we bore witness to one of the biggest upsets of all time as Mad Lions took down G2. What a story.
Honestly, the name just fits the whole story. It was insane. It was mad. Honestly, you know, we've seen many rookie rosters explode onto the scene over here in Europe. 2016 with Splice, 2017 with Misfits, 18 with Vitality. You know, I've been a part of 2 of them. I just put that in there. Nevertheless, Mad Lions did something unheard of, you know, in the fact that they beat the tournament favorite and they did it with class and style.
Yeah, it felt like from comeback kids to giant slayers, Mad Lions stepped up and blew everything wide open, as Shock said so eloquently in that sick opening teaser, and are kind of the reason why we're in such an exciting situation right now. Now, that said, the perfect storm did need to be created here. We had to have online play, it had to be G2, it had to be Mad Lions, but that said, I'm all for this perfect storm. Like, what an exciting time to actually be running into playoffs. We thought this was G2 Fnatic all the way.
Yeah, and when I look at it, I didn't really think G2 were going to drop a game against any team that wasn't Fnatic on paper. So what do you take away from this if you're a G2 fan or if you're an analyst like the two of you? Like, did we learn anything about G2 in that series? Do G2 seem valuable now? Or is this just another one that you kind of write off and you say, go next? I still think G2 are a big contender.
Honestly, it just feels like it spurred up more questions because coming into playoffs, we all had high hopes. You know, G2 ramping up for playoffs. This is where they're going to take things seriously. But that series against Mad Lions showed a lot of weakness. Caps had a decent split on AD carry, found comfort in Ezreal, Senna, and he played some Talia games. In this best of 5, looked very, very wonky, and we expect them to bounce back. I expect some kind of fire to come back into G2 because, honestly, that series against Mad Lions was very disappointing.
Yeah, it's
this
the fact
puts
that
us
there's
in a...
always that little voice in the back of your head that says that you can never count G2 out, which is why the next series will be so important. I think a lot of fans believe that it's probably going to be Origin versus G2. Theoretically, could still be Rogue versus G2. But obviously, if G2 get blown apart there, then you start to like sing the death of the Kings. But until then, you're like, nope, still alive. Probably still looking at their comeback against Fnatic.
Yeah, and Fnatic most certainly now feel like the favorites so far, because while G2 struggled, while G2 fell apart, it felt like the second we got into playoffs, Fnatic looked just as good as ever, if not better. Very clear from the way this series played out how dominant they were.
Honestly, Fnatic, you know, they got 2 free games, so to speak, because Origin's draft looked kind of wonky, but Fnatic showed a level of precision in terms of snowballing that we haven't seen from any other team. We've seen, you know, basic play, stellar play in terms of scaling and so forth. We saw the craziness of the Mad Lions G2 series, but when Fnatic get ahead, it doesn't feel like there's any option to come back. We saw in that game number 4, when OG had that big lead, they find the snap kill onto Upset, and all of a sudden the game is just flipped on its head the moment Fnatic get the Nashor.
And it felt like Fnatic didn't have to show anything, that they weren't really stressed or pushed around by Origin. They didn't have to reveal any super secret picks. There was a lot of the fasting Senna style that ran around, but you know that if you deny that from Fnatic, if you try to push them for that they have tape of so many different styles. So question is you know, what do teams learn getting this preview, these 4 games out of them versus Origin? And I think the answer is not much, and that's partly why they're so terrifying.
And you have to be even more scared now, I feel like, if you're in the bottom of the bracket, because, you know, you're hoping to win out. You're hoping you don't have to face Fnatic or Mad Lions for a little while the way that they're playing. But currently for G2, Rogue, and Origin, it's do or die. They're in the bottom half. One more loss takes them out. You can see here G2 having the higher seed in the regular season means they move up to match 6. OG versus Rogue playing today, and every single one of these teams wants to make it, but only one of them is going to.
Honestly, it's wild, you know, looking at that lower bracket, considering, you know, the story of, you know, Rogue beat Misfits, but then looking at the whole line of work that they need to get through in order to get to the final because of that G2 loss. And Mad Lions' level in this tournament has been just, you know, a crazy eye-opener for the possibility of what kind of best of 5s we can have here.
And all I want to see is back-to-back best of 5s. I love that we get 3 a week right now, but of course, tomorrow is going to decide the first of our final teams as the rookies of Mad Lions look for another upset, this time against the most decorated team in European history.
We are just getting started, actually, and it's the start of our journey.
Pinning up the bigger guns on Hillitang. That Ignite's going to take, and Destiny takes the kill. Xerxes flashes forward, and the explosive cast find its mark, and now Upset can unleash hell. Reckless has nothing he can do.
Look at me.
While we are one lose away from being out of playoffs, I'm really grateful that we still have a chance to make it to the final.
10,000 hours the motto.
They've just got into the meat grinder. Rogue set it up so beautifully. Unstoppable now. It's Marston's time to shine it. Come on the backside with the onslaught. Just let him die.
OG, that they really controlled in a way, and I think it really got exposed. Well, I thought it was really good. He's always applying a lot of pressure in lane. So I think it's going to come down to draft a lot.
Rogue, they are still chasing the fact that they want to prove that they deserve to sit with the big boys.
All right, now that's our game happening today. And look, you saw the video. It looks exciting. It looks hype. But before we get all excited about Rogue versus OG, I want to talk about Fnatic versus Mad a little bit more because this series gets me totally and completely pumped. And honestly, someone beating G2 in a best of 5, it's easy to call it a fluke for G2, and that makes it very easy to take a little bit of credit away from Mad. But if Mad beat Fnatic, we are in a whole new world, folks.
Whole new world is the right way to phrase it. It would be absolutely insane. You know, I think it's going to be a lot harder for Mad Lions because stylistically, I think in the current meta, both teams are very, very strong around playing that bottom side. While G2, you know, the bottom struggled throughout the split in terms of competing towards, for example, Reckless and Hillitang. So I think stylistically, these teams can match toe-to-toe. I think it's going to be a hell of a match, but I think Fnatic is going to take it home.
And my big concern is that top lane, because while a lot of praise will be thrown around to Carzzy and Kaiser, Arome kind of slid under the radar, and Bwipo is massive right now, and I think he's about to just push in that top lane. So while things look fine on the bottom side of the map for Mad Lions, I think that the matchup was really heavily weighted towards Fnatic, especially on the top side.
I do definitely have some concerns for Arome going up there because Bwipo is a man out to kill people. He's not worried about CS. That man is an absolute carnivore on the top side of the map. But you bring up the bot lane, and while we can call it even, some interesting things have been happening down there, specifically for Fnatic, and that's the fasting Senna. Frost, you brought it up earlier. I want to talk about it a little bit more here because this is something that has looked kind of crazy in the hands of Fnatic, honestly.
Before we even kick it off, I do want to say that just because Carzzy and Kaiser are good, I don't think it's still even. Like, I'm still weighting it towards Reckless and Hilly, and it's because they don't just have to play this fasting Senna. Now, going towards the fasting Senna, they've been experimenting with kind of the different picks that they'll put together with it. It's not just the Tom Kench Senna that people have seen globally. It's now bringing in the Zillion, bringing in even the split-pushing Trundle that Hilly got MVP on both sides of the Rift for in that game. But it's kind of this interesting dynamic where Fnatic usually gravitate towards a pick that they feel, or a strategy that they feel kind of breaks the meta or gives them a really strong fundamental base. In the past, it's been things like the Garen and the Yuumi, and this time around, it seems to be built around this Senna, and it's not the champion herself, but it's kind of the responsibility that she has to the map and what she allows Fnatic to do. And one of the cool things I like about Senna is the ability to play around the top side. Obviously, post level 6, you have the global range of the ultimate, and when Bwipo takes those really aggressive skirmishes that we know he's going to try to take, Reckless can also be teaming up with him with that ultimate.
I think the key thing what's been so impressive about both Mad and Fnatic is the fact that they've been so meta resilient throughout the split. We've had many new AD carry champions. You mentioned the Senna. Kalista also got revived from the dead. She got a lot of buffs. The question is, can Fnatic play the Kalista? They showed the Misfortune. They showed the Aphelios. I'm pretty certain that they can, because I have flashbacks of losing against Fnatic Reckless Season 5 with the Kalista, with the Lulu in the mid lane, which is a very, very long time ago, but it's still haunting me in my nightmares because we wanted to take them down because they went for that 18-0 in split. But Reckless can play it. The question is, have they prepared it? I think Fnatic is the team to do it. So I think meta-wise, the stars have aligned for both teams.
That is one thing, though, that I'm concerned. I agree with you that, like, meta-wise, it feels like Mad aren't pigeonholed into a style so much that we've seen from teams like Origin, but I feel like they're kind of out of gas. That their best of 5 against G2, you absolutely saw the highest high possible from Mad Lions, whereas I don't think we've seen that from Fnatic. Like, we didn't see Origin make Fnatic sweat at all, despite the fact that it was a 3-1.
And that gets me super fired up, because like if we haven't seen peak level Fnatic, if this is not their final form, that leaves so much more to see, and if it means crazy picks, that's personally what I'm all about. But taking a step back and looking at today's matchup, Rogue versus Origin. Winner's going to go on to face G2 on Sunday. Pretty big stakes, pretty tough weekend. Both these teams going to have to play 2 best-of-5s and win 2 best-of-5s if they want to come out on top. And for both these teams, it's kind of about a different set of expectations than for teams like Mad Lions and Fnatic.
Yeah, it's the fact that... are we going? I was like, is it the hype video, or do I get to hype you up?
No, you're good. You're the hype video, Frosker, and take it away. So Yamada will sing a song behind you. Yeah, ittle be fine.
Yamada, give me the beat. No.
Something about the fire in your eyes. It doesn't matter. Just go.
I'm very confused, honestly, guys.
No, I got you, Yamato. It's the fact that Rogue and Origin have kind of the same origin story. When these teams look at each other, they're like looking into a mirror. Stylistically similar, and then also the fact that they have tasted glory, but they're starved for recognition. Origin want to prove that, yes, they are a top 3 team, and it's not just G2 Fnatic and then a giant gap and then Origin. Origin want to say, no, we are right there with them, and now they need to put up or shut up and prove it in these best-of-5s. Rogue are trying to convince everyone that they're the top 4 team, and Fnatic definitely don't want to share a podium with them. So in kind of that same breath, Rogue are looking at themselves in the future with Origin, trying to unseat them and take their rightful place in power.
I think the key thing about Rogue as well is last year when they had that, of course, the summer split run, when they finally had the roster together, they figured out what they wanted to do, made an upgrade coming into this split. We all had very high expectations. Last year, they surprised everyone in playoffs with very, very good play against Splice. They dropped the ball pretty heavily against Schalke with the Corki package running into the Nexus
tower.
And then, you know freaking just tilting off the planet after that loss. Honestly, I think Rogue still has something to kind of shock us with, because that's what they did in the past. I'm hoping we see that today, because it's going to be necessary in order to beat Origin.
Shock and awe, obviously a difficult thing to pull out against Origin, such a steady team against everyone but Fnatic and G2. It so often feels like. And for Rogue, right, Origin are all players fighting to win their first title, but Frosky said it before, fighting for this recognition because we were so excited last year about the Rogue Cinderella story. But now it feels like the honeymoon phase is over. We've been in this marriage for a while. You know, we don't love each other as much as we used to. And I feel like Rogue have still got that spark, but we just need to see it, and we haven't seen it yet.
What is happening over there? You guys thought it's so
It's
dark.
been a while since I've hosted, and it's just, you don't get to talk about weird stuff in weird ways on the casting desk. It's all professional. All right.
Okay. Yeah.
You gonna bounce off that one?
No, I got you. Yeah. So I think the issue is the style of these teams. People like exciting, bloody League of Legends. This is why people gravitate towards G2. It's why Fnatic are so exciting now. They're no longer just playing like this reckless death ball flying V where everyone stands in front of him and they try to do like RNG light. Like they're playing hard and fast, hit you and sucker punch style League of Legends. Whereas Rogue and Origin aren't. They're trying to play like 2014 League of Legends, like this old LCK chess style, and it leads to, frankly, in my opinion, a lot of disappointment, because I personally feel that we've moved away from that style. And when you talked about how none of these players have titles, you did forget Destiny. He's the only person on the Origin lineup that has a title to his name.
I apologize to Spawn
wild.
and the entirety of Oceania for that one. That is my mistake.
But that says something, because we know all these names, they're huge, and you're going to see sad B-roll like this where everyone's, you know, we were right there, we were so close, but we never got to taste it, because Origin don't want to be contenders, they want to be winners. But I don't know if they're there yet.
I think the key thing as well is for these two teams, I feel like Mad Lions has become what they wanted to be. Because Mad Lions is playing with that speed and intensity in the mid to late game. And this is something that Origin and Rogue have been criticized for the entire split. And I sense some frustration in interviews on Euphoria. Always was that, oh, we're trying here. We're okay, we're not bad. You know, it's been all over the place. And I think Mad Lions have kind of stole that thunder from them. So I'm imagining that they're looking at that and be like, that's what we want to be.
It's like, who are you trying to convince when you go up there and you're like, we're not bad. The style actually makes sense. If you look at it, we put the W's on the board, so how dare you tell us it's bad? It's like, I don't know, mate. I look at first place. You're not first, so.
It's about the shifting goalposts for OG. I'll give them a little bit of credit. Like, third place isn't bad. Obviously, the expectations are so high for this team. Winning a title is so much more than being the third best team. But let's see if we have another one of those interviews that you've both talked about so much. For more on Origin's hunt for the title, Lore is checking in with Cersei.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Xerxes, for joining me. I hope you had a nice week of prep.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Right. Things didn't go your way last week. I'm sorry about that against Fnatic, but have you been able to identify what went wrong and why?
Yeah, I mean, right after the series ended, we sat around and we just talked about what we did wrong. Yeah, we've been preparing like much better. I mean, it's not like we didn't prepare better. It's just last week. It's just Fnatic actually played really good, and it kind of yeah. I mean, I don't feel like we were that prepared for what they had for us, but I'm sure like now we are good to go.
And hopefully you'll get another chance against them in the later stages of the playoffs, because with this game you were drafted in the lower bracket, and I asked Peke about this last week, but what do you think about this new format with the 2 brackets and the road that you now have ahead of you, because you're going to have to beat Rogue, then G2, and then maybe get the hope to go back in the upper brackets?
Well, in a way, like we don't really deserve like this playoff format is good because like we obviously lost, and now we still have one more life, and it would be like stupid of us to not use this opportunity to try even harder to prove that what we showed against Fnatic wasn't exactly how good we can play.
And do you think you're going to be able to showcase that against Rogue next week? What did you think about the game they had against Misfit, and will you take them? I mean, I hope you will, but how?
Well, after this week of games and the talks we had, I definitely feel more confident. And I mean, Rogue are still a good team, right? So we're still gonna respect them, but I still believe we can take them down.
Any matchup we should be looking forward to as the audience and experts?
Yeah, I mean, probably in the mid lane, Nukeduck against Larson is going to be a fun matchup because both junglers should be there fighting 2v2s to death.
Sweet. So mid jungle duo. I mean, as always, that's one of the key matchup we had in
the classic 2v2 mid.
Yeah. The classic. Well, Xerxes, I wish you good luck on this one, and we'll talk about the game hopefully after the series. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
And back to you.
Did he
Thank
just
you
say...
very much, Lore. Go
Did
ahead,
Knosska. Mid-jungle? Yvonne, is that what you heard? Did you hear mid-jungle?
She did. Is there something wrong with mid-jungle, guys?
He's employing some psychology here in this interview, trying to spread some seed of fake news. Or maybe it's the preparation against Rogue, who knows?
Are you telling me that Nukeduck, king of tanks in the mid lane, versus Larson, the Azir king, that they're not going to tango every minute of every game? Am I wrong?
I mean, I would personally pick other matchups that I think will be a bit more explosive in the lane phase. Like, I don't know, top lane?
Definitely potential. So let's talk, before we talk about top lane, let's talk about these teams kind of holistically, because I think what you said before we got into this section, Frostgarden, was like, it's like looking in a mirror. We got mini video. OG versus OG. You said it in the hype video. So before we get into the specifics of top lane, just holistically, are we looking at two just basically bang on even teams in terms of how they want to play the game?
I actually really like how Yamato described the difference of them when we were in rehearsal. So I know you just like posed that question to me, and the soft answer is yes. But in smaller, minute specifics, I'm not going to hand it to Yamato.
All right. Well, honestly, I think their mid to late game looks very similar because they're not playing with the usage of Fog of War at the same level as Mad Lions, G2 and Fnatic. Usually the support and jungle defines the speed of the game, and I think using Fog of War to pressure kills into side and making everyone question everything at every turn is the key to a fast mid to late game. The way Origin and Rogue approach it is that they are constantly showing on waves because they're constantly playing for CS, and I think the juxtaposition, in this particular matchup, I think Origin have mastered this playstyle better, but it's going to be kind of a dance of who can control waves better and then pressure into sides. While the other teams that I mentioned, they use Fog of War, they make you question everything. Can I walk up to the CS wave? Because 3 men can be sitting in that bush waiting for my ass to just kill me.
Did you hear that, Jacob?
Yeah, the constant looming fear that you've just put on an entire set of players is there. Just 3 guys waiting in the bush. They're going to jump me. I'm walking home. I'm safe from school. They want my lunch money. Like, these guys are having flashbacks to middle school, Yamato. That's a terrifying prospect. Okay, so outside of this like stylistic difference and these struggles to maybe kind of extend leads, Frosk, you started talking about individual lane matchups, and while we heard jungle mid is going to be the focus from Xerxes, where do you have your eyes?
So I do think it's a weighted matchup towards Origin. My eyes are going to be on that top lane, however, because I think a blueprint has been set out that when you contest Rogue in the lanes, particularly in that top lane by putting Finn down, Schalke have shown this, Misfits have shown this, Origin showed this both times when Alphari got his hands on Finn solo killing him, that you can just dumpster them in lane phase, and then Rogue don't get to play their setup, controlled, domino-esque style. They just crack under the pressure, which is why I think they've been so consistent against the teams underneath them, but been unable to take down the big 3 in G2, Fnatic, and Origin.
I think also looking at the best of 5 games that both sides played, I think Origin showed a lot of strength in being able to play through top side and bottom side. And Rogue, they tried to play through bottom. They had that Draven pick, but it didn't really succeed. We had that big botched dive that gave Misfits that first victory at that best of 5. And it kind of showcased that even Rogue recognized that we need to just play through Finn because he is our star player. But as you mentioned, he is up against Alphari, and he is like the mountain. He is not the person that you snowball against. He is very, very tough to target. He's going to pick a gangplank. He's going to have a bigger champion pool because Finn is all about that Kled and Aatrox, but we know all about this. The question is, has Finn prepared something different, something unique that is going to shock Alphari? But it's very difficult to break a mountain because that's what Alphari is by definition. Look at that solo kill, man. So easy. This was pre-nerf set.
I think you guys called it, getting finned when he fell down something like 70 CS in the matchup?
Yeah, 70 CS down, that's called getting finned. Yeah.
And then he played both sides of it, and it was just rough on either side. And I agree with you, Yamato. Alphari just feels like a massive mountain to climb, but there is kind of the luxury that Origin don't necessarily have to attack through Alphari. You know that he's usually going to dominate lane phase, but that can have very different looks from just solo killing someone versus going up in CS and kind of doing his responsibility and playing cross-map with a Gangplank ultimate. Now, if Alphari does fall back to his GP, there is a bit more room for Finn to breathe in a lot of the matchups that he can take. He doesn't necessarily have to get bullied around, and I think that's kind of like what Rogue almost want. I'd expect him to try to force Alphari or kind of steer him towards taking a GP and seeing how Finn fares and just kind of skill checking to see if he can get out of the lane phase.
Something that I like that you mentioned, Drake, was earlier when you called Mr. What's his name, Larson, the Azir King. Something that Origin did in the regular split was actually ban Azir in the first 3. Nuktak, even though we like to meme about him, he has this champion ocean that he can just draw from at any point in time. And with that Azir ban, question is, what will Larson then go to? Because the Azir looks comfortable. Maybe Origin is going to challenge him in a different direction where he doesn't get to play for comfort because Azir seems to fit his playstyle perfectly.
And overall, I think, looking across this, just to summarize what you guys are saying, Rogue have to mix things up, which is so crazy to me because Misfits were the team that had to mix things up against Rogue, and Rogue now as the lower down team are going to have to show something crazy. FLICKR, we talked a lot in our cast last week about something as crazy as Finn's Alawi. I don't know if it's going to happen, but coming from the desk, it sounds like OG are the clear favorites. Let's see what happens as we get into our series for the day. OG versus Rogue. Loser goes home. Winner moves on to face G2 on Sunday.
Very much, and welcome to the Shoutcaster desk, everybody. My name is Trevor Quickshot Henry. I'm joined by Christy Ender Frierson, and we've got ourselves set for OG versus Rogue. I really liked what the analyst desk was talking about, kind of looking into a mirror, as it were. OG and mini OG, do you share that sentiment, Ender?
I mean, to a certain extent, for sure, right? You think about how both teams have had like success in their early games. The problems sometimes come in their mid game trying to close things out. But in other ways, there are very vast differences. You know, the analyst desk was talking about the top lane matchup, Alfari versus Finn, and while yes, these are two big carries, their playstyle within game is very different. I think there are some similarities as you look down the rest of the lineup as well. So for me, this is two teams that play very similar to League of Legends, but the individual pieces are very, very different.
Okay, I'm very interested to see how this draft plays out, and of course Origin are the favorites today, and it's going to be up to Rogue to pull off an upset. But reminder that Origin lost their upper bracket game while Rogue won their elimination match against Misfits. We're already into draft. Syndra and Kalista both taken off the table, both sort of both bot laners, and I guess flex picks actually as well. We've seen that Kalista top several times, and Rogue making a very big signal, Ender. No Karthus, no Gragas. Xerxes, play something you're not as effective on.
I actually think this is such a smart opening rotation here from Rogue. You know, as I was sort of prepping myself for the drafts here, Origin feel almost a bit predictable in what they go for. Xerxes plays so many of these AP junglers that, you know, because Nukeduck sometimes goes to the tank, sometimes he's going to be going towards that Ornn, and Alfari has been playing so much Renekton. And as soon as that GP gets taken away, Origin are a team that have done this many times in the past, have gone for the first pick Renekton, because Alfari is very confident in this top lane matchup, and rightfully so.
Now, I'm terrified for what this means for Finn. We actually did a lot of prep looking at Alfari versus Finn, and I want to see what he's going to play. I mean, Aatrox is still open, Claire is still open, whether you want to run those into the Renekton. I mean, Ornn is still another option as well. We'll probably expect something like a Tom Kench to join the Senna, the fasting Senna, you know, peel supports or protective supports is a preference. But I mean, yeah, Finn versus Alfari. We've already got ourselves one of the matchups that we're excited to see coming into the game.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one right here. And, I mean, Rogue are maybe even trying to swing that top lane matchup a little bit too, right? With Ascend in the bot lane, she can shoot that laser beam ultimate up towards the top side of the map and turn a 2v2, a 1v1 into an odd numbers advantage for the rest of the squad. And it looks like OG want to respond with the Aphelios Thresh. Now, I really like seeing this coming out from the bot lane duo because if you recall last week, it was the Yuumi Ezreal that Origin were super confident coming into the week on against Fnatic. It did not work out at all. But then, for games 3 and 4, they changed it to the Aphelios Thresh in the bot lane. They looked very good on it. They were picking up 2v2 kills against Hylissang and Reckless down there, and I am just so much more of a fan when Destiny can be on one of these playmaking supports like the Thresh. I think he looks so much better on them.
I completely agree with that, and I want to see what impact that's going to have against Vanda, obviously on the Tom Kench, slightly different matchup, but I think it was Dracos called Larson the Azir King over on the analyst desk. 4 games played this split, 3 wins, 1 loss, and a very meager 11.6 KDA on that champion. Very comfortable, very effective, and one of his strongest looking champions, so I want to see what that's going to do against Nukeduck. Ideally, I would like to see Nukeduck playing something a little bit aggressive into the pick. Nukeduck has been on tank duty, and frankly, I don't like it. I don't like the look. I've always liked Nukeduck on more aggressive champions. I'm hoping to see that come back, but I also understand you do have to play those team champions, and in the past, when Xerxes had the AP damage junglers, well, you need that tank somewhere, and Nukeduck's drawn that short straw.
Right, it's an interesting conversation, right? Because, you know, Nukeduck has looked good at times on these tank mid laners. You know, Ornn was his most played throughout the regular season, but then it gets really exposed against mid laners that love to roam. I would say going into this series, it can change heavily whether or not I'm a fan of a tank in the mid lane, depending on what Larson is locking in. Because we've seen Larson on the Azir, very lane dominant, looking to build up a massive CS lead. This guy is no slouch in the 1v1, but we've also seen the Kiana pick that gets all around the map. So if there was a game where I would support Nukeduck going for that type of a style, it would be this one. And maybe he does go that way because with Corki and LeBlanc gone, those are 2 really solid answers into the Azir.
I mean, is Zoe still available if they wanted to go there? I don't know if you really want that with the...
I don't think Nukeduck's going to pick the Zoe anytime soon.
Okay, well, I just wanted to throw it out there. We saw the Kled band away, so one of Finn's comfort picks, one of his signatures locked in. I'm going to hold my breath for a moment because I really hope we see the Cassidy. We actually just talked about this in a practice not too long ago, and it's locked in. Cassidy versus Azir, and...
Okay, so Nukeduck may have just won the game, right? I'm a huge Cassidy fan right now on the current patch. I think this champion is so insanely strong. If you reach level 16, the game is won. I'm just gonna put it out there here for Origin fans out there. They're blessing up right now. They're like, yes, we got it. Rogue, Origin, we expect it to go slow. We expect it to go late. Cassidy is such a good pick here. With the Trundle 2 to cut down the Ornn, it's gonna be really solid. But to dive deeper into this Cassidy, you look at the side of Rogue, like, how do Rogue force anything onto you? There's no hard instant CC. Ornn's delayed. Tahm Kench is delayed. Cassidy can have a field day with you, and this game is going full scaling. This game is going full scaling, man.
Okay, so tell me what you make of the Kindred now. Obviously, with Gragas gone, Karthus gone, Olaf gone, a number of champion bans. Trundle was picked up, which I think I like, into the TK and the Ornn. But now Kindred as a reply, I've not been super impressed by the Kindreds that I've seen thus far.
No, but I will say that I think this is the type of game to pull it out. So game ones in best of fives typically have more off-the-wall picks. You see the Cassidy, you see the Kindred. Kindred, similar idea here. You have a really solid matchup up against the Trundle. You have the range advantage, you have the red buff to apply auto attacks, and Inspired has basically said his goal isn't to try and take over the early game and go for these ganks or anything, but it is to look to scale and to have that ultimate to protect his backliner when they're getting dove on by a Cassidy and or an Ekton in the late game. I think this is a really clever, really interesting combination when you have 3 scaling backline champions and an Ornn with his Ornn upgrades as well.
Oh, this is going to be very fun in the late game team fights, and honestly, exactly what every single analyst, observer, League of Legends fan, and LEC viewer was anticipating. And Ender, just to summarize it, scaling, maybe a little bit more scaling. What do you think?
Look, I'm just going to say this is the type of game where we are going to have a lot of time on our hands. Quick shot. This is going to be a long one. This is going to be a good one.
Origin versus Rogue, game 1, coming right up. And welcome to Summoner's Rift and the first best of 5 in the second round of the LEC playoffs. It is Origin taking on Rogue, and it's Rogue that have already given themselves a little bit of shenanigans afoot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-man stack pushing into OG's jungle. Is this just for Vision, Ender? What do you make of it?
Yeah, no, this is definitely looking for either Vision or, obviously, best case scenario, you burn a flash here. You can see Inspired even started with a sweeper himself to try and clear away any sort of level 1 ward in that bottom side of the jungle. And there's just wards all over the place. So what you're trying to do on Kindred, especially in the early game in a matchup where you can get a little bit more, pressure, especially when your mid laner is going to be able to shove in pretty reliably, is you're going to look to play for those early crabs to get your stacks. Now, with that, sweep away here, Inspired can go for the late invade towards this red buff, and I actually really like Xerxes' response on the top side of the map to go for an invade play himself, because otherwise, if Xerxes loses red buff, it's probably just going to be a double scuttle crab clear for Inspired. He'd get about a half level lead off that initial clear, so instead we'll be pretty even overall, but keep your eyes on which side of the map that mark does spawn, because that'll be pretty telling for Xerxes.
Okay, I'll keep my eyes on how many marks Inspired can actually build up for himself. This is Inspired's first Kindred of the split, and we've seen it a couple times played. I think I recall Misfits running it a moment or two, and I want to see how it's going to impact. Of course, Xerxes with a fairly early appearance here on the mid lane. Wow. A little bit of a smash and grab. The pillar comes down. Flash is available for Loston, but it's level 1 on Cassidy as well, so I think that was more of a pressure play than anything else.
That was not typical Xerxes right there. Xerxes is the type of a jungler that wants to stay like in Fog of War for as long as possible and sort of confuse his opponents. That's the type of gank I would expect an Inspired to go for. He's the guy that gets a little bit more creative with his early pass to go for level 2 type ganks here, but instead Xerxes skills Pillar for a pretty pointless gank in the mid lane. You know, maybe it helps Nukta get some minions underneath that tower, but will end up slowing down Xerxes' clear speed just a little bit. As you can see, Inspired should be ticking over to level 3 right as he finishes the wolf camp right there, and gives himself a nice little advantage inside of the jungle. So to see Xerxes go for that, now I'm maybe a little bit worried because, as I said, Larson should have Prio coming through middle lane, so he should just be camping inside a river after this bot side gank to see when he can get that mark. But I do like this move from him as well. They can make it.
Whoa! We're gonna find out. That's a lot of aggression. The Lantern was good, and that's gonna be a flash for safety as well. But Hans Sama and Vanda, they've shown to be a devastating duo. With the help of Inspired, they get 3 summoners down bots.
But this is actually so huge for Rogue's bot lane there, and it all comes back off of that level 2 gank from Xerxes. Again, you know, Inspired had split the map right down the middle, so he had full control over bot side. He then knows that Xerxes is going back towards his top side jungle, so with the lane sort of corralling its way in towards Rogue's tower, they set up that freeze and have now gotten all the summoner spells. That's going to open up, well, I would say a CS advantage down bot side, but it's the fasting Senna, so we'll just deny a little bit away from Upset here, who should be able to pick up a big wave as it crashes in towards tower. But as you can see, Inspired also going in, taking away the enemy Raptor camp as well, and should be here to respond if Xerxes were to even try for a play himself.
I mean, it's a 300 gold advantage already, just from some CS advantages in multiple lanes. I want to see whether or not Upset and Destiny can be taken care of again without those summoner spells, with the flashes being down. Hans Sama, Vanda, Inspired, they can definitely set up more plays, especially once Inspired's able to get to level 6, manage to use that Lamb's Respite, you know, work with that tool. But we haven't taken a look at the top lane at all. This Renekton from Alfari, plus 12 CS, Finn's got a wave to play with at the moment, but this is what you'd expect in the Renekton versus Ornn matchup.
Yeah, Alfari, you know, went for the first pick Renekton, and some teams would be like, hey, how can we counter this out? Rogue are like, okay, Finn, get on some engage. You're going to provide a whole lot for our team. And I think that's actually kind of the right approach in a game like this, where you know it's going to be scaling a little bit later, is you don't need to play for lane. And that's where this matchup becomes really interesting to me, right? Because you look at it. Now, Fari's the type of the player that he's going to win every lane by 10 plus CS. He's doing it right now up against Finn. That's expected. That's the norm for Alfari, whereas Finn, even though, you know, he is one of the stars on this Rogue roster, has never been about dominating lane. It's about how he can transition his advantages towards the rest of the map. So right now, Rogue are sinking so much into this bottom lane, and they have a TP from Finn as well. That TP advantage could mean he gets bot lane soon.
Yeah, let's take a look, see what happens. Whether or not Finn can come down. Xerxes going to be
They have a good ward
lane.
to TP to, actually, underneath Upset right now.
Oh, Inspired is going to be the first one to spot out Xerxes. This is a 3-on-3. Remember, no flashes. Death Sentence will find a target. It's onto Hans Sama. The Devour buys enough time. Here comes Finn. He's jumped in with the teleport. Now Xerxes running for his life. Hans Sama pushes forward. A 2-man knockup. That was so well played from Rogue. Finn has not got the damage just yet. Destiny will finally go down. First blood to Rogue and Hans Sama.
Really nice play there from Rogue. You can see Finn the whole time was trying to get his recall off to come in the TP. He said, screw it, I'm coming down here anyways. Origin thought they had the advantage. Destiny did land a sweet hook, but it's the TP mismatch that is going to decide those types of plays, and it's Finn who gets down in the bottom lane and gets Hans Sama ahead again for yet another time this season.
Oh, so nicely done. The kill going to Hans Sama. Not done yet. Finn,
oh, no.
God. Remember, no flash for Upset. Diving under the tower. The second kill of the game. The Dragon and a plate to boot. Rogue in the lead.
Can I just say our timing could not have been better? It's like Finn, he doesn't play for lane. He wants to get down bot side, and he gets 2 kills right there in 2 ganks. You see this play one more time. With Xerxes down here, OG, they're calling for the play, but remember, neither Destiny nor Upset have the flash to the exhaust. Keeps Upset close by. Finn goes, lands a flash, double knockup onto the jungler and support. They're able to burst down Destiny. Then, with Xerxes this low, well, he's going to recall. He's going to leave the tower. Finn ticks over to level 6 and has that ultimate to make the dive happen. And after a play like that, Rogue very smartly were able to pick up the Ocean Drake. I think Inspired was taking that while the dive was happening, and have now rotated topside. So we're just a minute away from the Rift Herald spawning. This is just picture-perfect League of Legends for the first 7 minutes so far.
And it is also exactly what we were expecting. And when we were prepping for this matchup, we were talking about how Finn, as you explained before, he's not somebody that tends to do particularly great in lane. When he's played Alfari, the split, Alfari stats, forward percent 56, plus 35 CSD was Alfari versus Finn the last 2 times they met, and a plus 2k gold lead. But the difference is, while Alfari can dumpster Finn in lane, Finn looks for those recall plays, those TP plays. He gets Hans Summer ahead, plays for the bottom lane. He's done it by running down, he's done it by TPing, and then by unlocking Hans Summer. That's how Rogue can push their leads elsewhere on the map, just as we've seen. So this is a great start by Rogue, and having a 2-0 fasting center and access to the Herald, this is just exactly what Rogue were hoping for.
Yeah, it is going so well for them right now, and just to keep talking about Finn a little bit too, it's weird because I feel like top laners, you usually only get credit when you're the player that like smashes your opponent, right? And in the past, our great top laners have been that type of style. But this split we've seen Bwipo doing super well, not just playing aggro in lane, but also transitioning to the rest of the map. And that's almost the style of player that I would compare a Finn to. Is that type of guy that isn't playing for his lane. He'll sack minion waves. He just TP'd bot lane while there was a wave and a half underneath his tower. He said, forget it. I don't need the minions. I'm here to make sure my carries get ahead. And I think that type of attitude is super necessary to have in your wheelhouse as a top laner.
And it really helps when you do have a duo lane that have been performing. Hans Summer and Vander have looked pretty good all split long, and they've had definitely some standout moments. Being able to put down Upset and Destiny is a path to victory here for Rogue. So they've got a 1700 gold lead. They've got themselves that Ocean Drake, the 2-kill advantage that we've already alluded to. And even the CS numbers, Finn has been able to balance that out. He's just one wave behind Alfari. Now, the one thing that hasn't been mitigated yet, and I think it's fair and expected, 80 CS on Nukeduck's Kassadin to the 96 of Larson. I think everyone would have anticipated that. I might even argue Nukeduck might be happy with just being two waves down at this point. He's about to hit level 9, getting closer to level 11, and this is just what Kassadin wants to do. He wants to scale up. They get a flash from Inspired. I was so much in story mode, I didn't even realize Inspired was in trouble. But he escapes, and I think, by the way, Inspired has still only got that single stack. Yeah, he's only got 1 mark of the Kindred so far.
Yeah, look, Trevor, you're getting surprised by action. I think OG versus Rogue are getting surprised by action. They were expecting to show up at 30 minutes in this game. They weren't quite seeing the plays down bot side happening. But no, I think you're talking about Nukeduck just a little bit there, and he's totally comfortable on this type of CS deficit. You can see the Rod of Ages has come through, and even with Rogue getting an early lead, that doesn't nullify the fact that at level 16, like, Nukeduck should be pretty unstoppable. We've already said, like, the reliable CC is just not there to be able to lock him down, and there's also no one on Rogue that can reliably match him in a side lane too, because for a while in this game, through 2 items, I think Larson should be able to clear waves in the side lane, no problem, up against the Kassadin, but there will come a point where Larson is going to just have to press R to get the Kassadin off him, and then Kassadin will chase him down the lane if he's not playing super safely. So that sort of side lane win condition for Origin is something that I am going to be looking at very closely here for the team, because it's something that Origin really haven't incorporated into the style. Origin have always been a team that is looking for the 5v5s, is looking for the team fights, and even when they have had the ability to try and really blitz down side lane turrets, go for inhibitors, etc., it's come down to the 5v5s for them. So if they're able to pull this off with the Kassadin, I think it actually spells very good signs for them moving forward. I actually remember that Alfari playing like Camille on side lane and having the ability to push waves, but instead just peeling back, looking for the fights, forcing objectives. Yeah. I've just had these flashbacks from weeks and weeks ago. It feels like a lifetime ago right now, Ender, with everything going on. But yeah, I mean, like you said, 1,000 gold at 11 minutes, definitely nothing to be super terrified by. Finn was roaming his way up towards mid while the Rift Herald will finally go down. Inspired will be able to secure this one, and Upset will get some vision thanks to that turret. Looking at the mini-map, Larson is making his way up top. I don't know if they're fancying themselves a dive, but nevertheless, pushing that vision forward. And now we get to see where is Shelly going to get used. Turret plating still 2 minutes to go, so if they use that quickly enough, they can push that gold lead just slightly further ahead. Yep, that's what what is going to be the play for them. They can also set that up to help secure the dragon, because as you're saying, Finn was rotating up towards the, into the river, towards mid lane, in case a fight broke out. What it also meant was there was vision on the Infernal Drake, so Xerxes wasn't easily able to, you know, sneak that one away. Had he started that up, all of a sudden there's an Abyssal Voyage bringing Han Sama over to the equation as well there too. So Xerxes intelligently decides, nope, we're not going to start up that objective, but what it does mean is that there is no response to this play from Rogue yet again. Rogue have all control over this game. They've dominated the topside vision, which allows Han Sama and Vander to play very, very aggressively, and all Finn has to do is play safe down here and not die to a potential Xerxes gank as he is in the area.
I mean, if I do the very basic math, 120 CS combined for Upset and Destiny, 99 for Han Sama and Vander. If I can ask the observers to toggle over to the gold and we can do some quick math to work out the equivalent values there. Looking like further ahead, 2,600 gold on the side of Upset and Destiny. About 600 gold ahead for Han Sama and Vander. Obviously 2 kills to their name is definitely going to play to their advantage. But this is again what you want to see if you were Rogue. Get Fasting Senna into a strong position, get the item advantage. They're going to continue pushing this top wave, and with the Infernal Drake looking like it's about to be pushed, Rogue making some waves down. That might be another objective for Rogue to just pick ahead.
Abyssal Voyage too mid lane. They're just going to look for the tower here.
Yeah, going to push the tower. Rift Herald, 30 seconds left on that plate. Should be able to get an instant charge. Finn can come in from behind with that Call of the Forge God. Is not even going to be needed. Origin are going to concede the tower. So that's tower first blood picked up. First dragon conceded. First blood conceded. And let's see whether Rogue are bold enough to push further. 2,000 gold lead. At what point do you believe Rogue's lead is going to be big enough to overcome the level 16 win condition of a nuked like Kassadin?
Well, the thing is, I don't think you can really point to any sort of numbers here for Rogue, because what it's going to come down to is you always have like that timer against you, but assuming Rogue can like force a 5v5 on like very superior itemization, which is going to be likely because you have an Ornn in your game as well as 2 marksmen and like a super high, you know, DPS mid laner in this Azir too, like their team fight is always going to be super, super insane, and all they have to do is try and manage Kassadin as best they can in order to come out on top. I just think they're playing such good League of Legends right now that the game should be pretty easy moving forward from here for Rogue. You know, we're talking about items, and Han Sama got an Umbral Glaive at 11 minutes. Like, you get full vision control over the river, over the enemy jungle, anything like this. So because of these different things, Rogue have been able to go deep into the enemy jungle and put down vision. Then they use the Abyssal Voyage to just get this huge window where they can push mid lane tower. It just really is solid stuff for them.
That Catfish has got a Sunfire cape. Finn is sitting on a Sunfire cape. Nash's Tooth already completed, compared to 4 stacks on Aroa and some thrift shopping between Alfari and Upset. So if a fight breaks out now, I feel like Rogue have got a significant item advantage. That's before you add in the 2 Drakes. Another tower's going to fall. I love this early game here. Rogue showing they've got some clean decision making. They've made the dives work, or the teleport rather, from Finn into the dive, and it will be at the cost
Look
of
at top lane though. This is getting really sketchy. Han Sama and Vander back away at the right time and play sword. Okay, that could have been bad there. Had Xerxes been able to find the window. It was Nuke Duck actually sitting in the top lane brush, waiting to try and find a pick there. Had Han Sama and Vander overextended, but these have been sort of all the interactions from OG where Xerxes is close by and looking for a gank, and it doesn't quite pan out. Whereas every single time Rogue have attacked, it's been very decisive and gone wildly in their favor. So just a few different things going slightly different for Origin. All of a sudden this game would be right back even, but for the time being, Rogue still in full control.
Well, we have some time, so I want to ask you, our expectations for Xerxes versus Inspired coming into this, the belief and the feeling that when Xerxes comes up against junglers who are expected to be weaker than him, or he is a better player than, he tends to really, really make those players look worse than they are. And this time around, that very early invade from Rogue and sort of the splitting of the map, plus then that strange level 2 gank from Xerxes, uncharacteristic, unexpected, and it's put Xerxes in this position that he's 0-0-0 on Trundle. He still has a lot of value, don't get me wrong. That Subjugate plus the Pillar in these team fights is going to do a lot of work, but it's not what we were anticipating, and Inspired kind of showing up in the first game.
Right. This was a matchup where I was thinking like, hey, Inspired, sometimes he goes for these sort of like off-meta pass. And what I mean by that is he will go for the level 2 gank. You know, the analyst desk was talking about the game 1 match against Misfits where he took red buff on Talia and dove bot lane. That ended up going horribly wrong, but it has gone nicely for them in the past. You know, when he was on his Olaf and making all those invade plays last year, he really did make a name for himself. Just holding that thought because it looked like Nukeduck was trying to go in, but I don't know what he was trying to do there because Rogue are able to pick up yet another tower up in the top side of the map.
We both know that was too risky of a play. And Origin, they play the safe calls, right?
No.
He's not level 16 yet. It's not the time to be emboldened. So we'll go back to the Inspired and Xerxes discussion.
Like, I just want to put Nukeduck in the side lane. Farm up, do your business. No, but Xerxes has been the type of guy where whenever I watch him, I feel like you learn something new about the jungle because he's the type of a player where it's very clear he can see like all the options his opponent has in their path. So he doesn't necessarily know which path you're going for, but he always knows that you have like 3 or 4 different things you can be doing, and the second you reveal yourself or he can pinpoint your location on the map, that is when he punishes you. That's when he's able to find a counter gank. If you actually fall back to the last time these two teams played, Inspired went for a level 2 red buff invade. Timing was slightly off, so Xerxes ended up forcing him away from there, and then counter ganked him in the top lane and got this really sweet kill flashing over the wall on the Gragas. And it's these types of moves that make me, whenever I come into a matchup like this, go, hey, Xerxes, he has the advantage. But then Xerxes was actually the guy that went for the crazy level 2 thing this game. Inspired is playing a good early game on a scaling jungler and making things happen, so this is a different look from him, and it's one that I think is very, very good for Rogue in the postseason.
Taking a look, I think Inspired currently only has 1 mark to his name, and I love the fact that Rogue are sort of beating Origin at their own game to a degree, right? Playing smart leak, they've got 2 dragons already, there's 45 seconds till the next one. If you look at the minimap, OG have got a numbers advantage at the time being, and there's no tower in the bottom lane for Rogue to fall back to, so I imagine there might be some sort of contest. But Nash's Tooth picked up Kindle Gem for Vanda, plus the Null Magic, so you have to imagine that's going to become a Spirit Visage in the not-too-distant future. Abyssal Mask for Finn. Almost Black Cleaver for Inspired, so they're scaling. They've got a very good itemization lead. Rift Herald was picked up as well, so we can even see that being used to push down another tower.
See, Trevor, I actually don't see a way for OG to really contest this objective. Like, Alfari is really strong right now, like, don't get me wrong, but the backline peel with a Nazir ult, a Kindred ult, Tom Kench too, like, I don't think that Origin can even come near Rogue in terms of their itemization, and that's really, really unfortunate for them because they give up yet another Drake, and because Inspired is able to take that first Ocean so early into the game, we're going to be looking at a 25-minute Cloud Soul for Rogue. This is going to be the second mark of the game for Inspired as they're able to invade that one away. And the other thing, too, is that all the objective spawns have been desynced. You saw the Rift Herald spawned a minute before the Cloud Drake bot side.
Yeah.
So they get both of them, and Origin are walking around the map wondering, how do we actually farm anything? How do we do anything? Now Xerxes never gets to farm his jungle again because Alfari is going to be taking the wolves. They should give those wolves to him, I think, at least. Xerxes should just be an ult bot at this point, but bot side Nukeduck is taking the Krugs too, so they are trying to funnel him in towards level 16, but I don't think it is going to come soon enough for the squad.
Okay, so 3 levels away. That is the time. If you were an Origin fan and you voted #OGWin, which I believe 67% of the Twitter voters did vote for, that is your win condition you're looking for. Ender, I want you to look into your crystal ball. I want you to go 4.5 minutes into the future, okay? The Cloud Soul is on the Rift. Rogue maintained the advantage they have, as has been the trend for the last 20 minutes of gameplay. Do Origin win that team fight? Do they have enough tools to get through what you just described? The Azir, the TK, the Kindred ult, Ornn. Or will Rogue just simply pick up the Ocean Soul and look to set themselves up for a Game 1 victory? Because that's the world that I'm currently projecting.
Yeah. In 4.5 minutes, Inspired is going to have the Obsidian Cleaver upgraded because Finn should be probably level 15 at that point. Hansama too should be able to upgrade, you know, a Yomu boost if he goes for that second. The only thing is Larson won't be able to have an item upgraded. That's a little bit unfortunate on the Azir, but they're going to be very strong as, look at this, it's Nukeduck being pincered off here. He has all the ult stacks in the world, so he's going to be jumping away here quickly on the Kassadin, but Yeah, I don't think you
They
chase
chased
him down the
time.
whole...
I was gonna say, that's awful. Like, there's not... Benny Hill is not long enough. That song will finish before you've caught that Cassidy.
Well, he actually didn't start even channeling his recall.
Oh my word, they may have actually caught him. I am so sorry, NukeDuck. I just cursed you.
They have no
This is an
CC. They have no
official caster
CC.
curse.
There's no way they get him.
Riftwalk, Riftwalk. Okay. Right.
He lost his whole mana bar. So this is actually, I think, too much from Rogue here. They saw him in side lane. They're like, hey, NukeDuck in side lane, we can pick. But what they failed to realize is that it's Kassadin in a side lane. So while yes, they get his full mana bar, and that's kind of funny. Alphari pushes the bot wave all the way into the tower. They're able to deny some away from Finn here. So that's a small bit of breathing room from Origin, which will be quickly taken away here as the Rift Herald's going to be spawned in the mid lane one more time. That should be the mid lane tier 2 tower at the very least. With all of Rogue trying to run over and respond, we may see a fight here, Quickshot.
Alphari's looking to come in from behind. Shelly will get the charge down. NukeDuck is about a third of his mana bar. Won't be able to chase. Actually, him burning through mana may have been what prevented that call. I don't know if NukeDuck could have played the extended engage. So Rogue, 5 towers to 2, 3 dragons to 0, 2 kills to 0. And I am starting to get nervous for OG here in this game. 1.5 minutes to dragon. And if I recall correctly, don't let me put words in your mouth, but I believe you were saying Rogue should win the dragon fight and get the soul.
Yes, I am very much in the camp that Rogue are going to be winning this fight. Like, yes, the Aphelios, but with all summoner spells available for the back line of Rogue, that gives them such an advantage here, because when you think about what OG need to do as a fight, it's not about playing a slow front-to-back team fight where Aphelios is carrying. No, it's about, like, how does NukeDuck find Larson out or find Inspired? How does he get them to flash away from the fight so that Rogue drop tons of DPS in that extended trade?
Right.
Well, I don't feel that NukeDuck is yet in the position to be able to do so, and when flashes are up for those backline carries, it becomes so much harder for him to actually have kill threat.
Absolutely the case. Call of the Forge God comes down 1 minute until Dragon. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching at home, Hans Summer is only around 76-ish, 75-ish souls. Inspired at 24 minutes on a quasi-infinite scaling Kindred. Has a grand total of 1 mark. That's right, 1 mark, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait, he only has 1? I thought he got a second one off the Raptor camp.
Okay, number 2. I take it back.
Okay,
I take it back.
He's halfway there, man. He's halfway there.
2 minutes have passed since my last update. That's my bad. He's on 2, ladies and gentlemen. It's double as effective as I just pitched it. But, Ender, set this fight up for me. OG very clearly do not want to give it up uncontested. But holy moly.
Does Larson actually have Rabadon? If he recalls on Rabadons, I don't think he has enough money. I would be amazed if he actually did, but it would be GG. Okay, he doesn't. OG are not completely blown out of the water, but Rogue's still very much in control. Look at how Alphari is positioning in his bot lane bush. OG want to contest this. It doesn't seem to me like it's going to be just a straight 50-50 here with their positioning, but now they're actually pulling it back. Rogue, what are they going to do without the Ornn ult?
Oh, this is going to be a little bit more difficult. Alphari hasn't pulled the trigger yet. NukeDuck's not there. He needs to teleport in. That's going to be crucial. The Dragon's going down. The Dragon's done. OG, you are at the door, but you need to go through it. You can't arrive late to a party and dance on the steps. You can't just listen to the music in the lawn of the house party owner. OG, watch the soul go down and wave and go like, my bad.
NukeDuck's the type of guy that's out on the front porch right now with the boombox up over his head. He's like, let me in. I want to be level 16. I want to be in the party right now. But Rogue don't want to give them the chance.
Not
NukeDuck,
at all.
He just needs 1 more number. He needs that 5 to be a 6, and then maybe he can do something. But even then, you know, the scaling items still aren't all the way there. So he is going nuts just waiting inside the jungle looking for a pick.
And Ender, we have to give kudos here to Rogue, right? The composition they put together is exceptionally difficult to play into. Even if NukeDuck and Upset had found targets, Lamb's Respite, Emperor's Divide, Devour, Senna Shielding and Ultimates, like there are a lot of tools that you can use to win that fight, and we know Origin are somewhat risk averse. They play the 75% certainty fights, the 80% certainties. So when you're playing into a team comp that has so many like tools to deal with, it's no wonder that there's hesitation.
Well, the thing is, like, I don't blame them for playing like this because they just frankly need time. Early game didn't go exactly well, but even then, like, gold is close. It's just the literal champions in this game. It's so hard for them to do anything here. With Vander coming around, they're going to slow down Xerxes.
All right, Sunglash does find its target. Xerxes is going to get chunked out, 50% HP. Finds a lantern to safety. This should open Baron.
Just go do Baron.
This should open Baron. Ornn has his ultimate available. Azir, ultimate available. Kindred, ultimate available. But that can be a double-edged sword inside the Baron pit.
Yeah, they're just going to look for the turn right here as OG funnel themselves into this corridor here. Can Rogue turn? They're just going to get the Baron for free. There's not even a fight.
Again, absolutely nothing happens. Finn's looking for the engage, though. Call of the Forge God comes down. That's a double knock-up onto Destiny and Xerxes. And Destiny, his life is forfeit as Rogue get Baron. They've got the Soul. The Abyssal Voyage chases onto Upset. His flash is now gone. And that Tahm Kench, he's a speedy boy.
He's a carry. He's going to solo kill him.
He absolutely is. Gets the Devour. Here comes Hans Summer. Thank you. Vander deserved that kill. Hashtag Vander is the best Tahm Kench. Not done yet, though, as Lamb continues to chase it down, as well as Wolf is looking for the bite. Xerxes will be in trouble. Just a moment's time. 1 or 2 more hits. Inspired gets them, gets back, and Rogue is absolute control.
Rogue are playing the easiest game of their lives right now. They're literally taking everything, and Origin can't even get there in time. They're on the mid lane tower. OG walking around, literally nothing they can do. Rogue came in with this draft. They've won from minute 1 onwards here, and are now going to walk into the base a second time once they come back here with the Baron, because the base has been broken, Trevor, and quite frankly, Origin have been too.
Yeah, remember, Origin got destroyed by Fnatic in the upper bracket to be in this position. But again, the Baron just completely taken without any contest whatsoever. Admittedly, Xerxes was late to the party, and Nuktak wasn't really close enough to rip walk in.
Well, it's a good call, too. Remember, that was all led by Vander, who found the flank on Xerxes initially. He's the one that slowed him down, forced him to 20% HP, then the Lantern had to come in, obviously, to drag him away. So that's why Xerxes wasn't there. But once Xerxes was zoned like that, he can't come back into the pit. With Kindred, Azir, like, those champions shred through Baron Nashor so insanely quickly that there was never going to be a chance of a steal right here. So Rogue were able to clean up the last few kills of that fight. And on the top side of the map, Nukeduck was just farming. He's level 16 now, but it is too far too late. He cannot go into a side lane against Baron. Rogue are going to be able to push.
They absolutely can. First pick in this game was Renekton, right? First pick over 35 minutes ago. 0-0-0 for Alphari's Renekton. Finn, who managed to get his hands on Ornn in the second rotation, he set up a teleport double kill in the bottom lane that got Hans Summer 2-0. And of the team's 5 kills, Ornn has been involved in 4. Hans Summer Senna in 5. Vander, 100% kill participation. Finn's and Rogue's strategy from the drop, from the get-go, was to unlock bot lane and play through it, and they have excelled. They've got themselves 7 towers to 2. We're nearly 30 minutes into the game. Inspired, I'm not inspired by your mark, picked up 2. At this point, Hans Summer sent 115 souls. And Rogue, they're looking to take down another tower. Look at the top lane. Even their waves are set up correctly.
Yeah, there's a massive wave top lane. Super minions should be coming in soon towards mid. It's a little bit desynced, so Nukeduck will have time to clear this one away before returning towards bot. But it seems like, hey, Rogue going to take things a little bit slower. It's 30 minutes into the game, but in 55 seconds, we're going to have an Elder Drake. And let's be honest, Rogue have all the tools they need to be able to secure that one for themselves. You know, we were talking about that first pick Renekton a little bit, and I feel a little bad for not giving it the time of day in the draft because, hey, Alphari locks the Renekton, that's great and all. But look at what Rogue have done to it. Like, how is Renekton supposed to play in these team fights? Like, Renekton in the late game is supposed to flash on your backliner and try to one-shot them. You can't do that against Tahm Kench, Senna, Kindred, Ultimate. Like, all these things are stopping it. The range is making it so miserable for him to ever enter a fight, so he's been relegated to farming. And now Origin are going to have to come up with a miracle even to stall out this game because Rogue have everything in their corner and now just need that one final buff to be able to slam the door in Origin's face.
But, and it's a big but. Nukeduck is level 17. Lichbane completed. Fully stacked Roa. Seraph's unlocked. I mean, if Elder goes down, okay, fine, right, Rogue win. I concede that point. But maybe Nukeduck can find some sort of tool. Elder's going to be the bait, but Xerxes is going to be needing the Lantern to get to safety. Death Sentence will catch Finn, but he's unstoppable thanks to the Bellows Breath. Nukeduck with good damage, but he gets chunked down by the Sand Soldiers. Alphari's in the backline. He goes golden. Lamb's Respite is buying something. OG, they get obliterated! Oh, the railgun from Hans Sama picks it up. There is a reply. Remember, Lamb's Respite was used 1-for-1. That's a catch onto Hans Sama. OG with the first kill of the game at 31 minutes. That's a 2v3. That's another. Nuke Duck's back in it. I called it. There was a problem to deal with, but here comes Larson. The Emperor's Divide goes way the wrong way. He was trying to find a target, didn't manage to do it. Now that Finn has arrived, Larson and Vander looking to do a little bit more, and they can't find the DPS yet. Nuke Duck needs to find a Riftwalk onto a Squishy. Finn is not the Squishy that he is looking for, but crucially, the Elder Drake is stopped, and OG show signs of life.
Oh no, is it actually happening, Trevor? The castle win right there, looking pretty nuts. Even down 2k gold against Ornn items, still jumping in and getting the absolute one-shots right there. Watch the fight again, because it's a little discoordinated from Rogue, and that pillar is really miserable. It slows them all down in this portal, where Finn is now zoned away from the rest of this team. Nuke Duck on the side gets down a lot of damage before running away, and then Alfari coming into the backline gets the exhaust and the Kindred R. Kindred R comes in way too early, so while yes, Upset does get nuked on the side of the fight, when Inspired goes forward like this, he gets instantly popped, instantly destroyed, and then the CC comes through. Nuke Duck, level 17, Lich Bane completed now, 3 items, is a monster, and when there's not the CC, when there's not the Kindred ult or, you know, the Emperor's Divide to be able to lock him down, he is going to reign supreme. You can see right there the R even misses, and I think could have gone a little bit deeper. But he knows he's scaling. He is such a beast at this point in the game that you wait it out and you fight now.
Okay, they have to fight again. You cannot concede Elder with a 4-stack Dragon. That is Nuke Duck playing on the flanks, using the Riftwalk. He's got a full mana bar to play with. Elder's going low. Alfari, no flash available to him. And then don't be surprised by Castle Win at level 17. You called it in draft, man. You said if Nuke Duck gets to 16, it can happen. It's still a 4,000 gold lead for Rogue. Yes, they've got themselves the soul, but Rogue are not able to pick up the Elder yet. The siege continues. OG, they're playing on flanks. Look, bottom lane being shoved by Upset, mid lane being shoved by Nuke Duck, and the Elder's been started now by Rogue.
This is such an uncomfortable position to fight in. Rogue needs to be able to commit towards one way with the Ornn ultimate. This may be the opening for them.
It will indeed. That call, the Forge Guard went way the wrong direction. That was not what you were hoping for if you're a Rogue fan. Destiny flashes forward. He manages to catch Finn again. Not the priority target. Devour buys some time as that Pillar of Ice slows down Rogue. Inspired, going to use the Dance of Arrows over the wall. Death Sentence goes wide, and the tension continues to mount. OG can lose the game if they lose the Elder.
Yeah, it would just be instantly over, right? But on the flip side, if they get the Elder, that opens up the Baron, that opens up so much more for them in this game. Now, Rogue are going to stick around here, and keep in mind, Nuke Duck is not in the side lane, abusing the teleport, pushing down for towers. He wants to be here for the 5v5. Finn does not have R ready. It might be time for OG to go in.
It might indeed, but the rest of Rogue do. No assault, no Threshold. It's taken by Inspired. Elder Dragon picked up by Rogue. Double kill onto Xerxes and Nuke Duck, and the Abyssal Voyage is delivering Vander as well as Finn to the front lines. The Railgun looking for an insta-gift. Compliments of Hans Sama. Vander helps set up more. 100% kill participation from the duo lane of Rogue. The game started with them getting kills. The game will end with them killing OG.
There was one slight hiccup at the Elder Dragon, but right there they are able to execute very, very well. For 34 minutes, the cleanest game I've seen Rogue play all split. They're going to march it down for victory in Game 1.
Consistent performance from the team. Rogue open up the series, taking down OG in Game 1. And honestly, that was just impressive. From draft to Nexus, there was an answer for everything that OG was putting forward, and Rogue just come out the gate swinging.
Look, Rogue just schooled Origin right there. You're talking about the draft. I think Rogue came in with a very solid plan, but then even individuals across the board, like where are these big advantages supposed to be for Origin? Like Alfari, you know, best top laner of the split up in the top side. He's supposed to be smashing Finn in top lane. Well, he won lane, but Finn TP's bot lane and gets 2 kills. Inspired, making the pathing work better than Xerxes in the early game as well, too. So I think it was not just a team game, a planning victory for Rogue. It was also on the individual level, and that needs to see some big changes for Origin going into Game 2.
And analysts, I thought it was OG versus mini OG. The younger brother came out to take down the older one after the break. The analysts will tell you exactly how Rogue did that. Don't forget that tomorrow, Battle for the Ages, as the rookies of Mad Lions will look to shock the esports world, looking for another upset against Fnatic. Look at the color from Humanoid. He's got one. He's got two. G2 are losing. G2 are losing. Where were you? The rookies of Europe have taken down the world finalists. Mad Lions have defeated G2.
G2 and Fnatic have been dominating Europe for like the past 3 or 4 years, but I think it's my time to end their legacy.
Already almost down, he gets caught out, and now upsets the next one, they're just dead. Origin can't do anything about this, they just get swept off the map.
Their top laner tends to play weak side a lot, which is something I profit from a lot. I'm not too worried about playing a team like Mad Lions.
child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the ones that work while they all play. Here we are, don't turn away. We are the warriors, build this town.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the LEC Spring Playoffs. Of course, we're just coming coming lukewarm off of a Rogue win, and only lukewarm because it was a very slow, very controlled game, sort of as expected, but also lukewarm, I think, because we saw some things from OG we didn't expect to see. They were the ones sort of mixing it up here in the pick ban, and I'm going to say we weren't super pleased with the results.
Yeah, I think that's putting it lightly. I do want to pick at this word of, like, we didn't expect to see. When we're hedging our predictions about who we think is a favorite and who is kind of the underdog here, a lot of it has to be in estimating what the likelihood is. It's always like a percentage game. It's never 100%. It's usually like, 70-30, 60-40, one of those things that weights it to the other side. And there's always the possibility that a team just runs down and ends. And I think it happened pretty quickly out of the gate here in draft phase.
I think it's, looking at this draft, it's pretty wild. Like, sure, we've seen Cassidy in the past being picked into Azir. It's not the biggest issue, but just the blind pick Trundle, picking it for the Ornn. Trundle and Renekton have no synergy, so playing into top side is going to be quite rough because you can itemize armor into it. Bottom side, the 3v3 is easier for Kindred, Senna, and Tam, and Rogue could see quickly what they need to impact, and then Azir has full prio early and full control over mid lane, suffocating Trundle to make any plays, and then eventually after those first plays happen into bottom, we've seen that Origin struggled to be patient around bottom side. This was the recipe Mad Lions used against them, and it worked successfully, and Rogue came in very well prepared into the match starting from draft.
Yeah, it just felt that Origin, once those bot ganks came in, that they were just slow to multiple rotations. They lost complete control over matching for soul point, and it turned into an Elder Drake kill, and then Rogue just walking it through them, and it was like super unsatisfying to watch, because while we expected these games to be really slowed and controlled, I would have rather it kind of been more of a back and forth, that true chess of you can see how the teams are outthinking each other and what they're doing with the information, how they're countering across map or what they're trading for it. But this one just felt like a team fell behind, and as soon as the dominoes were being knocked over, that Origin in this case just decided to watch it go.
Also, we criticized Rogue heavily last week and coming into this about how they played around bottom, dodge dive, kind of left a sour taste in everyone's mouth. But this game, the setup was very clean. They got the first gank, they burnt all the summoners. They had the next gank that happened, the 3v3. They set up the Ornn TP where Renekton TP'd for his lane. 20 CS advantage is not going to win you the game. Those kills are going to win you those games. And ever since that happened, they got the Drakes, they got the control of the Rift Herald. And Origin is not a team that shocks. When they're behind, they try to stick to the basics, stop the bleeding, but eventually you're going to get outskilled anyway against this team composition, even though you have the Aphelios and, of course, the Kassadin. Azir, Ornn, and Kindred, Senna, Tam is just too much.
And I think I was really happy with the level of performance coming in for Finn, noted very on, I think, by all of us. And for me especially, I thought he was going to be this kind of huge weakness. He held his own in the laning phase, and then when he had a TP advantage, he maximized that value. He went bot. But I want to go back to the draft really quickly before we look at any more of this game, because I feel like I don't want to just sell Origin out here. What was the actual thought process behind this draft? Because obviously we saw it all fall to pieces, but is this something that it's a bad read in scrims? Is this OG? Is it just that execution in the early game that makes this draft so poor? What actually causes this breakdown?
I think Yamato was right in talking about, like, it felt that there was a pretty hard turn as soon as the last two picks of the Trundle and the Kassadin came in. Like, I know people feel very strongly about first pick Renekton, but you can at least understand the thought process. You have a really strong top laner. Renekton is technically a flex pick. You already saw Finn really popping off on the champion, so it already works as a denial. And I don't mind Renekton priority as long as you have something that goes with it. But as Yamato pointed out, as soon as a Trundle comes in, you basically lose any power of kind of that 2v2 top side because you can itemize it so well, and you're going to lose the dive threat. And for me, it was really the back half of the draft where you knew the blind pick Azir was going to come out. They prepare a counter with the Kassadin, but it doesn't pay off, and you already lose mid prio, so it's not like Nukta can help out other side of the lanes. It just became, I guess we get to Kassadin level 16, and maybe we can turn this game around.
It's just the key thing, like Trundle is fine into Ornn, right, because you remove the armor and all, but there is so many more aspects that the jungler needs to cover, and I think that becomes so difficult when you have a Kassadin in the mid lane that any type of early game planning or early game pressure that you can create will quickly be nullified, especially because Renekton burnt his TP top. That was supposed to be the lane that builds pressure, does something, but the moment Ornn TP's bottom and gets the value out of it, that just means that the game is almost over for the Renekton, because Ornn is going going to scale better, and everything is going to revolve around those Drakes in the first rotation to the Rift Herald. I think this was a good showcasing of how we expect the rest of the games to look like, because I don't think, I feel like it's just the staple LCK gameplay that we see in many games. One team gets a slight lead, first Dragon, second Drake, third Drake, fourth Drake, the teams begin to look, should we contest this Drake? No, it's just Cloud Soul, as you mentioned, Drake, because when we were watching it, oh, it's just Cloud Soul, we just let it go. And then, you know, the big climactic fight at the Elder Dragon happens, and then it's like, okay, this is where we kind of place our bets. But then again, Rogue's composition just scaled better, they had more gold and they had the value, so it's just felt like a classic LCK game, like Afrika Freaks versus T1 that I saw earlier today. It's just kind of...
better than that!
I was going to say, I wish I could think of that as a compliment, because 3 years ago that would have been. But the problem is that every LEC team that's gone to Worlds has taken a Korean team's number. So if these guys are playing like budget Korean teams, it's not something that I'm super excited about.
Origin is playing like the budget Korean team. Rogue actually did a very clean game this time around. And so like while it feels like we're really hammering on Origin, I think it's because, again, the perspective and the lens is that Origin were supposed to just be the better version of Rogue, but they just got their clocks cleaned. And so you need to immediately see some pivots here. I don't want to see Origin just sack wave priority to Rogue, especially in that mid lane. I think it's so important that Larson has priority, and he doesn't have that many blind pickable champions. He will always go towards the Azir, but otherwise he gravitates towards Tristana. And when he has pushing potential, his ability to swing out to side lanes is kind of what gets Rogue rolling. And so I need to see Nukeduck. I don't care if he puts higher priority on the Corki, doesn't have it banned away from him, but just like has something where he can push the wave back and keep Larson locked down and give his team a fighting chance on getting out to these sidelines, preferably top lane.
And honestly, looking at OG coming into playoffs against Fnatic, same thing. Poor drafts first two games, they kind of tossed it in the bin. This first game also tossed it in the bin because of poor draft. They need to step up, because throughout the regular season, I heralded them at the beginning as the draft kingdom. They were doing so well. They need to step up and analyze these games and make sure that they come into the next one prepared. Ban the Azir, show some force instead of these wonky drafts that they've been doing, these best of fives that we've seen. We need to see Origin step up.
We'll find out if OG can return to that draft kingdom when we get back after this break, because this is a do-or-die series. The winner will face G2 on Sunday, but for now, we're going to head back to a break thing. Yeah, well.
I am a lion, walking with lambs. You can't be a goddess, you're only a man.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 2. The next round of playoffs here in the LEC. I'm Pritchard, once again joined by Endo. We're jumping in to OG versus Rogue. As Origin lost the first game, they have side selection. They've picked red side for Game 2. So, Endo, let's talk a little bit about expectations. I felt the draft, not only was it very clever from Rogue, I think they executed their team comp exceptionally well. So now all pressure's on OG to adapt and do something a little different.
Yeah, pressure's not on Rogue to really change too much, even though we are flipping sides over here for Origin. But this was one of the things that I was thinking about with OG, is they are fairly predictable in the way that they do draft. When the Gangplank was taken away, it was going to be that first pick lock-in Renekton. And Rogue built a very good strategy at countering that with a lot of range, backline DPS, and all the rest. Now, Origin, in last week's series against Fnatic, they did their whole week of prep and they had a strategy with the Yuumi Ezreal bot lane, and they did not change that in Game 2, despite what happened in Game number 1. So now I am wondering, is Origin still fully confident in their preparation for this match? Are they going to run something back very similar, or can we see Origin finally try to adapt game to game?
Well, we'll find out, because last time around they did ban the Syndra, the Kalista, and the Yuumi. They've replaced the Yuumi with an Azir ban, the same three from Rogue, Karthus, Gragas, Gangplank, and it is Rogue that have now insta-locked the Renekton. It was Senna TK last time when it was swapped, and this time Senna and Set. So we've got that flex pick in the Set, different options where it can go, and obviously with the Yuumi being open, with it already being banned, we can see that Ezreal Yuumi's locked in. So is this Zilean mid?
The Zilean support.
support.
Yeah. So Origin have actually learned from Fnatic here. They got beaten twice when they themselves played the Ezreal Yuumi in the bottom lane up against Hylissang's. I guess now it's a signature Zilean support here. So the idea here for Origin is that it is going to be all in on the top side of the map, because Senna Zilean is miserable to try and dive. It just isn't fun. Once level 6 has come through, it is not going to happen. And pre-level 6, well, you're Ezreal and you're Yuumi. Let's face it, you're probably not the most insane duo for diving towers early in the game. So this is going back to Origin's roots in game number 2, because in game number 1, yes, it was Renekton in the top lane, but they didn't have the tools to necessarily play around him. In this game, they're saying, forget about bot lane, we don't need to invest down there, and now I want to see Xerxes on something that can play through Alphari.
Okay, now explain this to me. I understand the Olaf ban, the Jarvan ban, the LeBlanc ban, but were you really expecting Alphari to run Quinn into Renekton?
Honestly, yes.
So this set, where is the set going? Mid? Because with the...
Yeah. So I think set mid lane for Nukeduck, and with the cannon locked in, that's almost surely confirmed here. We'll wait till the final pick, of course, but Quinn into Renekton is no slouch in the top lane, so really devastating matchup. Now they've got the Kennen in here too, which when combined with the Zilean is so nasty, because let me tell you, when you're playing Kennen and Zilean presses E on you, you have the freest team fight of your entire life. It is so much fun. You zoom into the backline, Ezreal isn't going to be able to escape from you, Corki's not going to be able to escape from you, so I really like this idea. Now I just feel like we need Xerxes on like a primary initiator, which is where the Sejuani steal away is going to hurt him, because there aren't a ton of great options left with the Jarvan and the Gragas band away.
Go for Vi. Come on, lock in the Vi, press the ultimate, and then throw everybody else. No, I am kidding, of course, not going to be the case.
Oh, it's Set jungle!
Cassie. Oh, so Cassiopeia mid, Set jungle?
Okay. This is really interesting here. So, Set jungle hasn't really caught on a lot in Europe. I've seen it played over in the LPL a bit. I've seen it played in NA for a couple of games as well. It's an interesting one because Set, let's be real, isn't the most insane jungler. Like, he clears his jungle all right, but he doesn't have the most ridiculous ganks. Expect Xerxes to go for the Predator boots on this as his rune choice, because that does enable him to do something in the early game if he does want. But what Set is very good at is actually diving towers, because of that W grit pass. When you pop that, he can take super well, and when you lock someone under a tower, well, it doesn't matter how slow Set is, you can't run away from him if he's coming in from behind you. So I actually think this is a game where Xerxes is going to try and put attention around the top lane. If it's not diving for Alphari, it is buying him space to try and build up a CS lead in this matchup and get turret plates. This is a really good switch up from OG. I like it a lot. Now, that being said, Rogue have a lot of good tools as well. It's just because Origin are changing things, I'm more excited for them coming into game 2.
Yeah, but like this feels like a huge change to me. This look, everything about it just doesn't. It's caught me so off guard. I'm almost at a loss for words. We'll find out how it plays out in just a moment as Rogue take on OG. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, I forgot that video was coming, and I was trying to like filter my thoughts. And the producers spoke to me, and I nearly died. So now we're in game. Right, Ender.
And
I
you're
understand. Yes, I am indeed. I'm alive. This is not Zombie Trevor coming to you from Berlin, Germany. I want to set some expectations, right? In the previous game, I was super stoked that Andy, you called the way Finn likes to play the game with his teleports. We had an Ornn versus Renekton. Finn got the bot lane ahead, and then Rogue played to the bot lane. That's kind of what we expect. Now, Finn versus Alphari in a sort of a lane bully matchup. Xerxes on this jungle set some like expectations of how you think the next 3 to 5 minutes will play out, and let's try to track them.
Yeah, so pretty much I feel like Origin have a lot of strong lanes early on. You know, we talked about the top lane especially with the Conqueror Kennen is looking to bully this lane very hard. Now, that being said, when you have like a lane bully in the top lane, sometimes you think like, hey, can we try to set up a dive against the Renekton? Well, first 3 levels, I'm not sure that Xerxes is actually going to get super aggressive with anything like that on the set. As you can see, he's going for the Predator boots, so you probably would expect him to look for the gank in the window of maybe the 4 to 6 minute mark after he goes for a full clear himself. The other thing is because both junglers are starting on their blue buff, they're going to end their clears on opposite sides of the jungle, which does mean that Alphari should be very free up on the top side of the map. And even though what you're seeing from Inspired looks like really troll, it's like, why would he just press W on the wolves and then walk away? He's actually getting a lot of healing from his Hunter's Talisman just by proccing it all of those 3. So he's not trolling. That's totally fine. But this one seems like first few levels is going to be relatively quiet. In the jungle, Xerxes is falling down decently low here, so the dive not on the cards for this one.
Okay, not yet. I'm not going to let it go by the wayside. I would imagine that Alphari on a cannon, it's a pick we've seen him in the past, would be interested. He's already got 11 CS to 3. There's a wave and a half sitting in front of Finn, who's going to clear that out. Cassio versus Corki. Nukeduck running the teleport on that mid lane. I would expect for the first few levels, Cassio being able to kind of shove a little bit, but then once the AoE starts kicking in, Corki on this little pug will be able to push right back, and potentially this could be a roaming pick. We talked a lot about Larsen's champion pool, and you specifically called out his Kiana, how he likes to play around the map and impact things. Sure. Once that package is picked up, I can see Larsen running to a Renekton or an Ezreal Yuumi lane.
Yeah, I mean, looking around the package windows is definitely going to be an opportunity for him if he's able to team up with Inspired and make some plays happen. I actually think when there's a Kennen in the game, like, I would want to use that towards top lane almost exclusively, because as soon as Renekton can get like a kill or 2 in this matchup, Kennen doesn't have flash, all of a sudden Kennen can't really punish you at all in this lane. For now, it's going to be very dominant. I would like to pivot back to the jungle real quickly, because Xerxes' path was super interesting. It looked very standard, but because Inspired went buff into his Krugs and then back towards topside, and he had a ward on Inspired, he actually got the bot side Scuttle Crab. Now he's getting the top side Crab as well, and is trying to track Inspired. So he knows Inspired is on the top side of the jungle. That's why Alphari is playing relatively safe. That's why Xerxes is back up here, and this is what Xerxes loves to do, is path around the enemy jungle, find him out, and then start to get things happening.
Somebody's going to get punched in the face.
He has smite, and he has level advantage too, so he should land the smite.
And he does indeed. Xerxes sneaks in, currently double the CS. We'll have to see what the gold equivalent works out to. Alphari, 12 CS up on Finn. And as it starts, OG straight out the gate. Xerxes playing a new look champion to a degree. We have seen the set jungle, you mentioned it in other leagues, but Xerxes was once particularly famous for playing and bringing new picks to the LEC stage and showing what they can do at this level, which is why I'm so excited to see what he can do on the set jungle.
Yeah, I'm sure, you probably remember like the Ivern back in the day, but
yes.
he was playing Hecarim at Worlds last year. Last year, too, I think he was our first Kiana jungle as well, right, when she came out, too. So definitely one to experiment. And I am very much of the opinion that Set is not like an OP jungler by any means. I don't think anyone would believe that, but as a flex option, it is very good. Now, 4 to 6 minutes. I said gank with your boots. Here it comes, Trevor.
Ding, ding, ding! The magic crystal ball from Ender is flawless, and Xerxes dive, correction, gank, is flawless as well. I mean, it does not get more simple than that. Finn used everything on a trade, Xerxes just walked in and punched him in the head.
Yeah, and that play actually started a minute before that, actually, because Alphari had pushed the wave up towards Finn's tower and had the option to keep pushing it in, but he decided, no, I'm only going to last hit the minions. I'm not going to auto-attack away at the wave. It ended up building up this big wave in, so Finn was overextended without having a reset, so no items coming through for him just yet, and he's stuck up in this lane trying to push the wave in. Then Xerxes shows up, and Inspired is bot side. Why does Xerxes know Inspired is bot side? Well, it's because he went top to bot initially, meaning his Krugs, his Raptors were respawning, and none of his topside camps were available. So Xerxes knew with like 99.99% certainty that Inspired could not be there, and it was the easiest gank of his life.
And you said this in game 1. Xerxes sees all options. He's a jungler that tends to be very informed. Does he make the aggressive choices? Often no, but he's very informed, very aware. And I'm going to bring our attention down to this bottom lane as Destiny trying to farm on Zillion is one of the most difficult tasks in playing League of Legends. His auto-attack animation is horrible. And while Upset steps forward to try get a trade onto Hamsama, I think it's
Xerxes
baited
level
them
6.
forward.
He's level
They've
6.
done it. He's going to be able to get the body slam. The suplex is available, and Xerxes, he reads the play. Will get the flash out of Hamsama, but that was a fantastic pot, and honestly, a pretty good bait by Upset too.
Yeah, that was a good play, and again, notice the lane pushing when Xerxes decided to gank. It's not all the way pushed into the tower of OGs, but it's not frozen right down mid either. It's sort of in that in-between where Hansama has to step forward when he does want to last hit. So it does end up getting the flash and the heal away from Vander's Yumi too. It gives pressure through that bottom lane, forces a reset, and that means it's Dragon time. It's 7 minutes on the clock as well, so very similar to how we saw Rogue make this play last game where they went for the 7-minute Drake, reset, swapped up into the Herald. OG are going to have that option available to them as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1,300 gold. This, if you turned off the nameplates, it's a fairly similar setup to the previous game, albeit with a kill in the top lane instead of the bottom. Red side get advantage, led from single plays. Alphari is going to get jumped on now. He's going to get caught up by Inspired. The flash comes out. But remember, Sejuani plus melee does a lot. The slicing Maelstrom keeps Alphari alive. The proc from the stun catching both of them allows Alphari to escape by the skin of his teeth.
So much of that was played really well by Rogue's duo there, right? Like, Finn flashes forward to land the W, Inspired predicted with the W2, knowing that Alphari had to flash back towards his tower, but the CC there is enough to stop them from going on through, and Inspired proc the Aftershock very early, so he didn't actually have that to mitigate a lot of the tower DPS coming through. Had he been able to soak one more hit, maybe Finn rather can finish off that kill. Regardless, though, that is going to be flashes burnt both sides in the top lane, which means there is now a big magnifying glass on that lane for both of these junglers, because Xerxes has his ult up, and Inspired should be ticking over towards that as well pretty soon.
Yeah, very, very close. Inspired's currently on a Brambleback. Shouldn't be too long. Can't quite see the experience when we're watching from home. But talking about level 6s, I mean, Upset, he just hit his. Destiny just got access as well. I'm keeping my eyes on Xerxes, who's picking up the Rift Herald and a ward, but all of Rogue...
He just barely missed the ward with the sweeper, too. That was so close.
All of Rogue backed away, so this one will be picked up here uncontested until Lawson arrives. The package is going to give him all the movement speed he needs. I actually forgot that he was picking that one up, and we talked about just the impact it could have. Look at this. Rogue, they're challenging. They're not giving up the Herald.
And Vander actually ran all the way up on this poor little Yumi who never builds boots. He's trying to get into the top lane. And this still turns into a win here for Origin because, yes, the Herald was stopped, was slowed down, but now Vander is stuck in the middle of the jungle. He's like, well, Hansama, I hope you didn't miss too many minions down there on the bottom side. And even if a fight had broken out, notice that because it is the fasting Senna, Destiny is rocking the TP on the Zillion, So, in the event that a topside play ever happens in the near future, there's going to be a Senna Global Ultimate coming in for damage and shielding for her allies, as well as a teleport into Chrono Shift to try and save OG. So they are going to be able to once again start this up on Vision. OG don't care. They still don't know that it's actually worded out, but because of the globals, they have those tools.
I would like to take a moment in a second. It looks like there's a play developing in the top lane, and Spire does have access to that ultimate and there's no further pressure. But I do want to take a moment just to quickly throw a lens onto Upset. Upset was very fairly criticized for some decisions in team fights, especially on the Baron against Fnatic. You know, this is a player who for a long time has been trying to live up to a lot of hype, and right now Upset, with the help of the rest of the squad, will put a kill here onto Finn. But when you look at his regular season, 72% kill participation, 30% of damage share on the team. He's third as far as that's concerned, and 25% in terms of gold share. He is one of the primary carries, one of the primary reasons that OG have won late games in the past. And when you look at the series against Fnatic and some honestly monumental mistakes, that's a black mark on a player who wants titles and potentially is capable of winning those titles, but the highest pressure moments hit, you cannot afford to make mistakes.
Right, and I think Upset is an absolute monster, right? It's one of the reasons why I always say OG, I have faith in their ability to team fight, because team fights so often come down to your ADC. It's one of the most pivotal roles, knowing when to step forward or when to step back, and that sounds very simple when I say it, but it is finding, you know, the balance, tiptoeing the wire there, as it were, that I think Upset does so well. So to see him make those uncharacteristic mistakes was very surprising to me, and it cast some doubts into my mind for Origin. But this is the type of guy who is usually just so ice cold in those high pressure moments that I hope and I feel like he should be able to just wipe away last week and get back to the grind for this one. And, you know, jumping out to an early start here already in game number 2, this is the type of bounce back we need to see for OG as a whole.
I agree. And Ender, I'm going to go back to the crystal ball and ask you to give me a few more predictions. Early game you nailed. You talked about Xerxes pathing, you talked about the dive top. It wasn't a dive, it was just a straight up gank because Alfari and Xerxes had set that up beautifully. There was a great play down bottom onto Hans Sama. It didn't result in anything, but Xerxes making a play, so yes.
It's Dive City! It's Dive City! Here comes Xerxes!
Well, there's going to be another one. Remember, Finn just dived in the top lane, and it was to Upset as well. There should be another kill donated over, and this time it's to Alfari. I'm not going to give you a point for that prediction because it was happening during the setup. So,
oh, wait, Trevor, don't forget. I said that when Inspired ganked top lane, it was going to put a magnifying glass up there because both top laners lost their flash. What did OG do? They killed him twice. Inspired's gank, while yes, it was a good gank, and I don't want to take that away from him, it got Finn killed 2 times.
Absolutely true. And you see, this is why I need to have a color caster next to me. Can't even remember something you told me 5 minutes ago. But look, it opens up the second dragon. Cloud Drake to add to the Infernal. It's a 1-0-2 cannon, 1-0-1 Senna. That's 2 towers secured in the bottom lane. And it may be 1 picked up for Rogue, but it's a 4,000 gold lead at 13 minutes. One of the things that Origin are superior to Rogue at is when they get a lead in the early game, when their early game goes to plan, I feel that Origin are good at accelerating it up until the 20-minute mark. And that's when Origin traditionally have slowed things down, have played their mid-game a little bit more, let's say, less convincingly than the likes of G2 and Fnatic. I'm trying to choose my words.
Right.
Because it's a different style, right? And some people find it clean, some people find it slow, I don't care. Main point is, when OG do accelerate early, they are very good at generating these 4K gold leads. We've seen it plenty of times this spring.
Yeah, and it is about then extending that advantage, which I think is what you're trying to get at.
Thank
you. We heard the analyst test talking at length about it before the series actually got underway, where Yamato was saying, hey, it's actually look at how this team plays around the fog board, jungle support, how do they work to sort of trick their opponents and trap them and find these picks. That's something that is a little bit lacking, but I also think it does come to how they play their lanes a little bit too, because you'll see this team often in positions where they can't generate generate a numbers advantage because Nuke Duck or Fowry is often a side lane farming it away. They can't coordinate it exactly perfectly every single time, and these are the windows that when you show up to a fight and you think you have the numbers advantage, but you don't quite actually be able to muster it, well, either you take a bad fight and you lose, or in Origin's case, what'll often end up happening is it fizzles out, both teams sort of drop downwards the river, and then they wait for the next window where Alfari or Nuke Duck is moving off of a side lane to try and make something happen.
So how does the Origin extend their lead today? We're 15 minutes in. As I mentioned,
teleport Zillion into the top lane, Trevor.
That'll unlock the third tower, but what comes next on the episode of OG extending their lead?
Well, so Xerxes doing it right now, obviously, but it's about getting into the enemy jungle. And it's not just invading for buffs, but it's putting down vision. It's about taking away enemy camps, because these are the small victories you can get to start building up, and it balloons. Like, even in Game 1, Rogue were convincingly ahead in the early game, but it was 1.5 to 2k.
Yeah.
Already, Origin have built a massive advantage, and now you can see, with the vision they've been able to take away from Origin, they flank around into this mid-lane tower. Now they have 5 people
This is
here.
good.
This is decisive shot calling from Origin, something I have not seen too much of them so far this year, but this is exactly the play we wanted to see. Into the enemy jungle, abusing the Fog War, grouping up as 5 members, using pressure in your side lanes to come and attack. That was good stuff.
And also notice again, Xerxes has been leading from the front in a lot of it. I have felt that Xerxes has been one of the primary initiators. I think you used that term in the draft as well. Get Xerxes on a champion he can start fights with. And maybe non-traditional, run, press showstopper, but it still counts, right? Xerxes is stepping forward. Xerxes has been leading the fray, 100% kill participation. Hans Summer actually gets locked down a lot of damage, so much so that Anders forced to throw out his ultimate. That was a flash forward from Hans Summer. I felt a little bit like they were chasing the loss because you still had to get through the chrono shift, but that tells you a little bit about what the mentality is like on Rogue's side. They need or want to do something.
Yeah, I mean, that was just strange, right? Like, even if you do manage to get the kill when there's a chrono shift there, like, what is that? Is that worth a flash? I'm not exactly sure right now if you are Rogue and you're just trying to sort of buckle down and keep this gold close here. That seemed way too ham in my book, especially like there's a Mikhail's Crucible. I didn't quite catch if Yumi used that, but she could have used that to break the snare going down to Hansama, and then maybe you look to go on forward here. Regardless, I'm scratching my head off of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a term that we don't hear too often. It's like chasing the loss. When you are behind, you're in a deficit, you want to chase something to avoid the loss. It felt like one of those plays. I mean, as it stands, yes, I think Hans Summer's doing a great job. 16 minutes, 43 seconds in the game, 170 CS to his name. There's been a couple of ganks thrown his way. He's trying to make a proactive moment, but Ezreal, Yumi, they want to get 2 to 3 items. That's when they really want to take over the game. And OG, they've got a significant lead. But how do you expect this late game to play out? Once we get to the scaling side, you know, I feel like there's enough tools on OG's side, but how do they play it out?
Yeah, so Origin's teamfight is actually really interesting because they don't have a great primary initiator. Neither Ken doesn't really want to go in first, Set doesn't really either, as actually OG and Destiny are trying to get down here towards the bot side, should be able to force them off of the tower. And the Proto Belt finished, clear wave. As a side note, I hate Gunblade on Kennen. Please build a Proto Belt. Don't try to split into playing a side lane and group of the team. Just go for the team fights. And that's exactly what OG want to do. That's exactly what OG are good at doing here. So what they want to actually do is use Predator on Xerxes and Zillion speed up on the Kennen, and that's how they start a fight off. It's about being able to find flanks onto the very slippery Corki or an Ezreal, CC lock those players down, and then the team fight should be a pretty much insta-win because OG's comp has so much damage they can snipe you with the Senna ult from very far away as well. So it really is about just run at them, get around the corners that they don't necessarily see you coming from to find the pick, and then the fight looks very good because if that initial jump in from a Kennen or a Set doesn't pan out all that great, well then you've got a Corki, you've got an Ezreal, a Yumi, all very good scaling champions beating down on you as you try to run away from Rogue.
And if anybody is just joining us, OG, despite losing game 1 fairly convincingly, they found a number of flanks. They found a number of opportunities to get either Alfari or Nuke Duck in from the side lane, or these sides of team fights and objectives, but it wasn't able to go in their advantage. So let's see what happens this time around. Nearly 20 minutes on the clock. Baron is coming up in a few minutes' time, and with the exception of Finn being turned into leather belts, handbags, and a pair of boots for all 3 of his deaths, everyone else on Rogue is doing pretty okay. So Rogue need to find a way back into this game. You have to imagine a team fight around an objective is one of the tools, but what else can these players do to, maintain a hold of the series?
Well, one thing, as I see it sort of setting up here, that Rogue like to do in mid-game when they are lost is actually Inspired and Vander will team up and go and attack side lanes, and it's something you don't see a ton of other teams in our league do. They're much more, wait a second, here comes the zoomies. Xerxes running in for Larson.
Predator running forward. That's the Sejuani ultimate and a flash for just what I believe Predator. That is the most worth run I have ever seen. Rogue are running scared because they would have died if they didn't.
That Usain Bolt up at the top lane like Xerxes trying to win an Olympic medal. He's just running him down. He can't, like Larson's flying a plane and he can't escape from him.
Oh man, Xerxes still finds the engage. The railgun comes out and one more shot is all that's needed. Upset 2-0-1-1. The Rift Herald will get another charge. Despite the first attempt not working, Xerxes again flanks around the side, gets the engage with the showstopper, and finds kill number 4 for OG.
All right, I like this kind of Origin, right? Like, everyone, like, round of applause. This is what we want to be seeing. They're just absolutely smashing Rogue because, honestly, Rogue's comp feels a little bit like what OG had in the last one, where they have good scaling options, but it's hard for them to force a fight, especially from a deficit. They don't want to be the ones going forward. They're going for the scaling. They just finished, like, look at the items between Corki and Ezreal right now. It's comical. They're going for the scaling. They have the Miramanas, right? So, like, time is what they need, but again, they're looking at a Mountain Soul spawning in 4 minutes here, so we'll watch this play one more time because Xerxes just picks up Inspired to try and get over towards Larson, who again has no summoner spells, and that's how he bypasses the lack of like gap close, right? First it's the Predator, then it's ulting the frontliner just to get on top of the backliner, and a very nice combo there. As we mentioned before, the range of Senna's ultimate to snipe and finish off those kills is something that is going to be lethal to Rogue in these later fights.
And it's fantastic to see when Origin do get ahead, they accelerate it, they extend that advantage. That was the phrase I was looking for and I just could not find it earlier. And it's also important to remember that, like, this series is an elimination match. Whoever loses is done. The winner goes on to play on Sunday against G2, but there is a lot on the line here. And I want to see how the series now continues to develop. The team that has got ahead early in Game 1 and Game 2 has been able to accelerate to the point that there's a lot of faith and confidence they will win the game. I mean, Origin, 6,500 gold up, 1.5 minutes away from the Mountain Soul. They can play around Baron if they want, but what will be more impressive or interesting is whether or not they decide to peel. Good luck getting past Kennen, Cassio, Zillion bombs if you want to try to stop that. And for OG, it's day and night. If you turn the name tags off, you wouldn't believe it was the same team as Game 1.
No, you wouldn't. This team is playing completely together. It is really solid League of Legends as Xerxes runs on in here to try and find the pick. We'll end up taking a whole bunch of damage, but these are the moves that we want to see from them. Again, it's the side lane pressure, right? You have Nuke Duck and Alphari push out those sides and then collapse in towards mid, and even in this situation, it wasn't like, I think it was Nuke Duck who was topside. He didn't actually full push that second wave. His team was calling, we can find a fight in mid lane, so he left. And that is something that I have not seen enough from this team so far this split, and that is a very, very good sign for Origin.
Yeah, it really, really is. Chrono Shift was used there by Destiny, so he should have enough rewinds, I think, to get that available before the next Dragon fight. 1 tower is all Origin have conceded in the bottom lane. 0 kills. And they've picked up 4. I mean, it is just a dominant performance in Game 2. They are looking for game-winning moments as now Hansama goes forward. Inspired between the uprights. My man, that prison did not lock anybody in. He will be sent to the Gulag to look for another fight. And Alphari, on the other hand, he just blows up Larson. Nobicon and the Proto Belt will do it justice.
Well, Rogue tried, but it did not work. OG just slapped them down right there. They didn't get the kill in the mid lane, but they forced Inspired away, and Alphari just finds a solo kill onto Larson right there. It is just not even close with this Kennen on 2.5 items right now at this point in the game. He's going to win any fight he takes against Larson. So, hey, folks, that's going to be the Mountain Soul going over into the hands of Origin in this game. And, like, say what you will about the way in which they play, this is a game where you cannot fault Origin. Like, I know the Borigin memes are out there, but it's not like they're playing slow. They haven't gotten a lot of kills, but that's because Rogue have not just ran into them randomly, apart from this point right here. And a good TP from Alfari. He was going for Ansama, finds a random Corki in the topside jungle without a flash, is going to be very happy with that one themselves. But no, Origin have been playing very strong control League of Legends, vision inside the enemy jungle, denying away camps, playing well around their minion waves, well around vision. This is a good look from them, so I don't want to see the memes in this game. Game 1, I agree. Oh, they deserved it. Game 1, they deserved it. This one, no, not so much.
And I have flashbacks to when Origin smashed Misfits in the second round robin, where it's a similar thing, where like Xerxes just popped off, led from the front, got like a whole bunch of kills, and they destroyed Misfits, like so quickly, so dominantly. And even though that game had more kills, it was just, there's been 5 towers killed, 4 dragons picked up, 5 kills as well in 20 minutes. There's always been something that OG are pushing forward and playing for. But anyways, it's great. I need to zoom out and just say something that I need you to help me understand.
Okay.
First pick Renekton, to my eyes, sucks, right? I did not see Alfari do anything in game 1. I'm not seeing enough from Finn to buy into it. Like, is this a gold thing that, like, I'm not understanding something, or, like, is it just not working at this level?
Look, Trevor, you don't have to be gold to understand that this champion can be punished really easily. Like, look, like, Renekton can be a good champion. I have no doubt in my mind, but it's just not working here. And Xerxes once again finds out Inspired as we get a little bit of a turn.
Ooh, can Rogue turn this one around? They've got themselves some CC. Xerxes in trouble. Chrono Shift comes down, though, and that's going to be enough time for the rest of OG to arrive. I started to get my hopes up. But remember, Ocean Soul has already been picked up. Elder's in 4 minutes. Baron's available, and OG, they get away scot-free. Going back to the Renekton points.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to stop Origin from getting a perfect game this time is actually the 1 tower that they lost.
Yeah.
Like, I actually, with the Zillion, I don't think anyone's dying this time around. There just simply isn't the damage. And now you have a Mountain Soul on top of that. Like, everyone's building, like, there's resistances, too, being built up by Alfari and Xerxes. They're going to be super tanks, and they're just going to duo this one away.
I've got the one-liner to best summarize this game, all right?
Hit me.
Bear with me. Okay, so drum roll. If it wasn't for the single tower, this would be a perfect game for Origin. There we go. See what I mean? It's like one of those black and white motivational posters. If it wasn't for 1 tower, they would have got the perfect game. It's next level. I know.
Did I not just say that?
You did, but I did a much better delivery, my man. So
wait, that's only because I was rolling the drums. It was all me, man.
What does this mean now when we look forward? I mean, with Baron picked up, super safe. This is pretty much OG in the bag. Draft again has kind of felt like super pivotal to me. The set jungle, working with the cannon, unlocked upset in the bottom lane. I mean, upset then roamed around to find kills. Nukeduck is playing PvE. I'm not sure he got the note that this is a PvP server. Doesn't matter for now. But like, to me, Red Side Draft has sort of won both games.
Right. So there's a couple things here that I think we need to unpack. The first is, while I don't love the Renekton pick, it is not the reason why either of these two teams have lost their games. Like, I think there are better options out there. I don't think the priority is necessarily justified, especially off of what we've seen. Like, if you just literally look at how Renekton has performed in the last, like, 3 weeks globally, like, you can probably, like, learn something with that pick. But what I will say is I do not like Yuumi in the bottom lane. Because, like, you're picking all scaling next to a Renekton. And I wonder, why do you do that? It just doesn't make sense to me. The Renekton pick does not fall into the same line the rest of the picks in the draft are going for. So either you go for an Ornn in the top lane, obviously that ended up being banned, or something different because it doesn't quite make sense. And I personally want to see playmakers in the bot lane because the team that's had, you know, the ability to like basically run into the enemy jungle unabashed has been able to take full control. And as you can see now, Rogue just have nothing they can do because they have one champion that can engage a fight, and that's a Sejuani. And if you engage onto one person, they get Zillion ulted, and there's nothing you can do.
Well, there is the engage. Finn's going to go forward. Nukeduck is in a little bit of trouble as the slice and dice goes out. Xerxes been enough damage to keep Hans Summer away. The railgun comes down. That keeps Nukeduck alive long enough to kill Finn. That's his 4th death of the game. Welcome to the Rift, Nukeduck. The rest of Origin will take down an inhibitor in the top lane. Nukeduck continues to be chased down. The miasma comes out. He is exhausted. He's grounded Hans Summer. We're going to flash forward, and that's it. All of the damage from the Noxious and the Twin Fangs means Nukeduck gets a 1v3, albeit they came at him one by one, Nevertheless, Origin 8 kills to their name, and they are going for the almost perfect game. That's the 9th kill. The Nexus down, and they were 1 tower away from perfect. Ender, you predicted it, you called it. 29 minutes. OG, that a fantastic game.
How far away were they from the perfect game, Trevor?
1 tower away.
Wow. 1 whole tower away from the perfect game right there. Origin with a complete 180 from game number 1. They had a different style in the draft. I loved Xerxes' pathing. The pick of the set looked very, very good there, but it really was just how he played out the early game. That was just a masterclass on how to jungle and put Origin into a very good spot to close that one out.
It absolutely was fantastic. I'm very excited to see what the draft does in the next game now that Rogue have lost, now that the series is 1-1. It really spices things up a little bit. I think the jungle pool is probably the one that I'm going to take away from you. You just said it a second ago. Leading from the jungle has kind of defined the red side victories. So what happens next? Karthus and Gragas have been permabanned. Do Rogue get brave enough to let one of those through as it's a known quantity, quote unquote, and maybe they play around it? I really don't know.
I'm thinking that we may see something other than a Sejuani here. Because, right, of course, in that draft, we didn't necessarily know Set was going to the jungle. They waited till pick 5 to determine that one. So I want to see a little bit of an overhaul, not quite just all into the scaling train here for the side of Rogue. That's what I want in Game 3.
We'll find out when we return. The experts are going to look at the trends of the series so far, and Law is going to be joined by a special guest. Don't go anywhere. Look at the culling from Humanoid. He's got 1. He's got 2. G2 are losing. G2 are losing. Where were you? The rookies of Europe have taken down the world finalists. Mad Lions have defeated G2.
G2 and Fnatic have been dominating Europe for like the past 3 or 4 years, but I think it's my time to end their legacy.
Already almost down, gets caught out, and now upsets the next target, they're just dead. Origin can't do anything about this, they just get swept off the map.
Their top laner tends to play weak side a lot, which is something I profit from a lot. I'm not too worried about playing a team like Mad Lions.
Up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
Nothing's gonna stop us now. We gon' fight back.
Welcome back to our coverage of the LEC playoffs. Of course, OG bouncing back in the series, bringing us back to 1-1 with, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, a very unique, very kind of crazy draft, I think it's safe to say.
Crazy? I mean, I guess so. There's some champions that we haven't seen in a while, but a lot of the OG pocket picks came out. We have the Senna Zillion that Fnatic beat OG with, so I guess that was their osmosis learning through that that pummeling. And then Nuke and Alphari have shown the Casio and the Kennen throughout their careers. I think the big turning point was the set jungle, but we've heard rumors of that coming from Scrims as well as solo queue. So nice to see the mad scientist Xerxes pull it back out.
For me, it's just the key thing is just the Azir ban. I feel like both Finn and Larsen have showed like champion pools that can be manipulated in a way, and we saw now the progression for Larsen has been Azir blind pick into Corki blind pick. Corki that is a champion that is much easier to counter than Azir. Azir is relatively safe at every point in the game. Casio into Corki is a good matchup, and then topside. Kennen is not something that we've seen a lot, but it's something that Alphari loves to play, and the reason why it's so genius into Renekton is buffed in the case of, you know, getting Blade the Ruin King. That's what makes him so strong, but he can't really itemize Blade the Ruin King into Kennen. It's going to be super, super tricky. It's not going to have that same effect, that same punch into other melee matchups, so the Kennen adaptation is super, super strong, and in this case, you know, the game looked exactly like the previous game, but just flipped on its head. The scaling of Corki Ezreal couldn't just pan out to that point because Renekton was just bleeding all over the rogue carpet too soon.
And I think that there's really interesting dynamics happening with the jungle pool. I felt like coming into this, and we talked about it multiple times, kind of watching that game, that Xerxes' champion pool was becoming an issue, at least his effective champion pool of what he's shown. Like, he's shown the Lee Sin, but he doesn't look as confident on it as other champions. So when you ban out Gragas Karthus, it was like, what was Xerxes going to reach for that would be effective? So now that he has another arrow in his bow with this set, and then the fact that Inspired doesn't reach for things like the Elise, that they probably knew it was going to be Sejuani, and they're thinking Sejuani Renekton, that's still a really strong 2v2, doesn't necessarily have the same dive potential, but you lose some of that bite and it becomes much easier to predict between kind of the overlapping jungle pools of Inspired and Xerxes.
And of course, when we look at how it panned out in the early game, you already mentioned it a little bit, Yamato bleeding out, not able to stop that, and that was Finn, to me, looking a little exposed in this game, struggling immensely, and, you know, we did see Rogue try to fire back, try to make some plays of their own, but every single OG play felt like it worked out, whereas Rogue just were not able to get their feet back from under them, and when Finn gets pressured like this, we've said it before, we said it in previous series, that it just doesn't feel like he can do much of anything.
I feel like the key thing there with Xerxes had the invade, took the Gromp away, spotted Sejuani out, got the free gank into topside. Xerxes had a good performance. The bottom matchup allowed Senna and Zillion to push. There was very little room to punish anything on the map the moment Renekton died on topside, because if Renekton falls behind in this lane, any kind of gank attempt onto Kennen is going to look desperate. We saw that one moment where if maybe Inspired aimed his W a little bit better, Kennen would die, but that wouldn't be enough to shift the tide of the matchup. Sejuani needs to impact that lane early on and shut down any type of prio that Sejuani could have, and then the moment Origin got a lead, it's just Rogue is not the type of team to do anything out of the ordinary to break themselves out of those shackles, especially with the draft they had. They had the Manamune and Trinity Force stacking, so they don't even have that many options to do so.
I just really want to underline that point, because I think Origin are also in the same boat, and so what viewers are going to see over the course of the series and what these two games show is that when one team breaks ahead, the other team kind of slowly watches them run away with the game. And so I think this series is probably going to feel really one-sided in terms of how the games go down, of whoever gets early lead just walks away with it rather than sprinting away, because neither of these teams would throw the curveball. The only time that Origin really seemed to explode with their lead or kind of raise pace of the game was when Rogue were trying to make picks and ran into them. It wasn't Origin initiating on Rogue, it was Rogue throwing Sejuani ultimates and then whiffing, and then Origin just turning around and punching them in the face.
I mean, brutal description, but I think absolutely fair. And of course, when we look at the gold graphs coming out of these games, it's always going to tell that story that you're talking about, which is, hey, one team builds a lead, the other team slowly dies. Eventually, they're forced to try something. In this case, you talk about Road trying to make that play in the mid lane. Of course, for OG last game, it was that kind of final desperate Elder Dragon. We saw some questionable final moments from Hansama as well in this game. And I think the question that comes from me out of that is, how much now do teams invest on early game with the knowledge that whichever team starts the snowball just seems to keep it rolling for the entire game?
It's all about finding the key balance, right? In this game, it was a bit too heavy-handed with the Yumi Ezreal. It was very wise of Origin to match up with Senna Zillion, because honestly, in my opinion, Senna Zillion just is the perfect counter to it, because it just does better at every point of the game what Ezreal and Yumi want to do. So I think just balance. I think the Kennen adaptation is really, really key. But the deeper question for me is if Rogue have deeper pockets in terms of what was picked here. I think on the red side it becomes easier for Rogue to kind of maneuver around this, but if the series progresses to the point where Origin can just say that, okay, we're just going to blind pick Kennen, you take the Renekton, we don't mind, we remove the Ornn so Finn doesn't have that scaling option, and this is the point in time in best of fives where it's all about how deep does your champion pool go, and I think Origin has the favor here.
Yeah, I won't dispute that. I think if you're a Rogue fan and you're looking for how Rogue kind of attack or at least get an early lead, it is usually going to start with the jungler. So my eyes are going to be on Inspired, hopefully teaming up with Finn, because I agree. I think it's going to be pretty defensive bot lanes being traded back and forth. Senna's, Ezreal's, Yumi's letting those champions go through. So I want to see Finn and Inspired change it up, try to get a stronger 2v2, and hopefully fight back against Alphari.
All right, well, you've heard what the experts have to say. Let's hear more from a special guest, and Lore is there standing by.
Thank you very much, Dracos, and thank you, Dandan, for joining me during this series. Are you enjoying the series so far, Dandan?
Well, it's a bit of a bittersweet series right now because watching it is kind of a lose-lose situation for me. If Origin wins, it's more of a we wouldn't have beaten Origin anyway if we lost. If Rogue wins, we're like, that could have been us. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, looking at it right now with Origin bouncing back pretty effectively, I want to say, and the desk mentioning the fact that Finn was very unlucky here with his laning. I wanted to ask you, as a top laner, how impactful was the Kennen pick here, and why was it a good option in Origin's draft?
I think it was more of a I think that just Alphari is just really confident in this in this matchup. I think that Finn is really confident playing Renekton into anything that's melee, but from what I've seen this game, he wasn't all too confident or he didn't really know the matchup all too well, because he thought he was going to get level 3 Toph, so he called his Sejuani top lane level 3 to cover him, but that kind of made his pathing a little bit awkward, so Xerxes got really, really far ahead in the jungle, and then his Sejuani used to path bot side again. Set his top lane, and then he's just in a really rough spot. So I think it was more of matchup knowledge, because I think Renekton should actually win this matchup on side lane later on as well, so he should get prio. But yeah, I just think it was more of a matchup knowledge issue this game.
Okay, so knowledge matchup, and the fact that Dracos and the desk also mentioned that Rogue and Origin have a hard time playing from behind. Do you think that pressure and the fact that whichever team loses gets out of playoffs is impactful here on the way they play?
I just think that both teams are somewhat uncomfortable playing from behind, yeah. I just think that I just think that whatever team just gets ahead, we supposed to use here. Whoever just gets ahead is just a free win for them. I also think that there's quite important differences in drafts. I think both teams that actually won the game had like really simple drafts to execute.
Okay.
Yeah, I just think that both drafts were like quite one-sided to the teams that won.
Okay, and how do you expect the series to develop based on that and based on what we saw from both of these teams so far? Who can take it? And if so, can they do it convincingly?
I think both games are going to be somewhat similar. I think that whatever team gets ahead early on is going to have really strong fundamentals and going on. I think Origin has somewhat stronger fundamentals than Rogue, but Rogue is probably more creative. So I think it depends on a lot whether Finn can translate this lead into other lanes or if Alphari can just play out the 1v1 or not.
All right, so all to be decided in the early game, hopefully here. We'll see about that in a few minutes. Dan, thank you very much for the interview. And we're going to take a 3-minute break and we'll come back for Game 3.
back to Rogue versus Origin in the LEC playoffs lower bracket. Loser of this series is eliminated from the Spring Split playoffs, and the winner goes on to face G2 Esports on Sunday. There's a lot on the line as the series is 1-1. I'm Quickshot, joined by Ender once again. We are already into the draft, and just very quickly, I want to let everyone know that the previous game that Origin just won was their second fastest win of the split, only beaten by their victory over Mad in week 4. So a dominant victory. And the opening question that I have to ask to Ender is, do we want to see these teams changing playstyle? It feels like 2 games in a row, the jungler has led the way. They've unlocked the bottom lane and kind of played through bot to win. Rogue's done it once, OG's done it once, and now that we're in draft, Ender, what would you like to see?
Yes, so Quickshot, I do want to see things change, but I feel like almost always the conversation becomes, well, what do we change in the draft? Like, obviously the game was lost. What picks need to change? And, well, yes, I think some picks can be changed here or there. At the end of the day, it comes down to the gameplay for me.
Yeah.
And Xerxes rolled into game number 2 after, like, going for the level 2 Trundle gank, some wacky stuff in game 1, and absolutely smurfed on Inspired. His pathing was brilliant. He spotted out Inspired. He showed up where he needed to be. He got double Scuttle Crab. He stole away the Gromp. He killed top lane. Like, this is what I expected to see from Xerxes, and we heard Dan talking about it in the interview too. He thought the top lane matchup was completely blown away, not because of the 1v1, but because of the jungler difference. So I need to see Inspired mix things up, figure out a way to hide information away from Xerxes. Otherwise, Xerxes is going to be able to break the Rogue solo lanes, and it's going to be bad news for him.
The question is, what will he do that on? Again, Karthus and Gragas have found themselves in the ban pool. Those two have remained consistent for Rogue all series long. Syndra Kalista, consistent all series long. Thank you, Origin, for doing what I and all of Reddit and all of social media are asking for. Ban Renekton. Stop first picking it. And instead, we've seen the Aphelios locked in. Ooh! And an Echo. Oh, this actually gives me... Okay, I need to do some research quickly. Ender, what do you think of the Echo? Where's it going to land? I think this is also the first Nautilus that we've seen in the series. I think we've had a lot of uniques. Give me a second to look at some numbers.
Yeah, no problem. Go get your quick stats, even though they might be like slower stats than normal. We'll get around to it eventually. Now, as for this Echo pick in the mid lane, this is actually something, if you remember when Jizuke played in the LEC, he picked this into the Azir all the time. He really liked it for its ability to take like quick trading windows against the Azir, and of course to try and take over later on in the game, whether it's a side lane or in a team fight. Let's face it, Azir's Emperor Divide is not going to be super effective against a guy that can just rewind time. So I do like this pick a lot for Larssen, and I like it even more because one thing that I wanted to sort of like ask to Larssen, like himself, was like, hey, game 1, game 2, the game has sort of happened around you and Nukeduck. Like, yeah, you guys were there, but it was Azir versus Kassadin, and then it was Azir versus Corki. So it was really decided based on junglers and top laners and team plays, all these things. So it was like, hey, Larssen, do you think you can just sit around and farm all the time? Are you willing to let your team just win or lose the game based off what they do and not you? And I think the Echo is a more selfish pick, and it's a little bit of an ego that I like to see on Larssen.
I like that as well, because when Larssen has played the champions like the Kiana, we've loved it. We've liked that, vision of Larssen. So I'm hopeful. Gonna remain a tiny bit hopeful that maybe Inspired could run that too. We've seen the Echo jungle run amok, but we'll find out in a moment or two as Aatrox is now locked in on Alphari's side.
Wait a second. Trevor, they just took away all of Finn's champions. They banned both his solo queue champions, the Aurelia and the Kled. They banned the Renekton earlier. They now picked the Aatrox. Set's gone. I actually have no idea. What is he going to pick? Oh, wait, Ornn's up.
Yeah.
Never mind.
The thing that's great about this, though, Ornn making it all the way down to second phase, even like second to last pick on Rogue's side. Number one, it shows you that Origin's priority on the pick, Origin's value on the pick, significantly reduced versus their series against Fnatic. They've gone a different way, they're playing a different style. Now that the comp from Rogue is locked in, we know that's Echo's mid, or on top, Jarvan and jungle. We're looking for a jungler on Xerxes' side.
Yeah.
I mean, what does he run?
Honestly, Origin are one of the only teams in the LEC that regularly save last pick for jungle, and I like this. It's a Pantheon lock-in. Again, not one that's been super popular in Europe, but it has popped up quite a few games. This is a champion that can try to match the early game pressure of a Jarvan, of course. Lots of early game damage on this pick here for Xerxes, and is one that can really punish melee mid laners like the Echo. If Larssen is not managing his minion waves properly, Echo can die a lot here if he doesn't have the vision around him to set up either.
That is so fun. What I love is expectations around what do these players want to do differently. You said that you could see Xerxes running circles around Inspired. He showed it in game 2. Great play. Now he's on a champion that has a semi-global ult. He could do that even further away.
Yeah.
But now also the pressure is going to be a little bit on Larssen. He's now on a champion that ideally wants to get involved in the thick of things, wants to cause trouble, use that ultimate, use the mobility and the Echo to play around the map, and hopefully get involved for Rogue to increase their chances at winning the series. Reminder that when we started the day, OG were the heavy favorites. These teams have fairly similar play styles, and yes, Rogue looked great in game 1, but now they need to prove they're an actual contender taking down at a BO5 now that they've lost a game and they've had to pivot their strategy.
Right, because Origin are coming into this one with the momentum here. This is going to be a game. We might have more kills in this game 3 than we had in games 1 and 2 combined here. It's going to be bloody. It's going to be fun. I'm excited to see us get onto the Rift.
Oh, I certainly hope so. Rogue versus Origin are loading up for game number 3. Yes, did not forget about the video this time round. Landed the intro. We have 6 new unique champions picked this game. I asked you if I had a chance to do some research.
For our teams, right? I've
For our
seen these
teams
champions picked.
That
in
is
the LEC.
correct.
Perfect.
So here's the setup as we have a moment or two's time. When OG played Fnatic in their 4-game series, there was only 23 unique champions that hit the Rift. You know, they traded champions back and forth. When Rogue played Misfits, there was only 26 unique champions that hit the Rift across their 4 games. In the 3 games that we've already played, there are 24 unique champions that have come out. And in this game alone, there are 6 unique champions that have been introduced. It's just telling you a lot of the diversity, a lot of the champion pools that are being dipped into. And now that we have a repeat performance on the Ornn, for example, from Finn, we see the Nukeduck, the Azir coming in for Nukeduck, playing the opposite to Larssen. Now we get to see who's better on those equivalent champions. But I do find it very interesting that in 3 games already, we are nearing as many uniques in a 4-game series, and there's still potentially 2 games to play.
Right, and I'm a big fan of this, especially like looking through the Origin lens on this one, because this was a team that got criticized pretty heavily in their series against Fnatic for not adapting on the fly quite enough, and we saw how they made some pretty solid moves going into game number 2, and even after a super convincing home run of a victory against Rogue, they're still willing to change things, because quite frankly, like, Rogue changed things coming into this one. Like, the Echo was a curveball picked very early on into the draft that Larssen must have been sitting on for a while here, because there have been a lot of Azir picks in the past few weeks. So I'm really curious to see what he can do with this one up against the side of Origin, because as I was sort of alluding to in the draft, if the game plays out the same and Xerxes has that early game performance that we expected him to have coming into this series, I feel like he's the type of player that can just like explode the game away from Rogue.
Now the question I have for you is...
Oh, this is so cool!
Oh, a little hop over the wall. Destiny and Xerxes, they managed to find themselves a catfish, and that was just beautiful.
Oh
that was just straight up beautiful.
Like, Xerxes is like 500 IQ, I swear. Like, so... his pathing was really, really insane right there. So he goes red buff into Raptors into his Gromp camp right there. That takes him over towards level 3. And then when Vander pushes bot lane and walks in to put a ward down, he's confused. He's like, why is there a blue buff here, but the Gromp's gone, and where's the jungler? Where there's a ward over the wall, so Xerxes didn't even have to flash. He just W'd over the wall. That was actually like 5 head, like 200 IQ. I'm freaking out here as a jungle main because I literally said this in game 1 too. When I watch Xerxes play the jungle, like, I learn new things. And I just learned a new thing right there. That was sweet.
And the reason that you're so excited now is the way game 1 started, you were scratching your 5 head quite extensively. And like, hey, what was that weird level 2 gank? Xerxes on the Trundle. When are you going to play League of Legends? He showed up in game 2 with a hell of a performance on set. He's got a kill to his name already and given Destiny a foot up. I like Destiny on Nautilus. I think it's one of his better champions. Needs to be a little careful with the dredge line at times. But now on the similar token, let's look at the other side of the map. Finn on this Ornn is already pushing Alphari backwards. We know Finn's Ornn is very, very competent, very comfortable. He does like to play around the bottom lane. So keep your eyes on the teleport timers and when and where Finn decides to back. Traditionally, he's trying to help out another lane.
And this is already off to a wonderful start for him, assuming he doesn't get ganked trying to push it in, because notice, it's a cannon minion. So Finn really wants to stick around here, but he has a good ward to spot out this gank that he fell victim to in game number 1, I believe it was.
Yes.
Game number 2, where it was that Predator gank from the set at 5 minutes. Well, this is 4:40, and Xerxes has faked him out. If Finn goes for the last hit, he may very well die, or at the very least lose his flash.
Find out. Flash is still available to Finn, level 5. Nobody's coming in for support. Inspired is still a while away. There's the stunt, very well timed. Finn able to buffer that dash, and he manages to get himself to safety. So no real harm there. I want to see again whether he decides to teleport back. He's level 5. When Finn did play in game number 1, he actually hit level 6 in lane with Hansama and Vanda. And while that's going on, Larssen gets a good electrocute chunk onto Nuke Duck, and Xerxes once even the wings. This could be a 2v2.
Yeah, Nuke Duck doesn't have to flash away from that one. I think he's going to be all right and get back to base. Should just TP back in towards lane. Like, a lot just happened that I want to try and unpack, because, like, first of all, like, I think Xerxes jumped the gun a little bit in the top lane play. Should have waited for Finn to walk forward for a last step before pulling the trigger, and then I think he should be able to get a flash there with the Aatrox to set him up. But if we even zoom back further and, like, look at what Inspired was doing in his early pathing and what led Xerxes to believe that, like, this ward was coming, because, like, that path was a little bit odd. Like, Inspired, I remember even last year, so often on these like level 2, level 3 junglers would take 3 camps, hit level 3, and then invade the enemy blue buff when he was playing blue side with his support. Like his bot lane's pushing up, they go in and ward. So I honestly believe that this is like brilliant scouting from Origin to be able to see that and see the tendency from Inspired and from Rogue as a team to be able to make that play happen. And that is just like a terrifying prospect to think that they actually read Rogue that hard.
And the thing is, if we can see it happening again, right, consistently, if we can see it playing out, say in the next game, like if you assume that Origin get themselves to match point, then they've downloaded their opponents effectively. That's kind of the concept that you want to talk about. And I know we focused fairly heavily on the Inspired versus Xerxes framework this game, but that is because it truly has felt like the jungler that's got their laners ahead has just allowed that snowball to continue. The analyst has talked about it a moment or two ago. Now there's already a kill on the board here for Origin. Very good flash from Alphari. All the Forger comes out, manages to sidestep the flag and drag. No Cataclysm, and Alphari might be able to just walk himself away. Knock up into the air, manages to get at least a tower shot or 2 onto Finn, but he does eventually go down, and Alphari survived a lot longer than expected.
Yeah, Alphari was juking everything, left, right there, you know, the quickness, getting away from those shots, but in the end is just run down by Ornn, because Ornn does a lot of damage too. Ornn with Doran's Blade Start, I didn't even notice that. For the big claps right there, is able to finish off the kill. And hey, Finn didn't even have to use his flash to secure that one either. So he's been having a great old time up here in the top side, and still has the TP too. So as we were talking about before, Finn maintaining that advantage, even after having to base twice now in this lane, is still going to be looking for a potential play towards the bottom side of the map, especially now that Hansama has ticked over to level 6, Inspired now has his ultimate as well. So if Rogue's bot lane is able to set up that wave to start slowly pushing in on towards that side, then look for these types of moves. Oh no, he missed the ward.
Yep, not going to get inside the tri-bush, is it? Observers, can you toggle the vision? We'll find out in a moment or two.
No,
Nope,
okay.
There we go. Not
I was like
inside the
pretty sure
tri-bush.
it wasn't, but it's hard to tell when you have like perfect vision of the map.
That's it. Godmode Vision. But talking about ultimates, Xerxes has just unlocked that Grand Starfall as well. These teams are bang on even. It is a Mountain Drake to fight over, and you can see some of the vision being extended and pushed into Origin's Eastern Quadrant. So this may signal a Rogue challenge. Devour comes out from Vander. Inspired's going to be able to snipe it away. But this is now a 4-on-3. Flash already used by Hansama for an enemy blue buff. Don't know how I feel, but it has been denied from NukeDuck.
But Trevor, this is actually what I was saying. Remember when Xerxes got the kill onto Vander? That's the play I was talking about. It's the blue buff invade. And Rogue, Inspired loves to run this play, whether it's at, the initial clear or the second respawn. This is something
just keep doing it.
He likes to do because sometimes it's hard to gank lanes, right? It's hard to gank mid against Azir. It's hard to gank bot against a cleanse. It's about him getting into the enemy jungle, and that's how he likes to play. It's about attacking his direct opponent here as they start up the Drake.
They do indeed. Destiny is going to be backed up by Upset. Mountain Drake secured. So despite OG getting the first blood, Rogue have now bounced back with a kill of their own, as well as the first dragon. That's going to be a stun, flash away from the dredge line. Inspired playing with his life, but he manages to escape.
Alright, so Rogue are getting a little excited here for some jungle camps. They got the blue buff, but they lost Hansama's flash. Inspired did not get the Scuttle Crab, and now he's lost his flash as well. And notice, with the information that Inspired was bot side, Alfari walked in. He has now cleared, I believe, the control ward he spotted out a couple minutes ago, and also warded the Origin blue buff. So this opens up the opportunity to invade, but notice, because Rogue's lane has recalled, Origin are not going to make that play happen. They're slow on the reset, and they respect the fact that it's past 8 minutes. The bot lane from Rogue can be moving towards the top side, which of course it is because the Drake is gone. This is a play we have seen run in every single game so far this series, where the team that takes the Drake on the bottom side is able to get the first reset and come up here to play around the Herald. And while it hasn't always resulted in an immediate Herald take, it has always been that team with the early mountain, with the pressure to be able to lock it in. Now the key difference is, this game, there's been kills going both ways, so it's not exactly certain which way the cookie's going to crumble in this one.
Yeah, and of course, I like the mention or bringing up the fact the Rift Herald is there, because even if a team doesn't immediately start it, the invisible pressure that they could make a misplay somewhere, make a showing that somebody's on the other side of the rift, and open up that possibility. It's that unspoken threat, so to speak, that you also need to factor in. Inspired is now waiting around. Teleport will be available for Larssen in a few minutes, and I want to once again bring the discussion back to Larssen. After a potential engage here, Inspired does have Cataclysm but no Flash, and Xerxes does have the Grand Starfall. I want to ask your opinion on what you'd like to see Larssen doing. He's just finished off the Proto Belt. He's under a little bit of threat potentially, as Xerxes now just spotted off everybody on Rogue. And my eyes are on him to see what he can do, change his playstyle. We have seen him roaming. He's on a very different pick from the 2 previous games, and arguably he has to have a large impact on this champion. To help Rogue out.
Right, so the Echo into Azir matchup is a bit of an interesting one, because it's not necessarily about like, oh, this champion can't just immediately roam. He doesn't get free priority. But now he does. Now that the Proto Belt has come through, it's really easy for him to clear away this wave and then look to move around the map. But again, I don't think it's going to be about looking to roam and dive towers. It's about getting pressure inside of the river and inside of the enemy jungle, because post level 9, post first item, this Echo has a whole lot of burst, and that's where his mid game is going to unlock in these skirmishes when there's like 2 Elite 4 members of OG around. There's not enough CC for OG unless they're all going to be there to be able to lock him down and coordinate well to burst him before he can get his ult off.
Right, okay, so I'll keep my eyes open for that then, and obviously Proto Belt's going to help out. Phase Dive going to do a lot of work. The Rift Herald eventually secured. Rogue made the swap 2 and a bit minutes ago. They were able to push back the OG bottom lane once Xerxes backed, and that's going to be a tongue lashing onto Upset. But there's support from Destiny, and NukeDuck has started to make the move. Larssen, if you can get a parallel convergence, maybe. Flag and Drag comes out, teleport coming down, the stopwatch has been used. NukeDuck's Emperor's Divide is fantastic. The Grand Starfall comes down. This has gone horribly, horribly wrong for Rogue. They thought they had an easy pick, and they could not have been more incorrect. That's 3 kills already. Make that number 4 as the Umbral chains. One more auto. Come on, Alfari. He gets it down. 4 for Origin.
Rogue just went way too deep right there. Everyone flying on into the play. Finn is teleporting up to top lane, but he's zoned from the rest of his team. And Origin are all right there. Xerxes is able to fly in with the ultimate. TP's come through. That was just an absolute mess. And it starts out, Upset gets a little forward. Destiny says, I'm going in. Like, Rogue, you have 4 people here. Yes, you have more people at the start of the play, but Destiny has stopwatch to stall. Nukeduck is already here, and they're trapped between 2 towers and a wall that they cannot get across because that Emperor's Divide is absolutely brutal there from Nukeduck. It was Larson and the rest of Rogue trying to make the roam happen, but it just did not work at all.
Chasing just a little too far. The Emperor's Divide, honestly, as soon as you see the ultimate come out, you just know it's donezo. You just know Origin are going to win that fight. 2-0-2 for Xerxes on his Pantheon. 1-1-2 on Alphari and Aatrox now. 1-0-2-1-0-2 for Nukeduck and Upset. Nash's Tooth already completed. Essence Reaver as well as the Warhammer secured. Correction, BF Sword and the Warhammer for Upset at the moment. But I mean, 2,000 gold lead. This is a fantastic position for OG, despite conceding the first dragon. They've just absolutely taken control of this mid game.
Yeah, we may see another fight here. So Rogue are dropping the Herald to try and buy themselves time. They want to be the ones to start up the Cloud Drake, and notice it's actually going to be a no contest from OG. Alphari says, nope, I'm going to go back to the top lane without teleport here. This is a very Rogue-like, actually, when we're looking at both top laners, like Finn's the guy that's, I'm going to lose the wave top lane, even though I don't have TP. He runs down here for the objective. So that's the second Drake of the game secured for his team. Meanwhile, Alphari is going to fully push in this wave and get some gold for himself. I don't think Origin necessarily needed to fight over that. Both teams are sort of waiting for all their ultimates to come back off of cooldown, and Origin do have the lead for the time being. Should be able to trade towers on the map as well, and weren't in really good position to go for that in the first place.
And actually, I'm going to apologize. I got a little too hyphy, and I made a call that Origin in complete control. They've lost 2 dragons. It's a 2k gold difference. There's a lot of possibilities here.
And hey,
I got excited.
No, for sure. And if they had wanted to bring 5 people down to the bot side river, they could have. They probably would have won that fight, but that's not necessarily the Origin way, right?
No.
You'd say that would be like a 60-40 or something, like just throwing numbers out there. Obviously, those don't actually mean anything. But it would have been a close call at this point in the game, especially as now OG are all finishing off their first completed items. They're going to be a lot more confident moving forward.
Well, at 15 minutes into this one, with 6 kills on the board already, I just want you to know that Game 1 had 11 kills, Game 2 had 9 kills. So there is a strong likelihood that we may be able to break the kill scores, especially when you look at the champions on the Rift. Aatrox, Pantheon, plus then an MF bullet time on top of it. On the other side, Jarvan, Echo, TK, like these guys, they want to throw themselves at the opposition composition. And with the fact that Rogue is a little bit on the back foot in terms of the gold, but they do have 2 dragons towards the Ocean Soul, and an Ocean Soul you never want to give away. Do you think that Rogue just set their sights on playing around dragons and try to stem the bleeding until the next spawn?
I mean, that has to be their goal, but it's not free like it was in the last games, because in the last 2 games, the team with the first 2 just sort of got the rest of them, and the other squad couldn't actually contest.
Yes.
In this game, that is not the same read. So, yes, Rogue would love to do that, but if you're projecting 3 minutes into the future, this 3k gold lead from OG with the bot lane tower that they should secure here off of this push is probably going to be around a 4k gold lead, right? Like, Origin going to be in a much better position. So it is very likely that Rogues decide, hey, we can actually just give over Drake. We don't need to play towards the soul. We just know that we have at least 20 minutes before OG can pick it up themselves.
Got it. I totally understand that. Play a little bit safer. Get some scaling, maybe get some on items and all my upgrades on your side before you really look for those contests. If you have just joined us, we are 17 minutes into Game 3. Rogue and Origin traded wins. Both of them picking up victories on the red side.
Wait,
both
they're win trading?
Very convincing. No, not. They traded victory. No, stop saying traded. They each picked up a victory. I'll get through in the end, my man. Thank you for the support.
You saved it. You saved it.
Thank you.
No one will suspect a thing now, Trevor.
But what I really find interesting is that, if you were to turn off nameplates and we're going to look at the games, there's been such differences you wouldn't really be able to tell. And now Larson, after 2 games were played basically without him, now he's on the Echo under a lot of pressure from Xerxes and Alphari. He uses the flash to get to safety. He's working towards his second item, and my eyes are going to be on him. I want to see Larssen step up for Rogue, have a larger impact on this champion, see if he can find those flanks. If he can use the distraction of the Ornn and the Jarvan, once we get to these skirmishes, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for him to look for Nukeduck and upset, because if they have to deal with the rest of Rogue, he may be able to just dart around the fight uncontested.
Yeah, this is a really fun challenge here on the Echo this game too, because in a lot of games, you don't necessarily have like team setup to be able to land the perfect W, because the W I think is a 2.25 second stun if you're able to land it onto your enemies as the Echo here. But in this game, you have a Jarvan ult and an Ornn ult, both long-range gap close that can try to set it up. So this is a game where if Larssen can work really well with Inspired and Finn, like that combination is absolutely nasty. That can blow up a backliner. Like Upset has cleanse, so he's probably going to be okay. Yeah. But if you could catch out a Nukeduck or something like that with that lockdown, like, oh man, that is going to be brutal. So that's what I'm like, sort of like hoping to see here from Larssen, because those are the type of plays that can make this Echo pick go from being like, well, it's 0-1 with 170 CS to instantly like 1v5, like absolutely carrying in these fights.
And again, it's really interesting when you think of the dynamic, right? Echo kind of wants to be looking either for a flank or using the Ornn or the Jarvan distraction. Hans Sama on the Aphelios has so many different ways he can play a team fight, and depending on how it's set up, whether he wants to play for the range or whether he wants to get in nice and close with Chakrams, if he gets a good Moonlight Vigil, that also can be such a deal breaker. But I think the point I want to build towards is that the burden of execution is quite high on the composition of Rogue. They have to facilitate a number of champions from different angles, whereas I think on OG it's a little bit more linear. It can be a little bit more straightforward. So I'm wondering whether or not Rogue are going to have the capabilities to actually pull off those fights. And just like you predicted, Ender, Rogue will concede this dragon. They're not in any risk. It's not a big deal right now. And they are still 2 dragons away from that Ocean Soul.
Yeah, it is still a trade for Rogue, though, so this is a nice move. They had, of course, picked up the Rift Herald a little bit earlier, so they go ahead and drop that in top lane and give that tier 2 tower money over towards Larssen. So just giving him the resources he needs. You can see it's actually the Nashor's 2nd second on the Echo, which has been picking up a whole lot of popularity here on the pick. It's about getting towards that 40% CDR very, very quickly, and also means you can proc your passive a whole lot more. That 3 hit there going to be a lot. In a side lane too, with those AP ratios, you can shred through towers as well, which is the other side of this Echo coin, because of course we were talking about how the team fight, can you like layer all these things up and sort of build out that 5v5 perfectly? Well, Larssen can also take this Echo into a side lane, because against Nazir, he's going to have a pretty good time. He can clear away these waves easily. He can put some threat down, but he also has to consider the fact that there is a Pantheon on the other team. So there's globals with him, with the Tom Kench. Like, a lot of people can show up into a side lane very quickly, which is one of the reasons why this game could just blow up instantly, right? If Larssen has wave bot side and Rogue are able to instantly warp 2 people down there with an Abyssal Voyage, like, you could go for some really clever and creative moves here because of this compositions.
Look at the vision in the river as well. Rogue have got themselves a number of wards down the river. They've got Inspired and Larssen pushing up towards that inner tower in the bottom lane. 22 minutes in, that gold lead is still sitting at 3,000. It is still Origin favored. Obviously, the later we go, the less you really care about that gold, and the Ornn upgrades will slowly start to trickle in. Nukeduck's Banshee's Veil, complemented by the Nash's Tooth. You've got 1.5 items for Alfari, Black Cleaver for both him and Xerxes. And I'm just trying to see where the next big engage is going to come from. Logic is going to tell you it'll be around this mid tower, either of them, or the dragon. So often when those mid towers are standing this late into the game, I feel like you'll see a team try to push for priority in that lane, try to take the tower down, and sort of threaten to then fall back to Dragon if there's no contest. So I want to see if that is actually what's going to play out here.
Right, so here's what I'm thinking, Trevor, is I actually don't think we're going to see a big fight break out in mid lane. I think it will be the Drake, primarily because if we're looking at OG, who have the advantage right now, they're probably the ones that are going to initiate the next big fight. They can attack a side lane, like I was saying with this Pantheon pick.
Yeah, they absolutely can. The Empress Divide does a lot of work, though, and Larssen is going to get shut down. I mean, he almost took out Nukeduck. That's not bad, but an easy kill for OG.
Well, that was just a really nice move. And again, like, Rogue had just put so much vision on the bot side of the map, so Larson was probably like in the shop or something. He wasn't looking at his character model, walking straight down into the bottom lane, gets jumped on by Nukeduck, and Xerxes does not suspect a thing. That's rough. And you can see Xerxes is still sitting around here, wants to make sure Nukeduck can get this way all the way back into the tower before they make another move themselves. What I was going to jump into, though, was the fact that OG, when they play around mid lane, it's usually because they have two side lane champs that love to get on flanks, right? So they'll push out, hold that thought, because that's a ulti on towards Nukeduck.
Well, Call the Forge God kind of anticipating the slide, but it didn't land. Now all of a sudden, Vander's the one that's been caught out. You thought you were hunting Nukeduck, but OG were hunting you. Nukeduck almost gets taken down and does finally get killed by Finn in one of the slowest solo kills we've seen. Sam with the Moonlight Vigil is now being backed up by Larson. Rogue, they're right back into this game. Or are they? Dredgeline captures onto Inspired. Larson's going to phase dive over the wall. That's a double route onto Destiny. He's forced to flash. And that was a lot of shenanigans that ends in a 2v2.
I need a replay instantly on that one.
I do too.
I have no idea what just happened right there, because like OG got the initial kill right on towards Larson, who had TP up, and I think he was able to come in on a flank ward as well here. So the recall is spotted out here by Rogue, I do believe. They just ulti down on towards Nukeduck, misses the initial cast, but then it gets really, really uncomfortable, because on the top side of the map, Vander is caught out, but on the bottom side, Nukeduck is just getting solo killed by Ornn. Like, what can Thorn do? He can tank for front line, he can kill the enemy backline, he does everything, right? Then the two teleports coming towards the back, and Upset is dreadfully out of position because his front line is still being zoned 1v2 by Inspired, who has a stone plate. He doesn't take any damage from Pantheon jungle and the support Nautilus there. So because Rogue were able to snipe out the two carries, they're the ones that walk away like quote-unquote victorious. It was a 2v2 or 2-4-2 overall, but Rogue got a little bit more pressure off the back of that one.
And I think you have to feel that of the 8 kills on Origin side, 3 of them on Pantheon, 2 of them on Azir, 2 of them on MF, you're pretty happy with that spread. On the other side, 2 of your team's 3 kills. Yes, being on Finn's Ornn is very valuable, but you really want some of that gold on Echo and Aphelios. Mid lane siege is being started off while the dragon is alive. Nobody's going for the tower yet.
Right, look at Larson over on the side here. He's really trying to look and figure out a way to get into the back line right there, because that is how Rogue win the fight. If Larson can be hitting a Nukeduck or an Upset, neither of which have their flashes up and ready to go.
Are OG conceding this? Or are they going to challenge? I mean, looking at ultimates, all 5 available for OG. Rogue, they've just started the Dragon. Xerxes south of the Dragon itself, with the rest of Rogue are now starting to push mid. They didn't actually commit to the Dragon. Finn just stepped into the pit. The tower is the name of the game right now, as Finn will get caught out. The Umbral dash from Alfari getting him over the wall and landing a bunch of Qs. Bullet time from Upset does not do a lot of damage, but this looks good for Rogue. The call of the Forge God, kill number 4. Alfari's trying to swing and miss. The chains will not find themselves a target. And holy moly, only 1 kill. I'm very surprised by that. But Rogue get the kill and they get away.
Yeah, it just turns into a kill and a couple of flashes right there. If that was a situation where, like, OG thought they were catching out Finn, but Finn, he's a monster right now. He's got his double Ornn upgrades. He's super, super tanky in the middle of it all. And Inspired made the call to jump in and back Finn up. It was a really nice combo down there to get Nukeduck, who, again, had no flash. He was caught in that tight choke point with 2 OG members on the right-hand side, 2 OG members on the left-hand side. So because Rogue were so decisive in the way they attacked here, the fight became very split. I think it was lost the second bullet time came out from Upset, because now that bullet time is down, MF has no damage in the fight. She could still be zoned out here like this and be layering it down in ultimate. Then you're cutting through Finn, you're cutting through Inspired. Like, you have a fighting chance. Finn probably goes down in that exchange for 1-for-1 overall. And maybe then you can contest a Drake. But because the ult went down in a really strange manner where it hits Vander and then he just eats up Hansama, so no damage really comes
Was it
through.
also clearing the wave to defend the tower?
So it was a bit to clear the wave there too, but I feel like Origin had the, like, there was a fight like starting to break out right there, and I wouldn't have pulled the trigger so soon if I was Upset.
Got it, got it. Well, let's see what it does. The Dragon was then picked up, so now Rogue are 1 Drake away from the Soul. The gold lead is negligible. I don't care anymore. Nukeduck crucially working towards that Rabadon's death cap, and Upset has now got IE to complement his Essence Reaver. So we're scaling as far as the itemization and the damage is concerned. With 1 Dragon away from Soul Point, Rogue have to have a high priority on that Drake. But as far as the players and their decision making is going, I am left a little wanting right now. It feels like OG have been dictating the pace of the game. It feels like their proactive steps have been more punishing or valuable. And even the few times Rogue have tried to punch back, it kind of feels like OG were the ones that started it and it was a counter-attack from Rogue, as opposed to them making the play. Do you think that's fair?
So, like, yeah, Origin have been making some good moves in this game, but I don't actually think it ends up putting Rogue at much of a disadvantage overall. Like, even that fight right there, like, most of the game was actually, like, thrown away with Rogue making that really over-aggressive play between the two top lane towers. And since then, I feel like they have played pretty decently overall, barring, you know, Larson getting picked in the side lane, but even then they turned it around on Origin's head right there. I feel that Rogue are in a comfortable position at the moment. They're one Drake away from Soul Point. They have Ornn upgrades coming through. Molten Edge now on towards Han Sama. Pretty soon Larson should be able to finish off, you know, a Rabadon's, get that one upgraded himself too. And then the team fights aren't too bad, in all honesty, right? Like, Larson's going to be hitting level 16. That ultimate's going to be on a stupidly low cooldown. That gives him infinitely more side lane pressure on that Echo too. Even though they're down 2k gold, this game is very, very close, Trevor.
Tell me how you really feel about Echo Ultimate Ender. Oh my word. Yeah, exactly. And I guess, like, don't forget the pressures on Rogue, right? Yes, they had a great game in game 1, but Origin won the second game. Origin are leading. So player preferences and tendencies after Rogue. They picked up that win last weekend from Misfits. It was a interesting series and one that we're getting a little bit of a taste now of how Rogue are looking in these playoffs. Bullet Time does a lot of work. Vander's Grey Health is popped. He devoured Hans Summer to buy him. I actually think that was a fantastic devour, but it has forced Rogue backwards. And has this opened up Baron? Origin are peeling back, but that definitely was a punch in the face by OG.
Right, so it hasn't opened up Baron just yet. It has given them control over this top side just a little bit, but notice Finn also had to commit his teleport into that fight right there too. So now it has to be Larson going into a side lane, which, to be fair, is probably what Rogue wanted anyway, but it gives them one fewer option for how they want to approach this later in towards the game. I actually wonder, in about a minute now, Nukeduck is going to have his teleport up once more. This is one of those situations where I would love to see OG do a really sneaky play in the bot lane where, like, Alfari's the one to walk in first, he starts pushing the wave, and then a wild Nukeduck appears. Like, he just pops out of the brush, he's gonna be right there, and then because you both have TP, a Baron can't be responded on the other side of the map. But you can really throw down the gauntlet, start taking towers, look for a kill, threaten an inhibitor with that type of advantage, and just force Rogue to act, because even if Rogue want to come down with an Abyssal Voyage, well, then you both TP up towards topside and draw on the Baron immediately too.
The question that complicates it for me is that Ocean Soul point. You know, like, are OG willing to give up the Ocean Soul? Let's say that plays out and the trade is OG get Baron and Rogue get Ocean Soul.
So first will come the Drake. First will come the Drake, and then after that, because Baron takes so much longer to kill, that's when you can realistically threaten a double side lane play like that.
And you can see with all the vision and the invades that OG are setting up, this is the play they want. 20 seconds until this Drake is available. Void Staff was the pickup from Larson, by the way, not the death cap just yet. Cheaper item, of course. Nukeduck did complete his death cap, and Alfari got himself the Death Dance, the Cleaver, and the GA. Bloodthirster complements Upset in his inventory, and now Ocean Drake is up. Destiny gets a point-blank auto attack and dredge line onto Inspired. Call of the Forge God comes out, and Alfari is able to fly over the wall. The Bullet Time does a lot of damage onto Rogue, and they've traded a support for an AD carry. That is the best possible trade ever. Vander is now in trouble as the Emperor's Divide knocks him as well as Inspired back. A grand Starfall sends Xerxes flying into Finn's face, and that's 3 kills for 1. A mid tower picked up. OG 4,000 gold in the lead, and the Rift is at their control.
Oh, what a beautiful flank there from Alfari. He walked all the way down and around underneath Rogue, waited to. He could have popped over the wall sooner, but he waited until Han Sama was right there before jumping on him. Then Xerxes comes in for the follow-up. Like, Alfari, that's the reason, not just his laning prowess, that he's regarded as one of the best top laners in the league, if not the best currently. It's because he can also pop off in the team fights.
And in terms of all those team fights, Origin have now picked up more kills this game than the 2 previous ones combined, and we are far from over. They are in control. 5,000 gold up. got themselves the 2 Drakes. They've delayed that Ocean Soul, and this starts with Destiny just using the Ocean Rift to his advantage, sitting in the bush.
Yeah, Destiny's just buying time, but it's Alfari. Don't be mistaken. He's hiding on the bottom of your screen for now, tops over the wall, gets on towards Hansama. Vander tries to save him, but the second he gets spit out, Xerxes is there, showing up as well to get the kill. And because the fight was sort of all the front line minus Vander was running away from the rest of it too, so there was no one to even try and punish and turn there with upset 2, and that has to change for Rogue in these fights. The fights need to be front to back with the one solo flank as Larson coming in on the side, because if Hansama doesn't have protection, the fight will be lost. Rogue will not have enough damage without Aphelios staying alive the whole time.
And now Origin are in a position where they can just look to completely nullify Rogue. That little slide from the Sand Soldiers, they just chunk so hard. With Nash's and that death cap, Hansama cannot stand toe-to-toe for very long. He needs to keep at a distance. He needs the front-to-back team fights that you just talked about. And Origin, they picked up 4 towers. This will be number 5. Minion wave top, I think, is pushing slowly towards Rogue. We'll see how long it takes to get there. And Xerxes got the ultimate if he wants to starfall into a fight. 4-0-4. 35 minutes ago, Ender, you said that Xerxes ran circles around Inspired. And while the early game had fantastic reads, picking off Inspired in those blue buff invades, as it's progressed through, the whole of OG have once again followed Xerxes' lead into controlling the game.
I just love what OG have done in this game, turning around after a few good team fights, because that's what it's come down to. It hasn't been about any flashy things going on. Like, yes, the early game was important, but that balanced out pretty quickly. It was about who picks the better fights, and when we came into this series, we expected that to be the name of the game. It was Rogue versus OG. It's team fights. Like, who's going to be better on the day? And in game number 2 and game number 3 especially, it has been Origin over and over.
Yeah, and I Larsen's Echo, it was phase 1, pick. It was the 3rd pick in the first half of the draft, and 1, 2, and 1. I just haven't seen enough out of it. I haven't seen enough opportunity. Now it is very difficult just singling that out because the game hasn't gone Rogue's way. Origin have had a little bit of advantage when it comes to pushing the side lanes. They've been in a more controlling position, I should say. So it's been more difficult for Larsen's Echo to actually find a way into the game. And now that they're playing against Baron, they've lost another tower in the top lane. Inhibitor tower might just fall to this cannon creep. 1 or 2 more autos, and another one's falling top. I mean, OG have got the game
here we
to
go.
lose.
Coming in on the flank is Larson. He's going real fast on towards Upset.
This is exactly what I want to see out of the Echo. He is looking for Upset, and he finds him. It's Hansama that gets the shutdown. Now Finn manages to get that Volcanic Charge and the Eruption. Gets a knockup. Larson is stepping forward. He's waiting for the cooldowns. Looking for a Time Winder, potentially a phase dive. Let's see the spells go out. Dive isn't doing enough. Finn finally goes down. It looked like so many people were hitting Finn, and he finally got killed. Larson forced to use the ultimate just to escape back to safety, and OG win the fight despite losing their bot laner. They are going to push into the inhib, and it's up to Larson and Hansama to do something. Hansama got a lot of damage to work with, but he needs to step forward, and that means he's exposed to the Sand Soldiers, the Aatrox, and the Pantheon.
Yeah, with the low HP bars there on Xerxes and Destiny, I believe, OG end up backing away from that play. It's going to be another Ocean Drake in 45 seconds, so we may see the line drawn here. Now, this was the play coming in from Rogue. I really like the idea, with the TP buffs too and the home guards. Larson is just zooming in towards the back. They layer up the J4 plus Ornn ultimate beautifully. Also the W there from Larson that we were talking about earlier hits Destiny and would have hit Upset had he survived a little bit longer. So the idea is working out for them. Unfortunately, they don't have the damage. And Hansama, who started the fight with red gun, purple gun, didn't have the DPS order to turn that one around.
No, he didn't. There's no DPS from Xerxes here. He almost solo kills Larson. 4-0-4, mind you. And now all of a sudden Inspired jumps in. Finn, he threw down the teleport. He may go down yet again. Oh my word, that's 2 fights in a row. Bear with me for an analogy. Ender, have you ever been to like an arcade? You know, one of those real life physical arcades? Where
yes,
there's like
as a matter of fact, I have.
You're very young. I don't know if you kids these days do that, right?
I lived in the arcade when I was a kid.
Oh, I love it. Okay. But you know, the boxing machine, there's always a crowd of people standing around oh, it's not dribbling, but when you like punch it really quickly. Anyways, whoever can hit it the hardest, and everyone watches, and when somebody's really big and they hit it and they set a high score, then you all just take turns trying to beat that high score. That's what it's felt like Finn is. He's that boxing machine. Rogue stood and watched him get punched in the face by everyone from OG twice in a row now. And there's just nothing they can do. He's just getting dunked in these fights.
Yeah, and each time he dies, he goes back to base, he buys another item, which just makes his health higher, so the score the next time he gets punched is even bigger.
Yes, that's literally what it feels like. OG have got 13 kills this game. They're in absolute control with a 10k gold lead. They can pick up the Soul in 4 minutes time. They've already got one Baron. I think they're going to pick up the second Baron and play this one nice and controlled, get themselves to match point, because reminder, it is an elimination game.
No, Trevor, we want happy thoughts here. Origin are going to try to close before the Ocean Soul here. They've got Baron spawning in 5 seconds. This may be make or break for this game. Rogue are down so much right now, 9,000, but they do have Ornn items on their 2 big carries, which is going to try and mend that bridge just a little bit here. They're going to call in the fight right now. This is all.
Baron's not going to be alive by the time they get there. Call of the Forge God comes down. Emperor's Divider split them up, but Alfari with the flank. He's found Larson. Destiny's bought so much time for his team before he gets taken out. And there's 2 members of Rogue fighting Alfari alone. The rest of Rogue are now split up. Hunt Summer has just been left alone for naught. Baron was picked up, but at what cost? Now Xerxes running for his life. Rogue have found the team fight. The happy thoughts might be proving true. Xerxes will come back to life after the GA before he is able to take down Inspired with the help of Upset. Now all of a sudden Inspired will take out Xerxes as well. And Alfari with the Empowered Recall. No way. No way.
What is
GA available?
Here?
He did think about it. Okay. Baron picked up by OG, team fight victory.
Oh, look at Larson, look at Larson. He's, oh, okay, he didn't pull the trigger, but Nukeduck literally walked into the parallel convergence right there. I thought Larson was going to go for the one shot, but he didn't make it happen in the end. There are minions inside the Rogue base because that bot lane inhibitor did fall. Don't think Origin should be able to pick any inhibs off on that next push. But you watch this one more time because Alfari has the same idea. It's come in on the flank and make that work. But it's on towards Larson, who's able to jump away and stall out a lot of time. There's also that big snipe from Hansama on towards Destiny to finish off that gun. He's rocking the Calibrum there. That's where all the damage is flying on from. And Blue Gun too, so he's getting the AoE auto attacks as well. So much DPS from range because of this combination coming through from the Aphelios. And as soon as Upset's frontline goes down, he's on the run. Oh no!
The double up as well. Did you see Vander flashed over, missed the tongue lash?
Yeah.
And the double up actually carried it through to Inspired. I missed that on the first call. And look, I'm all for happy thoughts. I actually told this to Monica and I opened up my inner soul and I said, my on-camera personality, Quickshot, is always an optimist. I'm going to let my off-camera personality through a little bit. I think OG are going to go for the soul. I think with the fact that the fight didn't go their way, I think the safe way to do this, get the soul, survive some of that long-range poke, back off if you need to, and then just play the slow siege. They've got themselves supers in the bottom lane. They can get themselves supers in the top lane fairly easily, and I think they're doing that. Let's see who's more likely to be correct.
Well, they did hold on to a couple of Baron buffs here, so they still are attempting the siege in towards the mid lane, but it's a little bit difficult to walk up again against that Infernum that rather Hansama has. The wave clear there, absolutely insane now with all the crit chance Hansama has for himself. Now, as we gear up, you said it's going to be the Soul. It is going to be the Soul Baron's time now.
Yep.
How does this fight play out? Because the big summoner spell I'm looking at is actually Upset, who doesn't have Flash or Cleanse. Everyone, barring Tahm Kench, on Rogue's side is going to have theirs available. So this is going to be a situation where Jarvan is looking to dunk that misfortune down with Larson coming in on an angle. And as long as Rogue can be the one sort of diving and cutting into Origin's team, without that flank coming in from Alfari to split up the team, they're going to be in a good position. They need to go past Alfari.
Oh no, they got caught out. They were trying to go fishing, but Rogue, they got jumped on first. It was Destiny that found the dredge line, and despite the fact that Larson was pushing from the side lane, they didn't come in. Now, what was lose?
That's just
Destiny's up and Upset's ultimates were used, so if Rogue can re-engage,
Trevor, check this out. So Inspired just recalled Vander's there too to bring him in on the Abyssal Voyage. Ocean Soul is spawning right now. It's going down so fast he can't make some hits.
Final fight. Win now or
Can he
lose,
get it?
Rogue. It's that simple.
He's in the pit.
Win now or lose. It's a smite fight. Smite fight. Who's going to pick it up? That's a knock-up onto Xerxes. It's Xerxes. He gets it. He wins the challenge. He wins the ocean, and that means there's no soul point for Rogue. Now all of a sudden in the fight, this Nuktak that's gone down is at the cost of Vanda. So has Hansama. The damage is out. Upset and Alfari reign supreme. Upset is untouched. And he is looking to run down Lawson. He's going to strut his way up, and the Grand Starfall comes out. The chance was there, Ender. The chance was there. But the team fight power and the gold lead and the items for OG are just too strong.
Oh no, little camaraderie before the Rogue Nexus goes down. They're just dancing. Alfari was dancing all over Rogue in that last fight. Sure, Xerxes picked up the Dragon Smite, but it was Alfari once again who found Hansama and killed him. Once Hansama is down, OG win the fight, and Alfari leads his team to another win.
He does indeed. Do a little dance, take down Rogue tonight. That's the song Alfari's singing as OG advanced to match point. 2 wins to 1, and out of the last 2 potential games, 1 more victory sets OG up for a showdown with G2 Esports on Sunday. It was an interesting game, this one. I liked the pivot in draft. I mentioned it right at the beginning, and 24 unique champions have hit the rift in 3 games already. Now, all of a sudden, Rogue are going to have side selection and go back to that fundamental question. What do we change in our gameplay? What do we change on an individual level to get ourselves back into the game? When we come back, Origin are 1 game away from taking down Rogue. Look at the color from Humanoid. He's got 1. He's got 2. G2 are losing. G2 are losing. Where were you? The rookies of Europe have taken down the world finalists. Mad Lions have defeated G2.
G2 and Fnatic have been dominating Europe for like the past 3 or 4 years, but I think it's my time to end their legacy.
Already almost down, gets caught out, and now upsets the next target. They're just dead. Origin can't do anything about this. They just get swept off the map.
Their top laner tends to play weak side a lot, which is something I profit from a lot. I'm not too worried about playing a team like Mad Lions.
You've seen our name on the jerseys of amazing teams. Now, we are supporting one more. One that you don't see live on TV. But they are the best team in the world, and they are playing the toughest game. Maybe they're not performing in front of millions, but they are under the pressure of an entire planet. And they don't have fans cheering their names, but they have patience who will forever remember them. And they also need your help to win this game. Stay home like a pro.
is forever. Keep your voice low.
Welcome back to the expert panel. Origin Rogue are now fighting to stay alive in the spring playoffs. They have been all day, but it is most certainly do or die for Rogue now in Game 4. And guys, it's been a wild series, but I want to call one player out who I feel like, after Game 1, has been standing out immensely, and that is Origin's Xerxes. Between the set and the Pantheon, it feels like it's been a pretty immaculate early game jungle performance.
I think it's been pretty good. You know, the first game left a very, very sour taste in my mouth because we had that level 2 gank on Trundle and then he just didn't show up again. Then he came up with the set jungle, the first one I've seen in a competitive play in a long while. He came up with the steal on the Grom, came up with the ganks on the Renekton. Kennen could snowball and boom, Origin was set up for success, and it continued in game number 3.
Yeah, and I feel like it's how he's teaming up with the success for Alphari.
And additionally, looking across, oh, sorry.
Oh, my bad. I was muted. You couldn't hear me, Dracos. The information went through. The viewers are me. It's all good. And TLDR, Alphari's success. Xerxes transferring his power over to Alphari. For me, especially this game, Alphari and Xerxes flanks into backline. Ender pointed out during cast just how they were deleting Hansama, because I personally felt that there were a lot of concerns when I looked at these drafts that there's going to be a point at which Origin's composition would lose some steam and itemization so AD heavy outside of that Azir, because Xerxes did opt into the Pantheon jungle, that I thought that this Ornn would be unkillable, but Origin managed to out-team fight them, and a lot of it was because of this man on your screen right here in tandem with his top laner finding Hansama every single time.
Yeah, I'm with you completely on that. Like Alphari with the Aatrox performance, usually you don't see this type of champion doing that well in the later parts, but Xerxes, I like the look of him playing champions that are a bit unorthodox. In the past, I remember him as the Warwick, Zac, Ivan, God, and now we had the set jungle. Pantheon has been played by many. I'm hoping in game number 4 we get another cocktail to round it off and we have a Xerxes party on our hands.
Look, I've always been a big fan of the depth of the Xerxes champion pool when he is being that experimenter, when he is being that mastermind. But I want to start talking about this game. Start looking forward instead of looking back. And to do that, I want to first bring up a replay of one of the fights in this game, because from our discussions, Frosker, you felt like it kind of illustrated some of the ideas about this series that were important to highlight. Of course, this is happening in red jungle right before the Baron that eventually felt like it led OG to win the game, although to be fair, they had been winning for quite a while.
I think it's just eyes on Alphari right now. This is pretty much, to my opinion, the game-ending fight. Alphari's going to come over this wall and just snap grab Hansama. Now, Vander does gobble him up, and Hansama is going to die with his flash up, but I think at this point it was already kind of like good night as both Pantheon and Aatrox jump on his face. But it just really illustrates that Origin are such a clean 5v5 team. I think we forget it sometimes because their games have been quite slow, and they don't necessarily have to team fight you to beat you. But when we do see it, I've always loved their zone control. I think very early on in the split, I called them an LPL-esque team, and people thought that that meant that I was calling them an LPLS team in their aggression, which isn't true, but it's actually just how they control terrain, how they think about flanking on team fights, and how they set up team fights. I thought has been one of our stronger teams in the league.
Yeah, for sure. I think just the whole series is so revolved around the dragons. It's all about getting those drakes, the barons, the rift heralds. That is where all the action happens. Whenever Rogue tried to force anything outside of the boundaries of those objectives, it looked really, really rough. So I think it's going to continue the same way. I agree with the notion that the flanks were on point. Usually something like a Aphelios and a Tamkins is something that has a lot of safety, but in this case, because of the performance of the Aatrox in this game, they got snapped in half over and over again.
And I also think it's interesting because Origin don't usually care about Drakes. Like, I agree with you, Yamato, but they don't usually care about Drakes until it's, like, absolutely necessary, and that is causing the game to get stalled out quite a bit because Origin would rather just funnel and hoover up farm gold. I think Ender said it over the course of the split that they haven't sacked a wave in their life. And so when you do get nuked up on champions, I mean, it was Azir this game, but champions that can play out into a side lane, suddenly you get Origin in the 1-3-1 versus the 1-4. And it's been a hot minute since we've seen that because Nukeduck has kind of been on tank duty. But I think it just creates a different beast for Origin. I think it's really where they want to play in their comfort zone. So I expect Nukeduck to continue to deny Larson the Azir either through bans or picking it away from him. And I hope to see that Nukeduck continues to have a pick that he can also play on a side lane as well as the 5v5.
And I think this is what we kind of predicted for the series. It kind of looks like the Misfits Rogue series, but in this case, Origin being the stronger team, being, these last two games was kind of how we as analysts depicted this series, and it comes down to what do we want Rogue to do in order to create a victory here. I think they need to shock. They need to bring something else, because right now, Origin has their number in draft, banning Azir, picking Azir, and then Finn doesn't have anything that revolves around aggression. They need to dig deep. They need to do something that creates a snowball from the get-go, because when you get a lead, Origin is not going to do anything to break the mold. They play basic. You can't keep playing basic because Origin just does it better.
Look, I'm always excited when shock and awe is the strategy. When mix it up, try something crazy, maybe get a little bit too aggressive at times, take those risks. But Origin, of course, is up 2-1, and one person that is very happy about that is XPeke.
XPeke, indeed. Thank you, Dracos. And thank you, Peke, for joining me again this week. Yesterday, I talked with Xerxes about this game, and he told me how important mid lane would be. But that was a big lie, obviously, because he is the man in Origin's win here. So what do you think about his performance so far in Origin's victories, especially?
Yeah, I agree a lot. I feel like he has had a huge impact and he's playing out of his mind. First game, maybe first game we played a bit weaker in general, but I think after that he just picked up and he's everywhere during the whole game. So I'm really enjoying it.
One thing that I find weird all the time is the fact that people keep on focusing on Xerxes during the banning phase, especially banning Gragas and Karthus, but he's been one of the most creative junglers in the LEC ever. So why do you think that's so?
But I think that's good for us that they ban him, because I always remember, like long time ago, first time I saw him play, I was really excited every time I saw his Ivern or his Thack. He was like the only player that could play those weird champions that no one played and play them really good. So I'm really happy that they force him into champions that no one plays, because I feel like that's where he shines the most. He's unpredictable and he plays them like if he played them all his life.
Yeah, and we'll see if he has other tools up his sleeve for here, because it's match point. Let's pretend we are in Rogue's heads right now. They will be playing the potential last game on blue side. They had side selection here. So what should Rogue do to bounce back? And does it happen in draft or later during the game?
I think it's more during the game and outside of the game. I think their mental, probably right now they are down because they won the first game on a strong manner, but then they couldn't beat us in the second game. The third game, we made a lot of mistakes, honestly, and they had a potential to come back, but they still couldn't beat us. Like we were just better than them at playing the game, even though they had opportunities. And I feel like this game is going to be about them beating themselves mentally, because they are going to come to the game thinking that they have a hard chance of winning. So if they cannot beat that, I think they're just going to lose.
Okay, so based on the development of this series and your experience in a series like this, do you think Origin can wrap up the series and win after this one?
I think so. I think we're good at this. I think we're good at getting going, and once we get like confident, we get in our comfort zone, I think we're better.
Well, we'll see about that in a few minutes. Thank you very much, Peke, for the interview. And we're going to take a break and come back in 3 minutes for the potential last game of this series. Stay tuned.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what could be the last game of the evening. It is Origin versus Rogue Game 4. Origin are currently 2-1 up in the series. Rogue have side selection, and they have picked blue side once again. Ender, my man, it feels like Origin were napping a little bit in Game 1. They got rolled over. Origin really didn't show up. Rogue had a fantastic win, but the last two games have felt a little bit more up to what we were expecting, the type of plays, the type of control that OG was showing. So if that is true, and you choose not to correct me, what's your expectations for this last game? And like, how do Rogue find a level of play or decision-making to force us into Game 5?
Right, so I think Origin really, Game 1, let's just sort of write that one off. The draft's a little wonky. Their gameplay early on, Xerxes did not look like his regular self. But since then, I think Xerxes and Alfari have both been playing absolutely on point and just look phenomenal. Through the early game, Xerxes pathing, all of these things, they look great. Now, Rogue coming into this game, they're on blue side, they chose it again. It's the same bans, and this is perfect. I do not believe that Rogue need to change anything in the draft phase. I've already seen some criticism thrown towards that Echo pick. I don't think that was actually a big problem for Rogue here. I think the way Rogue played within the game ended up costing them big time. They overforced on some fights that ended up getting punished really, really hard on those, and then in those pivotal fights around the Drakes later on, they did not properly ward their flanks against the Alfari flanks there. So this is a game where I think Rogue can run back very similar coming into this one, and if they choose their fights better and ward more effectively, they are looking to be in a wonderful position to go toe-to-toe against OG.
I really like that idea, and I think what is important to call out as well is like that in between two towers, not Ivern's, in between two towers dive that took place. Oh, I'd love to, dude. I would love to. Really cost Rogue. It set them up. It got Nuktak ahead. It got Upset ahead. Crucially, it got Xerxes ahead. I think he actually picked up 2 kills and an assist out of the whole trade. And then Xerxes' Pantheon just ran away with the game. Okay, look. We obviously are a couple of picks and bans here already into draft. As you've already called out, Karthus, Gragas, Senna, no real changes from Rogue. Aphelios, first pick, the same as the previous game. Unlike the previous game, with the Zia, Kalista, Syndra being banned, the Renekton is open and available. So that has now been the pick along with Nautilus in place of the Azir. You would assume MF will get locked in first rotation to sit next to that Nautilus. We've seen them paired so many times together, and you'll assume the Tom Kench for Rogue. So what else do Rogue want to lock in during this first phase?
Well, I will say hold your horses on the Nautilus. That could go mid lane here for Nuktuk. You never know when he's playing there. I do like the Tom Kench to come through. I think that makes sense for Rogue right here. But the big change up, okay, yes, the Ornn. I like that coming in early. So OG was already coming in with some differences in their game plan. They didn't want the early Azir, so they banned that one away. So now that Rogue don't have a mid laner to counter pick, they're going to blind pick. Who are they going to blind pick for? It's probably jungle or top lane. But knowing that Ornn was the pick last game for Rogue, I think OG would have banned that one. So both teams are sort of playing some mind games against each other, going for earlier picks on some champions that very likely would get removed in the second phase.
But that's also what you want to see in a best of 5. We're 4 games in, Not only is there the patch that you have to contend with, then you've got player preferences, hence the reason Karthus and Gragas has been banned every single game, along with the Kalista and the Syndra. Get those off the pools. Then you start to have this in-series meta develop. The Renekton has been a common thread that I'm sure many, many, many people will debate for many days to come, especially depending on what Alfari's performance is going to be. But now I am very excited. What is Xerxes going to run in the jungle? Well, Karthus is God, Gragas has got Olaf, Joven. Does he go Set again? He doesn't go Kindred. Surely he doesn't go Kindred.
So what they may end up doing is actually saving jungle counterpick again, like they did in the last game. Because remember, this Nautilus can still go in towards mid lane. And Rogue are already sort of thinking that. They're removing the Yuumi from the equation, right? They have a Tom Kench down there. They're not going to be able to punish a Yuumi very effectively. So they want to make sure that's off the board. And then also remove the Cassiopeia themselves. This is really, really interesting for me because I actually think this is a game where you could probably run the Nautilus in mid lane. So what they're going to do is they're going to lock in the Set. Now, Set can go top, jungle, mid support. Nautilus can go mid support. Renekton can go top lane, mid lane. So there's a lot of flexibility left here for Origin, and I'm pretty sure we've actually seen Nukeduck play that Renekton in the mid lane before.
We have.
Yes.
No, we absolutely have. And okay, so the reason I love this is like my head, dude, it just tunnels, right? I can only think so many layers, significantly fewer layers than you can, my friend. So I had already just assumed that it was MF not bot, and then, you know, you throw in all this flexibility. One of the things that Origin was praised for at the beginning of the split, draft Kingdom, draft Kings, they were incredible. Then towards the second half of the split, the meta changes and it shifts, and then we're like, draft 50-50 coin flip, we either love it or we hate it. But I really like what I'm seeing. And now on the other side, the Irelia's locked in, which also means the Ornn and the Aurelia could swap as well, couldn't they?
They could, in theory. We'll wait on that because, of course, like Finn is like the acclaimed Aurelia player here, so could rock that in top lane. So Origin have gotten what they want. They wanted to put Inspired on Sejuani. This was a run back of the second game's draft where they banned second phase Olaf and Jarvan, and Inspired's fallback was the Sejuani. So now it is going to be the Set in the jungle, of course, with a LeBlanc in the mid lane. So Set's the only like odd man out here, which ends up being pretty expected at the end of the day, of course. And when you're looking at it, Origin probably aren't going to flex Renekton into mid lane. Like, Alfari has just loved Renekton so far this, but like, they're always first picking this champion for him. So it's going to be pretty standard when all is said and done here. But I am concerned about the Sejuani pick, about the Ornn pick, because now that there's a LeBlanc in the equation, it's really hard to lock her down with this more predictable CC that has a long travel time, when usually that's your big strength. Against a LeBlanc and against a Cleanse MF, that's going to be much harder to lock down.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And now we get to see what Larssen can do on another stylistically different pick, right? Game 1 and 2, game played around mid lane. Nukeduck and Larssen not really hugely involved. Game 3, slightly different story. Nukeduck's Azir, game-changing Emperor's Divides in the team fights. And despite attempts from Larsen's Echo, he just really wasn't set up for success. The timing of the engages, the locations of the engages, the amount of information for the engages. Let's see what Rogue can do. Their backs are against the wall as they're taking on Origin. And welcome back to, as I've already mentioned, what could be the last game of the day. We ended the draft talking about the slipperiness of Nukeduck's LeBlanc. I am personally excited because I think I said at the beginning of game 1, Ender, that I want to see Nukeduck on playmakers. I want to see him on champions that he can outshine. And I really like the fact that he's on a LeBlanc now. Xerxes Set also was very exciting when he ran it in game 2, I think it was.
It was 2,
and now when you combine Set plus Renekton, Set plus Nukeduck, I think a lot of people are going to be able to dunk on enemies.
Yeah, you got some fun stuff for sure in this game, and I'm already looking at like the summoner spell choice for Nukeduck in mid. It's not a teleport, which is standard. It's an ignite, which is immediately sending off alarm bells into my head. Why would a LeBlanc take an ignite in this matchup with a Set? Wait a second, maybe we're looking to play around mid lane, because you think about it, Larssen, if he's ever going forward for minions in mid, this is something I like to talk about a lot with melee mid laners in particular, because the lane is so short. When you have a ranged mid laner, it's super hard to gank them when the lane's in a neutral state, because when they're last hitting, they're 550 units away from those minions. When you have a melee mid laner, you have to really extend to get those last hits, which makes mid lane gankable. Now with a Set in the jungle, I don't think it's super likely, but LeBlanc has a lot of setup CC, and post level 6 with Predator boots, Xerxes can certainly point and click on anyone on the map, and I can't see why Aurelia would be any different.
Okay, so just as I started talking about LeBlanc, and I've been very excited by it, Upset takes a lot of damage. He gets exhausted actually, as Destiny caught the dredge line. As you all know, we've got a fantastic stats team behind the LEC production squad, and they're working with us as well. I got a note on my chat saying, hey Trev, I know you're hyped about LeBlanc, but hashtag warning. Nukeduck is 6 wins and 16 losses all time on LeBlanc. So he's like, I know you're excited, but the stats maybe say otherwise. So let's see if he can add an additional win to that column, because that is not a particularly strong win-loss.
No, that's not here for Mr. Nuke Duck. And honestly, there's not a ton of great targets for the LeBlanc to hit later on in this game, which is why when we get into the team fights, it's going to be all jump on Hansama for Origin. That's the idea. Last game, it was Alfari. He was doing it pretty much solo. Sometimes Xerxes would get involved. In this game, LeBlanc's mission in life is going to be to get Vander to pop his Devour, because the second he pops his Devour and then Hansama comes out of it, that is when an Alfari flank can come in, Xerxes can pick up a frontliner and dunk him straight into Hansama's back. Like, that's the type of play that they need to pull off, and it really is just as simple as distorting forward, dropping a QR combo down onto Hans, and forcing Vander rather try and soak up all that burst damage.
Yeah, then you just let Renekton set, bullet time, do all the rest of it, right? And jump forward. I mean, okay, let's take a
quick
look at what
pause,
happens on
Trevor.
this
Here's
game.
the dive.
Yes.
So this is what I talked about in game 2.
Yep.
Is diving with set jungle is super, super good because of your W, and also because the enemy top laner can't run away. Now, Finn smartly just upgraded the Ruby Sapphire, so that's 180 extra HP. Let's see if he can dodge the game.
Very good knock-up. That's going to allow 2 tower shots onto Xerxes. He manages to go Super Saiyan and spite some melee, but he gets the teleport out of Larson. That is still a win in the Origin book.
It's a big win right there, too. You know, you get the TP out. Now, I think Finn will probably teleport in towards mid lane to soak up that minion wave. That should come through now. He's just waiting for his mana bar to come back up. No, he's actually going to teleport into top lane. So they're just going to give up that full... I think this is a mistake from Rogue. So what they could do is they could both swap for 1 minion wave and then trade back. What ends up happening is now Finn is going to recover some EXP in the top lane and some gold off of those minions coming on in, but Larson is denied 3 melees on top of the wave that he soaked before that to go up into top lane. Now, he picked up a couple from top too, because Finn just started channeling his recall, but if you're trying to min-max there, I think Rogue could have played that better.
Oh my word, this bottom lane has just been trading all day, and Ender, I want you to explain it to me, because Xerxes just comes running in with the Predator.
Look at Hansama!
Inspired is in range. Hansama's flashed forward. He needs to get the flamethrower further. Upset in Destiny, they've managed to put range. Not going to be enough just yet. First blood picked up by Alfari, who teleports bottom. It was a melee in the bottom lane, and it started with consistent damage trading between the duos.
It's just a heartbreaker right there for Hansama.
Unbelievable.
Upset in Destiny, we're just a sliver of HP away from going down, and he was 1v2ing that. Let's be honest, Vander was running away. He was doing everything in his power to turn that play around, because there was no escape once the teleport started coming in. Now this, in all honesty, is a pretty good read from Inspired to be down here at to try and counter-attack this gank coming in from Xerxes. But the TP mismatch, because Finn teleported back into top lane, he could not respond down towards bot side. Hansama had to run forward to keep his teammates alive, was just hoping for a kill, and it did not work out in the end.
It really didn't. So Origin get first blood. They're not done yet.
no.
I mean, Destiny and Xerxes are now looking for a
They're one
play.
and the same now.
Yes, it's just my brain, just like combined them. But I'm going to wait to see if we got a moment. I just want to remind everybody, we've not really hit it too hard, but this is still an elimination game. This is a gauntlet, of course, in the lower bracket. Misfits were eliminated by Rogue, and Rogue are again in a do-or-die match. If they lose this game, they go done. Of course, because of their seeding from the regular season, they get placed into the lower bracket of our playoffs. And holy moly, even if you win the series, you are set up with a showdown against G2 Esports on Sunday for the final position on the finals weekend. Now, Ender, I want you to add onto that in a moment, because as it stands, Larson is going to get jumped on. Dredge line will catch him and pull him backwards, and with the combination from Nukeduck plus the Ignite, it will be a kill, but it's traded 1-for-1. And again, let's touch on the fact that OG, they weren't even meant to play today.
Sure, that's the crazy thing, because, like, say what you about Rogue, right? Their backs are against the wall. They don't have the luxury of double elimination, but they finished, you know, they just squeezed their way into playoffs right at the end right there. OG finished in 3rd place, and they said, hey, if all goes according to plan, Mad Lions lose. We only have to play 1 best-of-5 this weekend. And then you play against Mad Lions, and that's not too bad, right? But everything did not go according to plan, because G2 ended up losing that series because they were the higher seed. G2 was the squad that got the bye. So now OG had to come into this week not only playing G2 on Sunday, assuming they win this game, but also this series against Rogue, making prepping for these series much more difficult. Like, how do you spend your time? Do you split it between the two teams? Do you all in on Rogue and then hope for the best against G2? Do you all in on G2 and hope for the best against Rogue? Like, there's no really good answer right there. So because everything, you know, broke down in that manner, OG came in and had to, you know, put up a strong performance today just to get to face down G2.
Just to earn the rights to face the defending champions. And right now, the Infernal Drake is going to get easily secured here. Xerxes, he did pop the Predator, won't find a target.
Look at top lane, though.
You talked about the prep, Ender. We've already praised Xerxes for reading Inspired. Now Alfari is looking to dunk down on Finn. He's got himself the Bilgewater Cutlass already. He threw down the Dominus, and he's farming between the towers again. Proxy farming, as you will. Dirty farming, depending on your preference of terminology. But while that's happening, now Xerxes is looking for another opportunity. He's got the Showstopper available to him. He can flash Showstopper, flash Suplex, decides against it. As Hansama was backing away, had himself the Flamethrower out, and manages to push OG away.
All right, so now it's past 8 minutes, and the Dragon is down. I think they're just going to ult that wave, right? Upset just cleared that one away, and now swap in towards the Herald, using that ultimate to buy themselves a lot of time up here. That's why Inspired is actually running on over here and trying to start this one up. It's trying to sneak it away from Origin before this rotation comes on through. And because it's a I was about to say because it's Tom Kench, they can actually pour it up in there, but it's a level 5 Tom Kench. Yeah. This play is a little bit more risky. You can see Inspired not feeling super confident, is pulling the Herald way towards his team to try and make this one actually work out.
Destiny's trying to get this quickly as he can. He does manage to get the vision from the Scryer's Bloom, and with Upset using that strut movement speed advantage, will be able to get up. All right, so Rift Herald does not go down. Origin, 2 kills to 1. They're 1,000 gold up, but they did concede the Infernal Drake. It is a Cloud spawning in 3.5 minutes. And when we look at this duo in this top lane matchup, slightly sort of meta question for you, Ender. Hansama and Vander, as a 2v2, how do you feel they've performed today against Upset and Destiny as far as the 2v2 is concerned? Because this laning phase kind of went Hansama and Vander's way until jungle intervention.
Yeah, so this laning phase, like Hansama obviously got a big CS lead off that play as mid lane Nukeduck, the slippery man, is able to get on out of there and goes back in for a little BM auto attack. You'll love to see it. I believe you did ask a serious question before that play happened, though, even though it deserved its time in the life. It was how like Hansama and Vander have actually fared in this 2 versus 2, and honestly, I think they've done a pretty good job. I would say I do not feel the 2v2 has decided this match really at all. It has been about junglers, it has been about top laners, and when bot lane has swung one way or the other, it's come down to like TPs into the bottom lane from Finn, like you remember that game 1 play that was really sweet, or junglers getting down there. And that's where I would say OG have the edge, because they have managed their minion waves better to set up for Xerxes ganks, not just in this game, but in the last game as well. You remember one of those big kills came down from Xerxes getting in there, game 2 as well. So it hasn't been about anything about mechanics or anything like that. It really does just boil down to the fact that OG have controlled their lane states better than Hansama and Vander in the 2v2.
One interesting trend that I have noticed, historically Origin had been a team that had conceded Dragons in favor of Rift Heralds. All split long, that had been a decision-making priority or a decision-making tree that they had followed and abided by. But Rogue have had the better of them as far as the Rift Heralds are concerned this series. Admittedly, OG have been in positions where it hasn't impacted them hugely. You can see they've got a gold lead. So even if Shelly comes down and pops a few plates, it'll even the game out. But comparatively, it's a little different to what we've seen in the past. Finn, Flash is available to him. He's already used the Unstoppable. Call the Forge Guard comes down. By some time, Xerxes slam dunk, I think, was interrupted by the Bellows Breath, and that means that Finn takes a few extra seconds to go down before Vander arrives.
Like, Xerxes was trying to, like, pull its Excalibur out of the stone right there. Just went flying. Finn was sitting there. He's just a rock, man. Wasn't going to go anywhere. They still
the Bellows Breath? Was it the Bellows Breath timing for the Showstopper? That literally just interrupted it.
So Xerxes was going to hold on to his ultimate, but then Alfari landed the stun on Finn, so he's like, oh, wait, I have the window where I can press R. But as he's in animation, Finn comes out of the CC and just presses W, so it was a bit unfortunate, but this is a sweet repeat play.
No.
Oh, Hansama, you're way too far forward, everybody.
Is this gonna
Alphari
work?
is an alcove gamer.
Is this gonna work? This is the best alcove play I've seen. Oh no, no. That's my fault. Sorry,
Never mind.
Alphari. I cast a curse to you. Nevertheless, the setup was great. Hansama had the support from the rest of the team, and Finn's teleport definitely helps out.
I love this. Look at Upset go.
Yeah,
Just land the
definitely.
chains.
Bullet time should be just about enough. Not available, not available. Upset is going to pick up the kill and flash to safety. He's definitely playing to win the series and set up a showdown with G2.
Trev, what happened to Origin? This is not the Origin I know. Games 2, 3, and 4 have just been a very different way for this team. And I love kind of everything I'm seeing, or at least the majority of it here as they look for yet another play inside of this river with 5 members around.
I mean, that sends a huge message. When you see Upset after he's pushed the wave, roam to back up Nuke Duck, and go for the tower dive on a ganking Misfortune without an ultimate, it's a glimpse into the mentality and the mindset of the bot laner. And also when you look at the draft, I kind of made a bit of a joke about it in the previous game, but we have seen 26 unique champions played in these 4 games. That's the same amount that Rogue and Misfits had, and 3 more unique champions than OG versus Fnatic. A lot has changed. The priority on Ornn, the decision-making that Origin had when they played Fnatic, could not be more different to what we are seeing today. And what this means to me is OG are adapting, they're changing a little, and it adds some question marks to what potentially will happen on Sunday. Regardless of who wins here, G2 are going to have a lot of information to digest to figure out how do they approach their opponent on Sunday's BO5.
Right, and obviously they still need to get through this game first.
Yes.
And people will come out of this game and be like, oh, like Origin, like not that much has changed, right? They're still the same old Origin. It's just the quality of opponents is different, right? And you can make that statement when it's Rogue compared to Fnatic. But the fact is, they are playing differently. Don't look at the scoreboard, don't look at the teams, look at how they are moving on the map. And Origin are playing very smart, very controlled League of Legends. Like, Alphari smurfing down here on towards Finn. It's a very, very good matchup, but this pressure now in bottom lane, in top lane now with Nuke Duck as well with a big CS lead there too. They're going to keep pushing down towards Rogue further and further, and you expect to see them balloon this gold lead. That mid game that Origin maybe haven't been super great at taking a lead and pushing it further in the past, that has not been an issue for them today in the games where they get early leads.
Completely agree. Completely. And Alphari on this Renekton 101. Blade of the Rune King completed, another 47 CS, correction, 42 CS until his Cull will also proc. It's helping OG get this 2,500 gold lead. They've evened out the tower score. And despite the fact that I personally have memed the Renekton a little bit, I think you cannot deny the pressure that Renekton applies in-game during a laning phase. Regardless of the performance, regardless of the scoreline, when a Renekton is in a game, the players have to consider and evaluate what can it do. And right now, Alphari is showing a pretty good showing. Keeping in mind the tower dive from Xerxes top, despite it being outplayed, there's been plays around Alphari, and right now, Rogue are being pinched in. Dredgeline will find the target. Hansama gets dunked on. The Devour comes out from Vander. That buys a lot of time. Enough time for Larson to come out. The Flawless Duet gets a 2 or a 3-man stun. And Inspired will get taken out.
Thank you very much, says Nuke Duck, for that kill. Able to pick that one up easy peasy right there. That was a really good position for OG to look for a fight inside of that tight corridor with all the AoEs. You saw Xerxes again picking up Inspired, throwing him down onto Hansama in the back line with the ultimate from Destiny 2 coming on in there. Those are the types of plays Origin are going to continue to try and run in these skirmishes and in these fights the later we move in.
What I also really like, Upset's Misfortune, Essence Reaver to 0-2. He's moving himself around the map, right place, right time. I even love the fact that Scryer's Bloom gives complete and utter vision, just before the fight starts.
I mean, they just got pincered right there. Rogue thought they were going over towards Larson. Little did they know Xerxes was sitting right there to be able to find that collapse, and it's very hard to run away from this team. Lots of slows, lots of CC. Someone's going to have to die, and that's going to be Larson there taking one for the team.
4,500 gold. Bounties on Alphari, Nuke Duck, and Upset. You cannot ask for a better setup if you're an Origin fan. And now Rogue, they will get themselves some time on the second Rift Herald. But Origin are around and they may want to contest. Bullet time is up for Upset. And this Herald is going down fairly slowly. Nukeduck's around as well. There's a flank from Xerxes. He's popped the Predator. He's looking for an engage. There's no showstopper to stop the show for Rogue. And the Herald will finally be secured. Now, pickup is done. And I'm waiting for the engage. Destiny's
Look at
ultimate,
Alfari on the bottom.
And Destiny's ultimate is just about to come available. Dominus as well. They need a few more seconds. Waiting for the go. The bullet time destroys Rogue. It is time to go home as Rogue have lost 4 members. Finn is the only one standing. That was a team fight of beauty.
Absolutely. That's the difference between thinking you're going to win a team fight and knowing you're going to win a team fight. Rogue thought they could win. Hansama was stepping forward, trying to put down some auto attacks on towards Xerxes. OG were smashing them as Alfari able to pick up the kill, able to flash away from there. Finn will go down, saving his tower, but another kill going the way of Origin, and now a TP to boot.
That was a really valiant effort from Finn, though. Will it have set up a kill for Lawson? No. Lawson's going hunting. I don't think he knows
he's baiting him.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. The stun comes in. Alfari's going to dance and dash around. Vanguard's edge buys some time. But it's Alfari that gets another. Come on. A new champion appears. Let's find out how effective he is. Inspired is chasing Xerxes.
Just quit.
In Trumpil. Oh. And it is not super effective. Inspired will not be able to set anything up as Destiny uses the dredge line to safety. Now Upset, he starts to back away. Moonlight Vigil comes down. Destiny stays alive. Finn face plants into the wall. That's a Devour as Vander brings up Hansam and spits him to safety. Rogue are throwing themselves into the meat grinder, and Origin are eating them alive.
Oh no, Rogue are getting restless right here. They're just throwing everything and trying to get a kill, but all they end up doing is feeding more and more over into the waiting arms of Origin. That's now 8,000 gold here, completely blown open. That's the mid-game we've been wanting to see from Origin. They pick the right fights, and once again it is coming off of these beautiful flanks from Alfari. He is finding a way into every single fight that makes Rogue have no reasonable way to escape.
14 stacks on Nukeduck's Magi's. 405. Upset 405 on his Misfortune. I don't know how much gold he has in his pocket. If our Preservers could flick over, let's see how much he's going to spend. Oh, he's already spent it. Thank you. Missed that one. 205 for Alfari's Renekton. They picked themselves up the Mountain Drake a few moments ago. The Cloud was mistakenly on the wrong side. We have obviously rectified that. So it's Cloud and Mountain on the side of Origin. 6,500, 7,000 gold advantage. They're on match point. They're 12 kills to 1 with a hella fed. That is the technical term. A hella fed LeBlanc. And right now, Origin are looking like they want to close the series out 3-1.
Yeah, and I mean, Rogue know what's happening to them as well, right? You don't see these sort of desperate plays unless you know you're just miles behind your opposition. Because once again, Nukeduck is going in and maybe they find the turn.
Really nice distortion. None of the call. The Forge God doesn't land at all. 2 more kills for OG. Nukeduck goes down, and the only solace that Rogue can take is dropping his Magi stacks in half. That's it. That's the biggest celebration, and maybe a little bit of gold from the shutdown. 2 kills to 14, 8,000 gold lead, and OG aren't done yet.
Oh, I can't believe it. Finn actually missed the punchback on the Forge God right there. They end up losing another team fight, and like Rogue, what do they do at this point? This team, they have to be trying to fight. You know, they came into this season with so many expectations,
yes.
I feel, right? After, you know, upsetting Splice last year in the best of 5s, people thought they could make it to Worlds. They didn't do that, but they made upgrades to their roster. I just...
Oh.
Now you're looking at a situation, right, where your backs are against the wall, the enemy team is up 2-1 in the series, and now you're down almost 10,000 gold, and you're missing Ornn ultimates. That has to be devastating to your mentality.
But it tells you so much about their mentality, and Rogue was supposed to be the 4th best team. If you go back to pre-Spring Split expectations, looking at the roster, looking at the organization, looking at development last year, then Misfits and Mad Lions, honestly, come out of nowhere, right? They surprised a lot of people. Mad Lions surprised so many people, they eliminated G2 from the upper bracket last weekend. And Rogue were watching, maybe envious. The Mad Lions story was supposed to be Rogue's. And now Rogue are on the brink of being eliminated by Origin. They have put up a fight, but they have been mostly outclassed this series. And unfortunately, when you see those mistakes, like the Ornn ultimate, albeit, look, the team's down 8-9k. That's not the reason they're going to lose the game in the series, but it's a glimpse into what level of pressure these players are under.
And while Rogue feel completely helpless right now, just trying to put the pieces together of this puzzle of how to actually come back, there's a walk in the park for Origin. There's absolutely no pressure on them. They're up a series. They're winning by a mile in this game. Full control over the map currently. It's up to Rogue to just keep trying to force plays, throw themselves into Origin, and all Origin have to do is catch that toss straight on in and punch them right back in the teeth.
Right, so let's see how they finish the game out. 4 towers secured, Ender. There's a Mountain Drake in a minute and a half. They've got a Baron to play. Oh, just kill Rogue.
Go.
That's the plan. 4 members of Rogue are stuck inside the jungle as Hansama is now backing away into the lane. Moonlight Vigil, I don't think, does absolutely anything, and Inspired is already down. The Glacial Prison did not matter at all. Alfari takes a trip to the side, and I think they're going to go hunting again here, and there's the depth charge from Destiny.
Look at the Alfari flank again.
Vanguard's Edge doesn't even find a target. Finn connects with Call of the Forge, guard he's forced, upset away. Hansama stays alive, but I don't think it matters at all. Larson is surrounded by 3 members as Alfari 3-0-6. Blade of the Rune King, Black Cleaver, BF Sword is destroying Rogue. And Finn is just trying to do something. He's hunting himself a diver. And Destiny, even with a little bit of time to dance and taunt, Finn will be the next target.
Yeah, Finn is now stuck in the middle of 5 members of Origin, tries to run towards upset, and Alfari's going to flash forward. They just want blood, they want kills, and they want Finn. Finn with his 3rd death of the game. Now Origin take yet another before recalling in Silent Inspired. Hey, he doesn't know if they're on the Baron or not. He's going to jump into the meat grinder now too.
Do you know here in Germany they eat a lot of wild boar, and I think Origin have taken a liking to the flavor. Hansama manages to pick up a kill onto Nukeduck. How? Honestly, I'm not even sure, but again, it's reset the stacks. By the way, Nukeduck got up to 16, Medjai's died, dropped to 8. He went up to 16, died, now he's back down to 8. This is the mini game.
Oh no, they're all in the bush, aren't they? Hansama!
He's going to survive for now. Devour spits him back out. Oh, the Chakrams do a lot. Larson's managed to arrive. The Vigil will be able to find at least a single route. Upsets come in to arrive at the party. Bullet time. 1, 2, 3 members are being rat-a-tat-tatted by that bullet time as Finn's teleport brings him right into the fray despite getting a 3-man knockup. His AD carry is dead. His mid laner is run for his life. And Rogue have conceded 20 deaths in 25 minutes. Origin can decide how they want to play this game out, but they are poised to win. And it actually...
Not again! Not again! Please, not again! They can't keep getting away with this!
No, you absolutely cannot.
They can't keep getting away with this, Trevor.
There is a lot that will need to be unpacked. There is a lot of decision-making. Like, Ender, you said at the beginning of this game, it was decision-making in Game 3 that cost Rogue. The draft was fine, right? They could have made it work, but they picked bad fights. And now, when they are more desperate than they have been all year long, with no more room for error, there are unfortunately too many errors.
Yeah, I mean, Origin, like, hasn't been awarded the river for the last 8 minutes. That's why Inspired keeps running in. It's because he thinks Origin are on Baron, but they're never on Baron. They're just waiting. They're just looking for more and more picks here, so... continue to blow up that advantage even more. Now it will be the next Mountain Drake of the game for Origin. Rogue taking this time to get vision, but it's a long way to go.
I'd like to play one last mini game with you, Ender, and it is a slightly positive, uplifting one. Will Nukeduck hit 20 stacks? Give me a yes or no.
Yes.
Let's find out.
He's going to hit 25 stacks after this fight, Trevor.
Oh, let's find out. Vanda does get caught by the dredge line. Alfari has come in from behind. Baron is going so low. We'll find out who's going to win the Smite fight. Nukeduck and Upset have arrived. Bullet time is available. It's going into the pit. That's Inspired dead. Rogue dead. Bullet time picks up Baron dead. Rogue are done, and Rogue will be eliminated by Origin in the 2nd round of playoffs. Hansama is putting as much damage down as he can.
Here comes Xerxes, though.
And Xerxes sneaks in from behind, hits him with the haymaker, and Nukeduck sends a sigil of malice into his face. 25 kills, 22 stacks secured. I wanted to know if he hit 20. Ender said he hit 25. I think you're close to right, my friend. But as it stands, Origin with Baron, can they end? I think that they can.
So they have Baron buff. It's probably going to be 2 inhibitors here. We're still only 27 minutes of the game, so the death timers are short.
Okay.
They're not even going to stick around for the first inhibitor. I honestly, Origin are playing with their food. They just want more kills. They just want more kills.
Your team's not there. It's a Tom Kench arriving with no support. Nobody was in his belly. Inspired jumps in, uses his ultimate. It does nothing. Lawson is down, and Rogue are
and Alfari's on the flank again.
Rogue are defeated.
Unbelievable. Still charging on forward there. OG coming around on the flank with a suplex to snipe out Inspired in the back line. Dive into the backside as well as Finn gets deleted from Summoner's Rift. Origin are going to be able to walk in for the rest of the victory to finish off the game, to finish off the series, and to go up against G2 on Sunday.
There's no doubt about it. Origin with a better team today, defeating Rogue 3-1. I think I can forgive the last few deaths from Rogue. I think the last 3 to 5 minutes, they were down so far. They were just checking Baron. They tried to make a play, but it was not great to watch.
No.
But I think I can understand why, and I want to empathize with the players. They have just been eliminated from playoffs, from their gaming houses, under such difficult circumstances, and ending the split in a little bit of a disappointing tone. I can empathize with why they did it, but all kudos and congratulations to Origin. They earned the victory today.
Absolutely, Trevor. And, Rogue showed up on the day. They came out with a very impressive Game 1. Took pretty much everyone by surprise, in all honesty. And they put up a solid fight. But on the day, Origin just played better League of Legends. Xerxes absolutely showed up in the jungle, red inspired like a book. And Alfari, both in lane and out of lane, was absolutely carrying in these team fights. Everyone on Origin played well, but those 2 players in particular stood out to me.
I also want you to know that 2 out of the 3 fastest victories that Origin have picked up this year happened this series. Game 4 and Game 2 was the first and the third fastest victories, right? They are changing a little, and you can make comments on the quality of competition, of course, but they will set themselves up for a match against G2, and that's going to be interesting. Quickly, while we're setting up an interview with Xerxes, I want to ask everyone to jump on a Twitter and please vote for your Kia Player of the Series. At LEC is the account, and the 3 candidates are Alfari, Xerxes, or Nukeduck. And it's an interesting one because I think, honestly, I actually think any one of them could win, but I think I'm leaning towards Xerxes.
Yeah, I mean, Xerxes played a great series. Alfari played a phenomenal series as well.
Yes.
I think this is going to be a tough one, but I do just feel like I need to re-emphasize, Origin made huge strides from last week to this week. The amount of change, I don't think they've changed that much over 9 weeks of regular season gameplay, in all honesty. And the fact that you can spin on a dime and completely come in with a new mentality, with a new idea of how to play out these critical moments of the game, has got to give Origin fans so much more faith moving forward.
And 2 out of 3, or 2 of the quickest wins that you've had all split along a crew in the same series. You can't discount that. It's a huge testament, and especially because the way they accelerated their leads from the 10-15 minute mark to the 20-25 minute mark, honestly was a huge step in the right direction. The question is it enough for G2? What version of G2 are we going to find out? Look, these are all questions for Sunday. Ender, thank you so much for the cast today. I had a fantastic time. We are done at the caster desk, and we're going to head over to Law, who's standing by with Xerxes.
Thank you very much, Trevor. And thank you, Xerxes, for joining me. Congrats on advancing to the next stage.
Thank you.
I wanted to follow up on the interview we had yesterday because I got a bit confused watching this series. First, Rogue smashed you in Game 1, then you reciprocate in Game 2, then Game 3 was even, let's say, and then it happened again, steamrolled in Game 4. So can you tell me your take on the development of this series and if you had to adapt on Rogue here?
Yeah, I mean, the first game, I would say it was a bit of a warm-up. We didn't play too good, and then the second game, we wanted to play safer to make sure that we can even out the series, and then we just gained more confidence, and yeah, we just kept getting better as the series went on.
Okay, it's nice that you mentioned confidence. And with this victory, you will earn the right to face a very angry G2 Esports on Sunday. But we'll get to that later because playing two best-of-5 series, playoff series with elimination on the line is a new in LEC history, and you're the first team to experience that. So is it similar to getting ready for two opponents in the regular season, or is it different here for you?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have to put more time into thinking about both teams because like it's not we don't only play like one best of one or like two best of ones against two different teams. It's like a full-on best of 5 against two teams, so we have to prepare much more and so much more in advance. So yeah, it's going to be a tough task, but I'm sure we can handle it.
And even though Rogue and G2 are very completely different teams, is there anything you learned from this series that will help you on Sunday, you think?
No, I wouldn't say so. I think we played good, and I think what matters is that we just get like we believe in ourselves, and we just have the confidence for G2.
Okay, because yeah, you will get the pleasure of facing G2 after what happened to them last week. And one thing that we're all wondering, and the cast mentioned it as well, is what will be, I mean, which phase of G2 will we see on Sunday? What do you expect from them based on what we saw last week?
Well, I definitely expect them to play much better than they did against Mad. I don't think, like obviously, like they had the whole week to prepare, and I feel like they didn't show what they can actually do in that series. So yeah, it's gonna be tough.
There's been a discussion around did G2 underperform or did Mad really overperform here? So what do you think about this series they played? And I mean, was it really the G2? It wasn't the G2 we're used to seeing, but yeah, what do you think about this series? Did they really underperform?
I would be more inclined. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I would be more inclined to saying that G2 underperformed.
Okay. So
but obviously, obviously, Mad Lions still played really good.
For sure.
Not to take
They
any credit.
Yeah, they deserve the victory, of course. Now, the casters were wondering who should be the player of the game here. I know you're on contention for the player of the game. So do you think you earned it in this series?
Yeah, I think I had my fair share of good plays, but obviously, I think personally I would give it to Alfari.
Alfari? Okay, based on what?
Yes.
Okay, let's give some props to the teammates now.
I mean, he had good TPs, good laning phase, and he's always like solid in the top lane, and I know I can always rely on him.
Okay, well, we'll see if this synergy manages to shine on Sunday. Exosi, thank you so much for joining me today, and good luck against G2 on Sunday. I guess I hope I get to talk to you after the best of 5. And we will be back with Deficio on PGL in a few minutes, but we're gonna take a break first. See you soon.
Oh, hello. Lord told me we were taking a break. That's a picture of Ender in the middle. Yamato's here too. Deficio's also here. I can't hear him right now, but we'll figure that out momentarily. So in the meantime, Deficio, while I wait to be able to hear you, I'm going to ask Yamato. Yamato, final thoughts on that series. I feel like we did a lot of good things coming out from the side of OG, but I kind of wanted to get your take on it.
Rolled over, you know, they kept snowballing, and I think that's the key word, just the snowball.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if the pace of the game for OG here was indication of more of the kind of more steady, we talked about it on Euphoria, but kind of like struggles with extending those leads in the mid game, or if this is just the playstyle that they felt would work best against Rogue. Obviously, it's a very difficult week for OG now. They were expected to win. They're now coming in up against G2 on Sunday, and we talked to Gyoto as well about how hard it actually is to prep for what is set to be, if you have your expectations set high, a double best-of-5 weekend.
Yeah, it's super exhausting. I've been there as well. I remember playing regional qualifier multiple times. I remember facing Origin after beating Giants in one best-of-5, and then the next day we have to play Origin. We took it to 5 games, and in that fifth game, we were just too tired to push at all. We were just exhausted. The players were exhausted, and you can really, really feel it. I think here Origin are blessed with an additional day to prepare, and also Gelato raised some interesting points in the fact that what do you choose to put your energy into, because you have to allocate your resources in a proper manner. And it seemed today, over the first game draft, that it was like, yeah, we're just gonna draft some stuff and see what happens, and then they bounced back, realized they need to put in some fire, and they showed. I think G2 still have a lot to prove. OG have a lot to prove too.
And as well, we looked at the series. Of course, you heard from Xerxes himself. Key player of the game should be Alphari. He always won his lane. He always had his TP. He had everything going for him. He did win. 45% of the votes for Alphari. I think a classic Alphari performance after last week with Finn, after Game 1 when he wasn't able to obliterate Finn off the map, when that Ornn was still able to do so much work when the Renekton wasn't. I got worried. I was very worried for our boy Alphari, because normally he's just so good. He's so dominant. But that very quickly changed. The Kennen was the first indicator, and after that it was nonstop. It felt like the Alphari show every single game. Obviously a ton of support from Xerxes coming in to make that happen. Give good credit to him, but overall Alphari proving that he's worth that #1 spot on the all-pro team.
It was crazy how much he was doing with Aatrox. Aatrox in that game, with the level of play he delivered, he scaled better than the Ornn because of how much he actually did. Barring the enemy composition didn't have any grievous wounds or anything, it still had, it was a crazy amount of impact in terms of how he just flanked over and over, won those fights, killed the Aphelios that had a Tamkinch to protect him, but it just didn't matter because Alphari was on a whole nother level.
All right, Martin, I've been informed you are now audible for me.
Hello, do you hear me?
Try speaking. Oh my god, yes. I've been waiting. I didn't know how this was going to work.
It worked?
This is some black magic. Yeah.
Be honest here. I could speak from the start. You just didn't want me to talk. So you told me I was muted, but I wasn't.
No, So I actually, I'll be honest, sure this is my bad, because Shox has been through the fire and the flames of online production, and I haven't. So I just you're not in the Discord channel that I'm currently talking in. Spoiler alert, using some Discord action right now. So I just assumed I would never be able to hear you, and that's just me being a mediocre host at this point in time. But it resulted in us ignoring you for 5 minutes for comedic effect, and now we can get your opinions on
I just wrote a sign saying hello. You guys can't see it, but I was trying to communicate through typing because I wasn't sure if you guys were actually able to hear me. But
can you make a thumbs up and a thumbs down? We'll go back to pretending not to be able to hear you and communicate exclusively in binary, ones and zeros. No, but how did you feel watching this series behind the scenes?
Pretty good overall. I guess game 1. I don't know, game 1 was really weird. So yes, we did the thing you're not allowed to do, where you gave them a Azir. Had a few things to test out. But I think, it wasn't really the draft. I think we just didn't really show up for game 1, which was pretty bad. Because there were some really standard mistakes happening around TP calls and so on. So game 1, slightly stressful, but at the same time, we had quite a lot of plans in case something went wrong. So when we applied that for game 2, we won in 28 minutes. I started feeling really good again. And I felt like we were a level above Rogue, and we've been a level above them the entire year. So I was never nervous for the series. But at the same time, you can always have a really bad day, or maybe they had a super good read on something. Luckily, that was not the case. And yeah, I just felt like we were better than them, and that showed across 3 of the games at least.
So Deficio, I want to get your take on something that Yamato and I were discussing, which was kind of the unique situation that you're in for prep. Now, you faced it last spring of 2019 of back-to-back best-of-5s, one day after another in spring.
Yeah.
But now you have this day in between, doing double best-of-5s, Rogue into G2. How is the team preparing? What is it like behind the scenes, kind of trying to ramp up for the series against G2?
So it's a little bit better compared to the one last year, because what ends up happening last year is you finish a series. In our case, it was the 3 against Fnatic, and then you have to make a decision between using a couple of hours either on the day you're done playing, so delay people getting a chance to like relax and kind of like calm down after the game to then start reviewing instantly, or you send people back to the hotel to chill. They can relax a bit, and then you can start earlier on the next day to go through the last game you played, figure out what needs to change before you play the final, and then you end up again adding a lot more hours and a lot more work that requires energy within the 2 days. That's obviously not as bad now when we have the Saturday. So obviously for us, you know, during some final meetings today, once I'm done here, just kind of wrap up this day, not from a in-game perspective, but more from a team perspective, how everyone felt, small things here and there. And then tomorrow, meet up, actually go through the entire series we just played. What was good, what was bad, what are things we have to do different, or things we need to be aware of versus G2. And then just kind of reset, because now the Rogue game is done. And you were basically putting like 99% of your focus on Rogue this week, because I mean you didn't know if you were actually going to play on Sunday, and you always feel really dumb if you start preparing 50-50 and then you don't even get to use the prep you did for the Sunday because you ended up losing. So yeah, we have a day now to kind of go through the series, forget about the series as well, and just 100 focus G2, which by the way is really hard to figure out at the moment. You guys were talking to Cersei about underperforming G2, or sorry, underperforming Mad Lions was underperforming G2. Like, you look at that series now, and it's kind of strange to figure out what G2 actually shows up, because I feel like this year already they've shown so many different things. But I think that's always the case when you play G2. Like, you just open up the book, and you feel like anything is available.
I think when we look at it, Martin, it's really interesting because I think we're in the same boat, right? Like, what the hell do you actually take away from that Mad Lions series? Obviously, anytime you talk about G2 playing worse, people are going to take it as Mad Lions maybe not getting as much credit, but Mad Lions do deserve the credit. But also, if you're the team trying to prep for G2, Yamato, what, if anything, would you take away as a former coach from that series that you could use in your upcoming match? How much of that actually feels like good footage? How much of that just feels like a bad set of scrims for G2?
It's pretty odd. Like, I think key takeaways that you can take away for sure is like some meta problems that G2 has in terms of what they can execute on bot lane. For example, no Kalista AD carry, no Misfortune AD carry. I think these are things that are very hard to add. I think if they haven't added them already, then you can safely assume that if Kalista is going to get locked in, it's for the top side or maybe even mid lane, because I know Perks played it. Those are like takeaways you can do for sure. Everything else about it, gameplay related, I think if anything, if you are there to force mistakes tend to happen. Even in the regular season, sometimes Cap was getting caught off, Mickey was getting caught off. I think even on side, Wunder also tends to sometimes die a lot. I remember the game specifically against Mad Lions in the regular split where he got caught many times and then LeBlanc was two-fed and he just controlled the side lane and G2 lost. So I think there's always been this room for G2 to make mistakes, and I think if you kind of play in a way where you try to call them on that constantly. Mad Lions play a very, very high-paced game. They showed it against Origin in the regular split too. I think they took that gameplay into the series that they had, and it kind of worked because when those mistakes happened, Mad Lions was there to punish, and I think that's something that you can give credit to Mad Lions for. But then again, you know, G2, I don't think they're gonna mess up that badly in the next upcoming series.
It's hard though because
obviously very difficult.
Sorry, I didn't mean to drop. I have a slight
delay. Of a delay
so
here,
like,
Martin. I think we're behind. We're behind like 2 seconds from each other.
Exactly.
Yeah, you go ahead. You go ahead. 2 seconds from now.
I didn't actually want to interrupt you. I thought I was being polite for jumping in just when Yamato finished. But I think it is a unique thing with G2 like this year compared to last year. Because when we played them last year, obviously both in BO5s twice and also in best of ones. Like, it always felt like when you went into draft, any scenario that was possible in the meta, it would be available to them. So it's like you would always think, oh, if we pick this, well, then they have like all these options. Oh, so we can't do that. Let's change it up and do this instead. And it also made it super annoying to like draft against them because they also, it seemed like last year, had a different read on a lot of matchups compared to the standard team in Europe. Like they could take matchups like 2v2 bot lane that you would think would go one way, and then actually when they played it, it went kind of the opposite way. So that also made prep super hard, and that's one of the reasons we obviously lost so hard to them in best of fives. But that's not really been the case this year. It's actually been slightly more, I'm not sure if standard is the word to use, maybe it is, or slightly more limited in the amount of tools they seem to have in their toolbox, which is also one of the things Mad Lions obviously abused. But it is really hard to say if that's going to be the case now after a full week, because this is the first time they lost the best of 5 in Europe. You know, they never had that thing where they needed to sit down after losing a BO5 and actually think if they were playing all the right things, if they have to change half the stuff or not. So I think it's going to be really interesting. I don't want to talk any draft-specific things because that would be really stupid of me to sit and talk about now. But I think there's a lot of question marks around them. I think people might have question marks still around us because we lost to Fnatic and then we beat Rogue today, and does that really say anything? I think we played pretty well in the last 3 games. Slightly slow finishing maybe in game 3, but it was one of those games where we know we're gonna win, just don't actually int it, just literally just play standard, play normal, and they were just wave playing with Aphelios and so on. So yeah, I feel good.
Well, and I'm happy that it's now worked out for Origin. I think overall it was a well-deserved win. Clearly the better team on the day, and now we've solidified our top 4 in Europe, which is very exciting. Mad Lions, kind of the surprise addition to that, coming in right now as potentially, if they could beat Fnatic, one of the strongest teams in the league. Something I definitely did not expect. One of the great things about Mad Lions is, of course, the rookie talent that they brought to the table. But interestingly enough, despite all those great rookies, did not win Rookie of the Split. Instead, it's our boy Razor K, a.k.a. Razork from the Misfits. And look, I'm going to be honest, fantastic first half of the split. I'm so happy with how stacked rookie talent has been thus far in the LEC. And Yamato, I want to go to you first kind of on this. How do you feel about Razork winning Rookie of the Split? How do you feel about the rookie talent right now in the LEC?
I think everybody out there is like, thinking to themselves, there's Mad Lions fans, they looked at those G2 series and they're all hyped up on Karzi and Kaiser and Shadow, but in terms of, consistent performance, in terms of being super, super impactful, I think definitely Razork had like many of those games. I think from a jungle perspective, that's difficult. I think the tricky part with Mad Lions is that there was an occasional Shadow performance that was really insane. There's an occasional Kazi performance that was really insane. Same with Kaiser. I think just Razork had, accumulated more of those pop-off games that kind of stuck in everyone's mind, while Mad Lions' performance was more of a team performance across the board. Misfits all about that mid 2v2. This is where they had most of their action. So naturally, Razork gets to have more moments where he gets to pop off. And I think with this being said, I think this is why we gravitated towards it. I saw this discussion on Reddit that, if the Mad Lions players put their votes together and put it into one player, then they would win big time. It was just the points were spread amongst them, which kind of puts them in a city position.
Interesting. I mean, I guess...
Years of voting. Martin, you're...
Sorry, Dracos.
Damn, you're fine. That's my bad.
I know it every time. I'm trying to look at Yamato and trying to predict when he finishes. So I'm like looking straight at him, just being like, okay, he's probably he's gonna wrap up, and now he's gonna end, and then try to jump in. But I was gonna say, to the Shadow regular season point as an example, I remember like every Lee Sin game he had in the regular season, he was like popping off. But everything he had outside of the Lee Sin games, he was not. So that might be one of the reasons people were not like putting him over Razork as an example. And I mean, I think Kazi was good all split. maybe initially died a bit too much outside the lane. He was too easy to catch, but I mean, I think overall he played very solid. I think Kaiser played very solid. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it's surprising Razak won. He had a great split as well. But I think it's really interesting with the rookie point. We've had a couple of rookies who I think have been performing super well. But there's also been obviously some rookies who struggled this year. So we've seen both ends, which is normal, right? Like if every single rookie you brought into the LEC would just be amazing, then either we have insane talent development in Europe, or the existing talent was just not good enough. Like it would be one of the two. I think we got to see both ends, right? We got to see the really good rookies, and we got to see some rookies who really struggled. So yeah, we got to see both sides.
Honestly, I love it. We've definitely seen both. We've seen the rookies that have pushed out the older talent. We've seen the rookies, as you said, that have gotten pushed out themselves. A lot of rough splits as well. But of course, a good day to celebrate. Congrats to Razork. Congrats to second place, I believe, Karzi in third place. Shadow or Kaiser? Can't actually remember. You can check the article.
I
yourself
voted Kaiser
on LawEsports.com. I voted for my boy Karzi. Not to do with any Euphoria wagers. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. But thank you, Deficio, for joining us and sharing your insight. I won't keep you for any longer because I know that you have that important G2 series to prep for. So that's going to be all from us here tonight. But fear not, we're going to be back tomorrow for the epic clash between Fnatic and Mad Lions. Don't miss it.
I've missed you, Martin.
You too.